Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the main event, the 2022 edition. Morning on the banking. Give us a wave if you can hear us. It's always good to know that we are being heard loud and proud. And there's a few on the grandstands, but good morning to you as well. So this is Pro ET qualifying session number 1. We've got 5 sessions of qualifying today. And yeah, it's going to be pretty full on actually to get 5 rounds of qualifying in. I don't expect everybody to make every run, but if they do, they're probably going to have to make sure they are stocked up on race fuel, as they have potential then with the weekend's run to get to 11 qualifiers in. Wow. First up then, and it's almost like a rewind of last weekend, is a couple of door slammers down there, Carl Goldsmith and John Turner. JT, well, what a weekend he had last weekend. Got knocked out in the early rounds on Sunday, but went on to go all the way to the final on the Saturday. So 10.05 the darling for John, 10.60 for Carl, and that's a 10.18 and a 12.61. Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia going alongside that wonderful green with envy Jaguar E-Type, Lee Morris. 10.15 the dial in for Lee, and it is 9.67 for Brett. Good strong entry in Pro ET this weekend. There's going to be a few that won't be able to play during eliminations, as we've only got 32 spots available, and with over 40 cars actually booked in, there's going to be a few that won't be available to play on race day. So it's all about cutting a light and getting your number in racing. In qualifying, it's just about your ETs. Doesn't matter if you go red. Mind you, having said that, they still want to cut a good light if they can. .10.09 breakout, and look at that, Brett Featherstone, he's on the money already. 9.67 with a 6 on a 9.67 dial-in. That'll do for number 1 for the time being. Could hold for the round, we don't know yet. But as I say, yeah, with 42 entries in Pro ET and only 32 spots available, 10 of the cars won't qualify. But I think Brett's safe that he certainly will with that run. Next up then, Mr. Furious himself, Keith Herbert, 9.63 his dial-in. Mason Griffiths with the Appliance Dragster, 9.17. Wow, Mason Griffiths having a stab at the perfect reaction time money there. 002 off the line. Goes 9.25, the Herb goes 9.66. So Mason goes 3, Keith goes number 2. Alan Medley, the Olds-timer, Oldsmobile Omega, dialing in 10.57. And Chris Newsom, dialing 9.52 with the MG. Starting to get messages from racers already. Very good morning to Jason Anslow, who's tuned in. Watching from the sofa at home. Gutted we can't be there, but youth has GCSEs. That's life. Hey, Jace. Chris Newsom going 9.65 on the 52. Alan Medley 10.81 on the 57. Oh, so good to have Ian and Liz Malcolm back with us. Haven't seen them for a few years, but they're back with the Just for Fun dragster, going alongside Jeff Cowley. Well, he was here last weekend at Door Slammers, and obviously a lot of the door cars that were racing last weekend, well, didn't leave the gates, they just stayed here. So dial-ins then, 10.95 for the dragster, 9.42 for Jeff Cowley with the Nova. So Jeff will get there first. goes 9:49. That's a good opener. 11:18 for Liz Malcolm's return. As you say, great to see them back. Marie Mills and Bob Muldoon. Loving the new crew attire for Bob. The white noise hoodies looking very, very good down there. I like them. So Marie Darling in 10:54, Bob 9:42. Well, arrow straight from the pair of them. 9:57 for Bob, 10:75 for Marie. Makes a change for Bob not to break out. Right, the Millennium Hawk Tesla of Andy Garnett. 11:08 dial-in for Andy. And Ronnie Mercer, 8:99 with Annie. As you say, there's the nitrous purge. Ronnie, another one of those that basically stayed here all week. Well, Ronnie's car not going exactly how he wants it to. Not quite sure what the issue was there. Andy Garnett goes a little bit too quick, goes 11:05 on the 11:08. But that's right, looking at Ronnie's 60 foot, that didn't launch like it normally did either. Yeah, big shrug, we don't know. Very bizarre, that one, but tell you what, another 10 qualifiers, and I think they'll get it sussed. Right, next up then, Alan Schofield and Dave Fulton. 9:10 for the Scun Dragster, 9:55 for the Nova. Just a reminder, the Eurodragster.com Bad Habit Racing Perfect Light Award is 50 quid. As is the Eurodragster.com Perfect ET Award, supported by Andy Hadfield and the Twister team. Alan goes, oh, he's gone to number one with that one. 9:10 with a 4 on the 9:10 dial-in. 9:66 on a 55 for Dave Fulton, goes 6. But hello, new number one qualifier, Alan Schofield. Drops Brett Featherstone down to number 2. Right, Will Clark, John Bean. Will Clark with a little dragster, 9:85. More than capable of hitting the number. 9:66, good shout with a Mustang as well. Mind you, by the end of qualifying, all of these cars, you know, it's almost a case of trying to guess what the field spread will be, but the amount of qualifiers they've got, plus the fact it's a bump spot, I predict somewhere about 03, 04 within dial-in will need to be somewhere that you need to be to stay in the field. But let's have a look at these two. John Bean goes, oh, 9:59 with a 9 and a 9. But that is quite a big break out at the end of the day. But doing a good job there. 9:87 on a 9:85, Will Clark. He slots in at number 3. Right, it's the Watkins family. Shane bringing young Tom to the line with Doris. It's good to see him back racing with us once again. Going alongside Neil Watkins. It's the old man of the family, but certainly not the least experienced of this lot, that's for sure. Certainly knows what he's doing, and former champion in the lifestyle for Nostalgia Superstock with that pickup truck. 11:39, that's quite a low, well, so that's quite a slower dial-in than what he normally runs, but quite a stiff old breeze out there. And of course, not the best aerodynamics on the pickup, so it may slow him down a bit, but let's see how Tom gets on. Looking for a 9:99. Well, that was way off, 9:36. Biggest breakout in Pro ET so far. Don't quite know why he dialed in 9.99. There we go. 11.47 for Neil Watkins. Not too bad at all. Mike Lacey is down there, guiding Pete Dodd up to the line in the Metamorphosis Camaro, going alongside Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Junior Comp Dragster. Pete dials in 9.14. Was #1 qualifier at Spring Speed in Nostalgia Superstock. Went on to win the meeting as well. Tom Kay dialing in 10.23. Good to see these little junior comp dragsters coming through now in multiples, if you like. Got 3 of them in the class this weekend. After this, it's Super Pro ET. Lovely launch there for Pete, 0.3 on the reaction time. It's 9.22 there for Pete. 10.37 Tom Kay. Pete goes 8, Tom goes 12. Rappler, that's Dan Holloway. To say he got used to this car very, very quickly indeed, there's an understatement. 2 meetings in, and he's already won an event. Going alongside Warren Watts with the Camaro, has had a, well, let's just say major thrash to get the car back up. Yeah, did have engine problems, but they've got around that now. 9.10 the dial-in for the Camaro, and in fact it's 9.10 for Dan Holloway as well. Well, in theory, should be fairly side by side between these two. Not much in it on reaction time. Warren goes 9.17, Dan goes 9.28. So they slot in at 5 and 15 respectively. Mark Huxley. Unfortunately, it's the only Huxley in Pro ET this weekend. Lee, I really do feel for you, mate. We know he's going to be here this weekend, but unfortunately the Dark Horse Mustang is currently out of commission. Had a brilliant weekend. Well, the first part of it was phenomenal. Went on to win Door Slammers on the Saturday, but Sunday the engine cried enough and is in a few pieces. So Lee, commiserations, mate, but congratulations at the same time. So 980 and 1012 are the numbers these guys are looking for. John Dalrymple, 981 with a 9 with the Willis. Goes in at number 3, and I think, if I'm staying correct, that's his first run of the year, and he's bang on. Good shot. 10.07 there for Mark Huxley. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, looking for a 10.10, and is Thomas Bublitz, looking for 10.34 with the Nova. Oh, there's the perfect reaction time money gone straight away. Dave Cherritt, 0003. And let's see what he's run, 10.33 against a 10.31 breakout for Thomas. But Dave Cherritt has just taken the Perfect Light Award. So that's 50 quid from Eurotrack.com and Bad Habit Racing. Well, the perfect money for the light lasted not even through the first class of the weekend. So well on Dave Cherritt, he's taken the money. Amy Watkins and Dave Rudd up next. Amy Watkins with Thatabird, the Firebird, going alongside Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. 9.58, both sides of the track on the dial-ins. think that's our first red light start of the day, actually, for Dave Rudd. But it doesn't matter in qualifying, as we all know. It's 9.74 and 9.55. A breakout for Amy. But Dave Rudd is 9.74. He slots in at number 16. Right, first of the Williams Brothers racing team coming forward. Gary Carr going alongside. Better check it's to Bailey Ashdown. I'm not 100% certain. I think it is. Yep, Bailey Ashdown. Right, Bailey dialing in at 9.83, Gary Carr dialing in 9.18. Lovely wheel stand there for Gary Carr. Now, if it hooked and launched that well, could see a breakout here, but let's have a look. Yes. Well, I think they saw with the performance glitch out. It's back in the 9.0s. 10 flat for Bailey Ashdown. Bailey's number was 483 on that last run. Sorry, no, not 459. Yeah. Which is the number that was on the back. Yeah. Obviously, I picked the big one too. Is it come under the tower? They're all meant to confuse us, I know. So, I think that is a wrap for Pro ET. Yes, indeed, it is. Very, very good session indeed. As I say, the perfect money has already gone for the reaction time to Dave Cherrick. Congratulations to him. 50 quid is available for you up in the tower. As we get ready for Super Pro ET. Just having a look round the corner there. Head of the lanes, John Tebenham. Also, Colin Morris is down there. Well, that's right, they are all down there. Going to be a very busy session in Super Pro ET. So we've got 42 cars in Pro ET. Let's just have a quick look in Super Pro. It's 32 in Super Pro. But nevertheless, they still want to qualify well. Because in the National Championship, which this is a round of, points count for qualifying as well as elimination. So basically, the higher up you qualify, the more points you're going to gain. And trust me, at the end of the season, when points are chased, it gets very, very tight indeed. It does make a difference to have good qualifying points to add to your tally. It could make the difference between a champion and being a runner-up or even third or fourth. So very, very critical indeed to get some good runs in. Your current champ, Barry Giles, is behind the wheel of the Giles and Hartley Dragster this weekend. Good to see Andy Hadfield joining in the fun this weekend in Twister, the street legal supercharged outlaw. And got to say, massive, massive thanks to Andy's company for making our tower the coolest place to be on site. Yep, we've now got aircon, which is fantastic. And we'll be trying it out over the weekend. So Andy Hadfield, AMH Air Conditioning Services, thank you ever so much indeed to them. And it does get those of you that have been up here during an event when it gets hot, it gets stiflingly hot. So to have something like that up here is absolutely fantastic. Kieran Astley with the Joker Dragster this weekend. Had a little conversation with Kieran last night, and let's just say he's on his he's on his last chance saloon with his engine set up, because if he blows this one, he's got to go supercharged. So all a bit tongue-in-cheek, but there we go. Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Callum's going to be one to watch this weekend. Always good on the lights, always good on his ET, so he's certainly in the mix. Mark Todd in the Freight Train Pontiac GTO. Great to see that car back on slicks this weekend as well. So let's see how Mark gets on. You never know. It'll be mid to low sevens for the norm, but I wonder if we get even lower than that. We shall see. Brian Pateman, a feature on Brian Pateman, 40s racing, absolutely. Good door slammers last weekend. What can you say? Won one of them a semi-final in the other day, so very good indeed. Joe Kellett back behind the wheel of his own car again. Always one that goes rounds. Now it's fine. I need to double check wait for the Super Pro sponsored list, because it tells me the trophies and the bounty and things like that. We'll go through some of the other runners and riders a bit later on, but it is Super Pro coming underneath the tower now. First up then. It's Colin Morris and the crew killer, that is JT. So big smoky burner as per usual from John Tebenham. Dialing in 8.99 and is 8.91 for Colin Morris. Was running 8.87 like clockwork last weekend, but a little bit breezier this morning, so slowing him down just that little bit. Well, a bit of a concern with JT's pop at the moment. I think we're good to go. Or are we going backwards? Yeah, no, it's going to be a solo then for Colin Morris. Well, I'm not sure what the issue is for JT, but they'll get that sussed. So 8.91 then, the target for Colin Morris. .02 off the line, always good to practice your reaction times as well. Good looking run, it'll be an 8 something. 8.89, breaks out by 200ths. Which would also be a breakout in Super Comp as well if they're running in that class this weekend. Right, Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? All right, next up then, Nick Good and Joe Kellett. It's a battle of the dragsters. Now, both of these always going to be at the sharp end. Joe's already taken event wins and, of course, multiple championships in the years of Junior Dragster as well. Nick Good, obviously, the team has championship winning form as well. So the dial-ins then, let's have a look then. 750 for Nick, 760 for Joe. But watch these two off the line. Joe is killer on the tree. Well, a little bit too killer on the tree is our Joe. 001 red though, it's only 12 thou. So the numbers 758, 822. Both a little bit off actually. But that will come good as qualifying progresses. Okay, so burnout's completed for Dave Russell and Thomas Haas. Oh, wide awake club there for Dave. 0.36 off the line. Now he's looking for 8.77, but Thomas wants an 8.19. Oh, Thomas, 8.18. Oh, breaks up by less than 100th of a second. 8.76. That's, guess what? Another breakup by 100th of a second. Oh, they are both so close. If Dave Russell had dialed in 8.76 instead of a 77, that would have been a perfect run, because that was an 8.76 with a 0. Oh boy, oh boy. If that was a race, actually, that would have been won by Thomas, because he had the lesser of the two breakouts, but really, really tight. Right, next up then, Mark Bailey with the Cuda going alongside Lee Darby with the pickup truck. Now then, 8.84 for Mark Bailey, 8.97 for Lee Darby. Now we know Lee can go a fair bit quicker than that. Well, actually, Mark could go well into the 8.7s as well, but I think the headwind is having something to do with it. Quite cool conditions out there at the moment. Well, good-looking runs a pair once again. 8.78 breakout. That is for Mark Bailey. Well, we knew we could run in the 8.7s. Didn't expect him to do it straight away. Can I have another call, please, for Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Next up, Phil Toppin and Christoph Burfin. Okay, so Phil Toppin then dialing in 8.75. Christoph dialing in 8.65. Well, arrow straight once again. Christoph backing out of the run towards the strike there, but look at that for Phil Toppin, dialing in 8.75, goes 8.75 with an 8 into the number 1 spot. Christoph going 10.42, only 92 miles now at the stripe. He was well off the gas actually around about the 8th mile, maybe a bit before, but Phil Toppin, well done to you. So another call out for Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. Right, next up, the Jack Brewster with the Just Mustard Firebird. He was out in testing yesterday, but unfortunately the weather came in and did actually shorten our proceedings. He's going to be going alongside the Bath bloke himself, Bob Doyle. Right, okay, just had... no, one's fine. Just had all the information given to us by the electric speed record attempts this weekend. Look forward to that. Right, Bob Doyle dialing in 8.60. Jack Brewster 7.20. Super Pro ET for the Pete Need Memorial Trophy. round one qualifying. Bob Doyle breaks out by a country mile. Where did that come from? 8:52 on an 8:60. I don't know if the team are happy or despondent about that one, but never mind. 12:65 into 61 mile an hour there for Jack. Car was drifting a little bit towards the centre line, so Jack backed out of it. Right, next up then, it is Rocket, Ron Bartlett with Sweet FA, the Anglia dialing in 8:26. And great to see Rob and Pete Brown with the Rebel Slingshot dragster here at the main event, dialing in 8:65. It's Rob behind the wheel this weekend. They'll be leaving all their kit here for next weekend as they're running at the Nostalgia Nationals. Normally find them in the Wild Bunch. I think it's fairly safe to say that all the years that these two have been racing, and it's been quite a few, they have never paired up before. Can we please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, both 0 on the tree. Rocket's going to get there first, goes 8:22, that's a big old breakout, and Rob Brown goes 9:30. Right, there's Kieran Astley. Aided and abetted by Mick Checkett this weekend. That's his until the juniors come down. Going alongside Mark Turner with the Supra. Lights go green in both lanes. $8:41 for Mark Turner. Well, he'll be happy, but also a little bit frustrated as well as the car went a smidge under where he wanted it to be. 8:42 was the dial, 8:41. Oh, so close. Kieran Astley, though, 15:08, obviously got issues on the run there, but they'll get it back to the pits and get it sorted out. Next up then, looks like going to be Scott Hauser. But he hasn't done his burnout yet. Going alongside Barry Giles with the Giles and Hartley dragster. There we go, 7.40 the dial in for Scott. Two totally different burnout routines from these cars. Barry likes to have the engine running for a fair while to get the heat into it, get everything nicely warmed up for the run. So all the other teams know that, so they wait until Barry is well on his way back from his burnout before they commence their own. Net end result is they're both ready to go at the same time. Well, zero lights. I wouldn't expect anything else from these two. Scotty goes 7.43 on the 40, 7.43 on a 45. So Barry unfortunately breaks out. Scott was the right side of his dial, so Barry goes 14. Scott goes number 2. Right, next up then, Andy Hadfield with Twister. Lots of lovely new bits on Twister. Got beautiful front spindle mount wheels on there. Looks the part, and we've got a set of split rims on the rear with new tyres. Going alongside Mark Flavel with the Steel River Hot Rod. Mark, another one of these racers that's paid his dues over the years. Certainly been around this sport a long, long time now, and yet still having fun, still bringing the car out at many a meeting. And it still looks cracking, that car. Very good morning to Mal. We know that message is permanently on the back window, and it deserves to be there. Mal watching it. Well, another thing that Andy's got there is certainly a much stiffer set of wheelie bars these days. Car does tend to hook its front wheels up in the air. The Darlings end at 7.50 for Andy Hadfield, 7.20 for Mark Flavel. Great looking run for Mark Flavel. What a run for Mark Flavel. 7.15. 181 miles an hour. He'll certainly take that one. Don't care, he breaks out. 7.15. Superb job. 10.37 for Andy Hadfield. Well and truly off the throttle by the stripe. Went 5.25 at 109 to the 8th. But the most important thing for Andy, the car was going straight. Just looking at Mark Flavel there, 102 to 60 foot as well. That was on one. Well done to the Steel River Hot Rod team. 8th mile for Mark was 4.50 at 152. But 102 to 60, wow. That's stout. So Pete Walters with the reloaded dragster, 7.61 is his dial-in. Ashley Bell with Firebird, 8.79. Unfortunately, Ashley Bell being pushed back. Not quite sure what the issue was there, but no fluid or anything out of the car at all, so some other mechanical issue. So it is Pete Walters on his own then. 0.4 off the line, cracking launch. And the ET 761 with a 0. That is the perfect ET. It's gone. Perfect ET 761 with a 0. Pete Walters. And that's all the money gone, and we're only in the second class of the weekend. Oh, you gotta love drag racing, haven't you? So the perfect reaction time money has gone to Dave Cherritt. The perfect ET money has gone to Pete Walters. Right, Mark Todd with the freight train, the GTO, going alongside Brian Pateman with the 68 Firebird. As I say, he's a bit of a feature on Brian Pateman, 40 years drag racing. Unbelievable. So I don't know if the Walters buggy know this, but that was perfect ET. So there is some money to be collected. Well done. So 820 plays 890 on the dial-ins. Well, we know Mark Todd can go way quicker than that. But he goes 853. Big speed, though. 176 at the stripe. 982. A little bit off there for Brian Pateman. Almost a second off, but they'll get that sort of sussed out. All right, next up then, the King's Topolino coming round. And I think this could be the last one in the class, because I can see Junior Dragsters and Super Comp tucked around the corner. So at the moment then, obviously Pete Walters top of the pile, with Phil Toppin currently number 2, Scott Hauser 3, Nick Good is number 4, Lee Darby number 5, Mark Todd number 6, Joe Kellett, Rob Brown, Brian Pateman, and Christoph Burfin rounding out the top 10. Callum Swinchat then with the King's Topolino, certainly capable of mixing it up at the sharp end of the qualifying order, dialing in 8.83. Good looking run for Callum, 892, 142 miles an hour. Slots him in at number 5, but we'll obviously get that the car closer to dialing as the day progresses. Right, Ashley Bell, 879. Whatever it was quickly sorted out. Arrow straight, no dramas. Let's see how the numbers work out. Well, when it's arrow straight and no dramas, that means it's quick. That was a bit too quick, actually. 873 with an iron on 879 dial-in. A nice problem to have to slow a car down than trying to get it to speed up. So well done to Ashley Bell and the team. Right, we move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Round 1 qualifying for our youngsters. First up, it's going to be Lola Bell Kent and Luke Fulton. Oh, at the last event, I think it was Spring Speed Nationals, Lola Bell was having a nightmare in qualifying. Every time she came to the start line, she went red. Apart from her last qualifier, she hit it perfectly and was your number 1 qualifier. Going alongside Luke Fulton, he's had a good season so far. Taken an event win already. And doing rather nicely in the points chase as well. Street Eliminator, can we have you in the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Oh, Luke Fulton, 016, that's a good opener. Lola Bell Kent, 116. But yeah, very, very nice start for Luke Fulton. Excellent job. All right, next up, Jake Cooper and Kai Cooper. It's the brothers. The Fenny Racing Lucas Oils Junior Dragster team. And of course, Lucas Oils are title sponsor of the Junior Dragster class as well. So massive, massive thanks to them for their continued support of the youngsters. These are our stars of the future. So big shout out to Rue and Dan and everybody over at Lucas Oils. Again, a massive thanks for all you do for drag racing, not just in the UK but around the world. Green lights in both lanes and two good ones as well. Kai Cooper goes 039, Jake slightly better though, 029. Now on our screen we have the top 16 qualifiers, and tell you what, so far an 01, an 02 and an 03, that's a very good start. They should stay on the front page for quite a while. Katie Ellis and Teddy Howe, your next pair. Teddy Howe just starting on his junior dragster career. Fair to say Katie Ellis nearing the end of her junior dragster career. She's reaching the age where she'll be looking to go into something bigger and faster as the next year or two progresses. Wow, 031 for Katie Ellis, that puts her number 3. 055 for Teddy, puts him in number 5. But to be pulling O lights in round 1 is pretty sharp indeed. Then you spend the rest of the day just fine-tuning and see if you can chop a few more hundreds or thousands off. So they're right on it this weekend of the juniors. I don't expect to see all of the juniors here, bizarrely, as it is a school day. And I know some of the older junior dragster drivers do have exams at the moment. So I know of 1 or 2 that won't be here. But these two certainly are, though. Richard Wilcox and Ellie Mae Brown. Well, Ellie's not moving. Well, the car has got a reaction time. Richard, 031, nicely done. So Richard goes number 3, Ellie goes number 7. Right, Chev, check it, and again, Dad Mick is down on the line there to help. Well, in actual fact, one of the junior in the left-hand lane is just been pushed towards the first exit. The car had actually stopped, but fortunately it only takes one person to get it pushed around the corner there, but there's 2 of them out there and they're jogging away. So shall we check it there, and Neve Deevy. Neve is in the Auto Glim lane, Chev is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Well, Chev's in the zeros, 091. Neve only just out of them, actually, 0.14. So Chev goes number 6, Neve goes number 8. All right, next up, Harley Coursell with Bandit 1 alongside Freddie Taylor. Car looking so good this year. Freddie was trying to chop the tree down there, but went 0-3 red. 0-3 the right side, though, for Harley. Goes in at number 4. Oh, Teddy Sullivan and Mackenzie Love. Mad Max Dragster was here for testing yesterday, but another one that didn't get all the runs in they wanted due to the weather. Well, when it rained, it certainly did, that's for sure. But thanks to the amazing pit team here at Santa Pod, came round with the relevant machinery and got those puddles sucked up. Oh, 09 red for Ted, 03 red for Mackenzie. Oh, they've got plenty of time to get it sorted out. I think Junior Dragster going to have a stab at this. I think he's going to need an 04 light, maybe even less, to get into the top 16 this weekend. That is purely down to the amount of qualifiers that are available to them. And when you qualify on reaction times, not on speed or ET, then it's just going to make it very, very tight indeed. Ada Cassisi with Cherry Bomb in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Daniel Todd with the Dan VFT Racing Junior Dragster. Oh, Dan just went into deep stage then. I think that cost him a green light there as he went red. But 08 for Ada. That's going to put her in at number 7. Daniel Todd, 05 red. Right, it's the Bartlett sisters up next. Jacqueline and Lara, the Slick Tricks junior team. Kestrel Beer Lane as Lara coming up to the line, and Jacqueline is in the Auto Glim lane. Right, both going into stage. Lights go green on one side, red the other. Jacqueline a little bit too quick off the line there, but Lara, an 054, puts her in at number 6. Well, the top 9 have got 0 lights already. Only 12 of them so far have had a green. The others have all been red. So yeah, 12 green, 5 red lights so far. 17 cars have put qualifiers in. Still plenty more to come. Luke Fulton leading the way from Jake Cooper and Katie Ellis. Right then, next up, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior Dragster. Gets the green. Nicely done, Grace. Now the fun begins to get that reaction time better and better and better. Well done, Grace. Right, Harry Peters with the Rough Diamond Junior Dragster. Comp Eliminator, please, into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? 048. That'll do for number 6 for the time being there for young Harry. Well done. All right, next up then it is, of course, our reigning national champion in junior dragster and his brother. With support from Odyssey Battery and, of course, VP Racing Fuels. It's the Redshaw brothers, of course, Harry and Damien. Harry is your current national champion. He is in the Castrol Beer lane. And Damien, he's in the Autoglim lane. All about cutting a good line here. Great family, actually. They've got Dad Chris that races in Sportsman ET. Does rather well, actually. Oh, Damien just creeps in a bit deep. Could be a fear of a red light. But no, he's green. That's okay. Harry Redshaw goes 0.1. Well, that's 0.10, of course. Damien goes 0.15. So that slots him in at 11 and 14. Okay, I think that's a wrap for Junior Dragster because I can hear Super Comp coming around the corner. Also, Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator are in the lanes. But yes, it is Super Comp coming around the corner first. Richard Tunstall coming round. First season in the car for Rich and doing very well. He's already taken an event win this year. So doing a cracking job. Going alongside Steve Field with the Black Pig 2. Real slingshot has a habit of going way too quick, but we don't mind that. And then when he feels like it will do, he'll slow it down and run the numbers. So still to come, obviously, we got Super Comp, which you've got on track now, to be followed by Street Eliminator. Then it will be Comp Eliminators and Super Gas. Those are our classes today. And then it'll be into Pro ET session number 2. See Field taking the long way around, but he's going to get the number fairly close, the 890. Wasn't too bad, 913 for Richard Tunstall, 894 for his opener. Nicely done, Rich, well done. All right, 2 more that will be staying on site and hopefully running next weekend in the Wild Bunch at the Nostalgias. We got Darryl Howells with the Chemical Reaction Slingshot and Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. both bouncing around their lanes a bit. Darrell Howell's even more so than normal. But at the stripe is where it counts. 9.92 for Andy Clifford, 10.43 for Darrell Howells. Fair to say they can both go way quicker than that. Well, that was mainly down to the launches, actually, just both a little bit wayward. Martin Kirbishley had the anchors on there and the front wheels just locked up for a good 10 or 15 feet rolling forward there. With the Fix Auto Penzance support this weekend once again, and great to have Fix Auto Penzance, who are actually doing very well in the industry at that moment, picking up some industry awards. Well done to them. Going alongside Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T. Oh, 004 red for Martin. He's one into the tree. He goes just a shy of a perfect light, but never mind. 9.09 for Martin Kirbishley. Be into the number one spot then. Steve Hudson, 8.916. Right, Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster. We've already seen him in Pro ET. Now he's in his other class this weekend, of course, Super Comp. Going alongside Paul Hudson with the Pension Pot Dragster. Now, instead of our previous classes where you've had dial-ins, and Junior Dragster is a dial-in class even though they qualify on reaction times, this is a class that runs to an index for the whole class, not for individual runs. So they all aim to run 890. Also, the tree is different on a Pro ET Super Pro. It's on a sports and tree. The three antlers come down one after the other. But in Super Comp and Super Gas, it's a Pro tree. 008 off the line there for Paul Hudson, and goes 891 with a 1. That's a pretty decent package, actually, so he goes into the number one spot there. 902 at 148 for Alan Schofield. He slots in at number 4. But very nice run indeed there for the Dragster. 008 off the line, 891. Sorry. Next up then, Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream. Just a tiny bit of concern underneath, but A-OK. So Leah bringing the Dragster up to the line then. Let's see how close that she can cut this 890. Big throttle stop to slow the car down. That car will go way quicker than 890 if she wants it to, but 899. Leah Kellett goes in at number 4. Next up, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And just whilst they're just doing a little bit of track gluing, Nitro FM, if you could take the airways over for a moment, we'll be back with you with Street Eliminator. Okay, so we are back, and many, many thanks indeed to everybody at fixauto.com for the gift. It is hugely appreciated. And they'll be tuned in online watching the proceedings. So thank you to them. Right, here we go then. Street Eliminator, qualifying session number 1. And it is Nigel Hale and Paul Morton. Can I please have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, heads up class for Street Eliminator. And this, of course, is your first. But they will also go out on a cruise after qualifying, just to prove their worthiness on the street. And that is a nice opener there for Paul Morton, 9.46 at 140. 13.50 at 99 for Nigel Hale, with more to come, fair to say. The Mortified team looking good as well. Just spotted the crew shirts as well. Very smart indeed. Finalist last weekend. Ash Cooper with the Transit, going alongside Elliot Day with the Willis. So Ash gets to the stripe first, goes 10.67 at 139. Elliot goes 10.23 at 132. Right, can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the lanes for your second qualifying session? Well, if Graham Smith is at home tuned in, he's going to be rather pleased to see this pair of cars out. A pair of Chevy 210s. Pair of Tri-Chevys. Look at this. Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister going alongside Butch. He's back. Anthony Wilkins with the Butcher's Shop. So good to see this car back on track and in the hands of Butch. It's going to go well for him. Andy Bond just building the boost up before he comes into stage. Off we go. Such a lovely flat launch there for Andy Bond. That'll be in the 7s. 7.65 and hits the 200 miles an hour at the stripe there. Butch goes through with the 13.02 at 104. Right, James Murray. Good to see James back as well with the Cortina estate. Oh, I believe it's got an LS motor in there. Never actually had a look under the bonnet of that car, but it's one of those I need to check out in the pits. But the performances it achieves does not match the way the car looks at all. Good checkout pass here for James. Goes 11.54, 120. Slots in at number 5. Mark Sheridan with the MPH Racing Cuda. Mark and H constantly working away on this car, just I'm not saying fine-tuning it, but just all these little intricate details that they keep working into the car. Absolutely superb piece of engineering. So straight into stage for Mark. Well, goes through with a 12.55, but bearing in mind that the car had already broken the beams and a 3.93 60 foot, that was actually a lot quicker than 12.55. That was definitely in the low 10s at the strike there, but not a full bore run there for Mark. But that's a great thing, loads of qualifiers, so going to have plenty of time to get everything sussed out. Into comp eliminator we go, and it's Nick Williams going alongside Luke Stevenson. Well, Nick has an index of 11.55. He should go 11.1, possibly a tiny bit quicker. Luke Stevenson, 7.52. His mission today is 8.88 or quicker, and those that have been following Luke on social media will know exactly why. He has been 8.91. But 8.88 or quicker, we would love to see that. A tattoo is at stake. That is a good looking run from Luke. Come on, come on, come on. 8.88, come on, come on, come on. 9.95.96, did actually go off the ball a little bit at the strike. 11.13 for Nick Williams, goes into the #1 spot. Well, Nick was dialing in 11.11 at Dorsthammer, so car pretty much where it was last weekend, despite the headwind actually, so very good run indeed for Nick. Next up going to be Dave Smith with the Powerflow Jaguar. Now, there was a car underneath us, but the engine stopped, so... Dan Williams. So basically just waiting for Dave Smith to come back from his burnout. Dan doesn't do a burnout across the start line. Well, Dan Williams this year has been 2 for 2 on #1 qualifying spot. So indexes for these two, Dave Smith 7.45, Dan Williams 10.61. Dan can go, well, they can both go as fast as they like, but if Dan could get around about a 10.1, he will take the #1 spot. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Dan. It's Dave Smith out in front. That's right, Dave clicks it slightly early. There goes 8.98. But Dan Williams, look at that, 9.98 on a 10.61 index. That is your #1 qualifier. Absolutely superb. Dave Smith, 8.98, 122 at the stripe. Well, Dan could actually park that, but cracking run for Dan. 0.62 under. All right, the Chaos Brothers are out next with the altered 7.45 index then for Robin Orthodoxu. Another call, please, for Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Pro ET, we have you into the lanes, please. Going alongside Spencer Tram with the Quantum Leap 3 Camaro. Well, I know a few people are making the way in by train, of all things, to be with us today. I hope your journeys aren't too bad and that you remain tuned into the coverage whilst you're on your way here. Very good morning to all those that are on their way here. It's going to be a great time. So Spencer Tram 2 for 2 on event wins in Combat Eliminator this year, leading the points chase from Dan Williams. So Robin will be in the low 7s, would like to be in the 6s again if he could. 7.12, that'll do. Spencer goes 11.09 into the number 2 spot. And that's Comp Eliminator for round number 1 sorted. We move on now to Super Gas. For Tony Morris carburettors. Not too sure if Tony's wide awake club yet. He'll probably message me to let me know if he is awake. And if he doesn't message me, it knows he's still in the land of Nod. But a big shout out to Tony Morris, supporter of Super Gas. And of course, the UK arm of the operation as well, Mr. Dave Gibbons. RTR. Andy Dibley and Colin Morris, the first pair. Oh, lights, not so far you can see that, but here's the numbers. 998 for Colin Morris, 997 for Andy Dibley. And if that was a race, Dibbs would have got there first by 0.04. Right, Dave Fulton and Andy Harrison, the Brute Force Sierra taking on the Nova. Dave Fulton came up for Door Slammers Sunday last weekend, had a great time, and like everybody else, left the car here in the pits, ready for this weekend's event. .05 reaction times to the pair, but it's all about running the numbers in Super Gas. And it's a 10.01. 10.01 for Andy Harrison, 10.03 for Dave Fulton. Right, so Dave has gone through. Let's see how Brother Simon gets on. Good to see the Blitzkrieg Falcon back with us. Going alongside John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. Deep stage for Simon, but say it's qualifying. So JT, I think he's definitely going to get there first as Simon's backing out the run. 10.04 and 134. Simon goes through with a 12.48 at just 86 miles an hour. Tim Moore and John Giles. It's Tim's toy taking on Tactic, the little Bogey Roadster of John Giles. Well, plenty of room at the top. 9.97 is number 1 qualifier at the moment. Oh, and Tim's just gone through stage, so that run won't give him any information whatsoever with regards to ET or speed. But what's John Giles got for us? 9.96 into the number 1 spot for John Giles. Told you there was room, and John found his way in there. Number 1 qualifier so far, John Giles, but the next pair coming up can certainly change all that. John Morton with the Camaro, winner already this season. Took the event win at the Festival of Power. Going alongside Pete Cresswell, full Monty Mustang, back after his hiatus. And we did see Pete racing at Door Slammers last weekend, but this is where he should be, back in Super Gas and Super Comp. Where this car should be. super gas for this run. 0-1, he's got nothing to get off the line, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the channel. He ain't got an 890 tune in it, has he? Oh dear, he didn't have any tune in it at all. He just ran it out the back door. 850, but a little bit closer on the right side was John Morton going 1023. Oh, I love that. 990 class index, he goes 850. Right, next up then, Mark White with the Vega going alongside Bob Molden with the White Noise Peugeot 205.
And class Simon Fulton's Streets going pick up.
Right, a shout out for the Fulton family, the Fulton squad. Simon Fulton needs recovering from the top end, please. So, any of the Fulton mob, if they can go and get Simon from the top end, please. So, Mark White and Bob Molden. We've already seen Bob in Pro ET. Here he is in Super Gas. And it's a 980 breakout for Bob, a little bit too quick. Mark White goes 9.99 to qualify number 4. So just in case you didn't hear that over the engine noises, we need Simon Fulton retrieved from the top end, so any of the Fulton Massive can go and get Simon from the top end. Right, Stefan Reffeltrath then with the Nova. Good to see Stefan back with us. I think it's probably about 3 years since he was last here. Lots of wheel spin off the line, actually. Get the car settled down now. Still goes 1020 at 142, but it just looked like it stood up on the rear tyres for a moment then. So that is Q1 in the books. We move on to Pro ET. And this is qualifying session number 2. This is where we start moving them around a bit now. We've already had one round of qualifying to set their benchmarks, if you like. And now we start shuffling the pack. Mark Huxley, currently in the number 28 spot. Wayne Hiscock actually missed Q1, so this will be his first run of the day. The Darlings then, 10.06 for Mark. Wayne Darling in 9.55. .956, considering he missed Q1. That'll do nicely for Wayne Hiscock, goes to number 3. Mark Huxley goes 10.11 on a 10.05. He moves up to number 7. But cracking opener there for Wayne Hiscock. All right, Lee Morris, currently number 30, and another car that didn't get a run in round 1. This is Dan Fulton with the Firebird, dialing in 10.15. .10.15 there for Lee Morris, goes into the number 9 spot. 10.16 for Dan Fulton. Goes into number 4 with that one. The guys that missed Q1 have been spectacular in Q2. Wayne Hiscock going in at number 3, Dan Fulton going in at number 4. Right, Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk Tesla. He broke out in Q1, going alongside Jeff Cowley. in the number 11 spot was a little bit hard in that, but other people have gone quicker. Had 34 cars, numbers in so far. Jeff goes 9:36. That's a big old breakout. Andy Garnett goes to the right side though, goes 11:06 and 11:03. Moves up from 30 to number 8. Well, we've had more than 32 cars that have put runs in now, so it's a case of trying to get back in to the show. John Dalrymple had a cracking first run, went to the number 3 spot in the qualifying, but has been bumped back to number 5 now. 981 is what he ran in Q1. He's starting at 980 this time round. Mason Griffiths dialing in 9.17. He's currently number 13. Well, Mason moves up to number 9. John Dalrymple breaks out, goes 9.71 on an 80. He'll be happy with the timing slip, because that's almost a 10th under what he ran. Car performing very well indeed. Right, these two didn't have a perfect Q1. Not quite sure what the issues were in either lane, but let's hope these two get it sussed out this time round. I know Carl Goldsmith was on borrowed tyres last weekend. I don't know if he's got his own set or if he's still on Jacob's set from last weekend. Ronnie Mercer, when I looked up, he was off the throttle. Car was just moving around a little bit. So let's see what they got for us this time then. Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Anglia, and Carl Goldsmith with the Golf. Darlings are 888 and 1060. Well, much better launch this time for Ronnie Mercer. Good looking run for Carl as well, to be fair. Ronnie goes 890 on an 888 and a 1088 on a 1060. Ronnie moves up from 29 to number 6 with that one. Carl Goldsmith actually drops a spot, just even though his run was so much better than Q1. Right, Tom Kay in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster. Tom looking for a 10.34, Alan looking for a 9 flat. Nice 017 light there for Tommy. Saw the dragster move before the tree, but he timed it well. Got a good green. Right, 903, Alan Schofield. It was 300s off his 9 flat dialing, but he's already a number 1 qualifier from his first round run. Tom Kay goes through with a 1031 at 129. Alan Medley and Dave Rudd up next. It's the old timer alongside the Banzai Cobra. .988 on a 65 for Dave Rudd, but Alan Medley improves. He goes 1076 on his 67, moves up from 28 to 17. Right, John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. Third time we've seen John today. He's double classing. Going alongside Pete Dodd with Metamorphosis 67 Camaro. Went 922 in the Q1. Guess what the dialing is for Q2? 1004 the dialing for John Turner. So Pete Dodd's going to get there first. 9.22 is the target. 9.19 was the run. It's a breakout. 10.21 for John Turner. They both stay put. Right, John Bean and Keith Herbert. John Bean dialing in a 9.58. For Herb, 9.65. Big shout out to Wallace Hopper. I know he's on site. Happy birthday, buddy. Celebrating his birthday today. He's our Wallace. Well done, mate. $9.63 for John Bean and $9.61 for Keith Herbert. Keith breaks out, but John Bean moves up from 32 to number 11. Another birthday shout, actually, Colin Pudge. That's Callum's dad. Many happy returns indeed to Colin Pudge. Gary Carr and Dan Holloway. Dan with the Rattler dialing in 9.15. Gary Carr, nice breakout in Q1. So it's a 9.08 this time for the Chevelle. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Gary Carr. 132 to 60 compared to 134 for Dan. 9.08 with a 0. Gary Carr has just gone perfect. So Gary Carr, your new #1 qualifier in Pro ET. That is going to be tough to beat. And 9.22 there for Dan Holloway. And Keith Williams looking very happy with that one as well. Hit it bang on the head. Unfortunately, the perfect ET money is gone already. But Gary Carr, outhouse to penthouse with that one. He's your new #1 qualifier. Right, Brett Featherstone and Will Clark. Brett dialing in 9.65. Will 9.86. Brett goes 9.69, Will goes 9.86 with a 9. Good move there for Will. He's hit his number, moves up from 8 to number 4. Well, it doesn't take him long to get it all sussed out, does it? We've had 2 perfect ETs today already. We've had the perfect light money go straight away, and it is still morning on the first day. Next up then, Thomas Bublitz and Marie Mills. Thomas dialing in 10.28. Now, this is, I know it's early doors, but Thomas is currently number 33 on the qualified order. No sweat at the moment, but as we get towards the end of qualifying, they certainly want to be in the top 32. Marie Mills looking for a 10.68. She's currently number 28. $10.30 for Thomas. That moves him up from 33 to 9. Nice move, sir. 61 on a 68 for Marie. That's a big old breakout. So no help for her. So Nick Mugridge, his first run of the weekend, looking for 10.20 with the Junior Comp Dragster. And it's Amy Watkins with That a Bird, dialing at 9.55. Amy goes 9.58, moves up to a number 11, and Nick slots in at number 22 with a 10.29 on that 10.20 dial-in. Well, I told you the pack would shuffle about, and it's certainly been the case as Bob Bolden and Bailey Ashdown come up to the line. On the outside looking in at the moment, but two of them yet to run actually, Dave Cherritt and Tom Watkins. And that's for everybody else is the right side at the moment. But as I say, plenty of qualifying to come, potentially 11 rounds of qualifying. So if we haven't got an 03 bump spot or there or thereabouts, I will be surprised. Well, Bailey Ashdown just completely treed Bob Molden then, but it doesn't matter in qualifying. 9.93 is Bailey's target, goes 9.78. Big old breakout. Bob Molden moves up, goes 9.62 on a 54 dial, goes from 28 to 22. Right, the bloke that is actually 50 quid better off, Dave Cherritt. He took that perfect line. Now he needs to run his a good ET to get him into the show. He's on the outside looking in at the moment. His early days, doesn't matter. Going alongside the returning Liz Malcolm. Great to see the Just for Fun, the dragster back with us. Ian and Liz have been around drag race for a long time now, and it's so good to see this car back. And of course the Malcolm family. The Darlings at 11.08 and 10.20. So Dave's going to get there first. Goes 10.28, moves up to number 20. And breakout for Liz. She's almost in the 10s there. 11.01 at 117 on 11.08 Darling. Right, good to see this. How about this? Josh Duncan, the 100E, the E-Monster. I love it. How cool is that? .1271 at 78 miles now, and data gathering is complete there, so I'll get that back to the pits and pulls the chute, just going through all the motions there. Nicely done there, Josh. Oh, it didn't take long to rattle through Pro ET then. Goodness me. It's going to be Super Pro ET next. But well done indeed to all of the teams for turning around so quickly. Just having a quick look at the time. It's just 10 past 11. And going very nicely indeed. Right, I believe we're just going to be doing a little bit of track prep now as we get ready for Super Pro ET. Give me a chance to rest the vocal cords. So Nitro FM 96.2, the airwaves are yours, and we'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the main event, and it will be Super Pro ET up next. Well, that wasn't a huge amount of track prep, was it? But the track is absolutely killer at the moment. And many thanks indeed to our Santa Pod track crew. Also, I'm going to give a shout out, actually. NEM Plant, James Oliver and his team. They've been up here working between events. They were up here this weekend doing some work in the shutdown area. And they've also been doing some... well, I don't know what it, you know, it's been... The track has had... I think it's been ground now up to the 8th mile, and then re-rubber just gives so much more bite now. So here we go then, Super Pro ET round number 2. Number 1 qualifier, Pete Walters. He just came up to the tower then, actually. I don't know if he's skipping this session because I couldn't quite see if he had his race suit on. Well, he not only did he take the money for the perfect reaction time, he was number 1 qualifier off the trailer, so he just got 50 quid from the Pro ET scheme as well. The number 1 qualifier overall will get £150 plus a trophy. That looks like it's going to be Pete Walters as well, unless somebody can find a miracle and go perfect even better. And the Bounty Hunter. The bounty this weekend is on Billy Gaines' head. If anybody can beat Billy in eliminations, they get 50 quid. Right then, Super Pro ET for Pete Nee Memorial Trophy, and it is Rob Brown with Rebel dialing in 865 and Ron Bartlett dialing in 821. These two paired up in Q1. And they line up together again in the second round of qualifying. Rocket Ron runs an 8:58 and a 9:29 there for Rob Brown. Both of them a little bit off where they should be. Right, Andy Hadfield then with Twister. And good morning to Purdy. I know you got exams today. I think we found out you got one tomorrow as well. So once Andy's done the run, be a good girl, go and do your exam. And we'll see you later tomorrow. So Andy Hadfield with Twister in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside Mark Bailey with the Cuda. He dials in 877. He is in the Autoglim lane. He broke out in Q1, went a little bit too quick, hence the adjustment back into the 8.7s. Oh, Andy Hadfield making a reach for the sky moment there and giving the wheelie bars a good old workout, but the wheelie bars worked. 8.84 there for Mark Bailey. Andy Hadfield had to back out the throttle on that one, but fair to say that those new tyres and the engine upgrades and everything that Andy has done is working very, very well indeed. But the most important thing with Andy on that run is the wheelie bars worked well, and the sheer amount of force and power that Andy's now got. Those wheelie bars did their job. I think they're going to need some severe adjustment when he gets back to the pit, as they were looking quite high up after that. But that's what it's all about. Very good morning to a lot of people tuned in at home today. People that would normally be here, or work is preventing them from being here. So let this burn out underneath us for Bob Doyle. Nigel Taylor, good morning to him. He was here last weekend at the Door Slammers, but watching at home with the either the laptop on top of his toolbox he sent me photographs of, and also on the office counter as well. So well, Nigel, multitasking there. Vinny is tuned in, watching. He's watching it whilst parked up in his 44-ton Arctic, waiting to tip the load. A big shout out for all the Wild Bunch teams, please. And I'm not going to read your team. It's the Wide Bunch. I'm not going to call you by your actual name. Looking forward to get the slingshot out next weekend at the Nostalgia Nationals. And Vinny and that will be here tomorrow. Right, Thomas Haas and Bob Doyle. And can I have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster. So Thomas wants 8.17 and gets an 8.19, moves him up for 18-3. How about Bob Doyle? 8.50 was the dial. He goes 8.53. Goes up to number 5. So yeah, Vinny has got Steve coming with him. Sorry, Saturday they're coming. Malk Short's tuned in. Morning, Malk. Oh, he's actually here. I will see you at the end of the day, Malk. Obviously, a little bit busy up here at the moment. And no surprise to see Graham Smith is tuned in as well. Next up then, in Super Pro, it's Mark Todd and Christoph Burfing. The Nova taking on the GTO. The Darlings, 8.65 for the Nova, 8.50 for the GTO. Well, Christoph backs out of the run. No issues for Mark Todd. Goes, well, that's a fair old breakout. It doesn't matter. 8.17. 175 for Mark Todd. And 11.93 there for Christoph. Dave Russell, the van with no name. Dialing of 8.76. $8.83 there for Dave Russell, goes up from 20 to 6. Can I please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Next up, Phil Toppin. As he comes underneath the tower with Grandad's Toy. Ah, proper burnout there from Phil, going alongside Lee Darby with the DKM Construction pickup truck. Lee's had this truck for a few years now, but always good to see it when it comes out, and very well maintained and looked after. Looks bang on. And despite the 8.97 dial-in, we know it can go quicker than that, depending on how he chooses to run the vehicle. I was getting to this guy, but he messaged me. Sean Moe is tuned in. I hope you're doing, buddy. He'll be up this evening. He's going to be here for the next 3 days, but tuned in to watch the sports and racing as well. He doesn't want to miss a moment. And I know Sean is a massive fan of anything that goes up the quarter mile, especially the jets. Well, Sean, you know you've got a new one to watch this weekend. We're looking forward to that. Well, Phil Toppin goes 8.80 on the 75. Lee Darby goes 9.09 on an 8.97. So Phil stays 2, Lee stays 10. Nice message from Rich Deavy. Oh dear, thanks Rich, I like that one. The live stream has auto text or whatever it's called. Oh dear. Nick Good taking on Callum Swinchat. Well, Nick currently number 8, Callum currently number 9. Two exceptionally good racers. Nick Good dialing in 7.56 with the Lucas Oil supported dragster. And Callum 8.90, just adjusted it by 0.02 of a second. Callum went 8.92 in Q1 on an 8.88 dial. Oh, Kieran Astley going back to the pits. Problems with the dragster. Hopefully not too bad. Almost identical 0.7 reaction times for these two. Nick Good's going to get there first. Goes 7.59 on a 56, moves up to number 6. 8.95 on an 8.90. Callum moves up from 9 to 7. Well, we didn't see this car in Q1, but it's certainly here for Q2. This is Steve Johnson with the Motor Mouse. Dialing in 7 flat. And we now know when this car hooks and goes and doesn't want to lift the front end up too high. This thing really does get a move on. Steve Johnson, one of the most experienced drag racers in the UK. So Stevie Johnson has the track to himself. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump off the line, and car just pulling over to the left-hand side. Well, he's still rolling, but I don't think he's got enough momentum to clear the track. So obviously we just need to get Steve just towed around the corner. So a quad or something will appear from the top. Oh, he's still rolling. Oh, he's still going. So you'll probably swing him over to the right and then go through the first exit. So yeah, the quad can turn around and go back as we get the next pair ready to do their burnouts. So it's Scott Hauser, the Bang Tidy dragster. Dial-in of 7.42. 016 off the line. 742 is the important number, though. 742 with a 0. Perfect ET for Scott Hauser. But only good enough for the number 2 spot. We've already had a perfect ET just that little bit better. So 761 with a 0. 1 is number 1 qualifier. 742 with a 0. 3 is your number 2 qualifier. That's how tight it is at the top of Super Pro. So well done to Pete Walters, who did that in Q1, and now Scott Hauser, second perfect ET in Super Pro. That's 3 perfect ET so far this weekend. Dave Cherritt taking the perfect light. Gary Carr, the other perfect ET, that one in Pro ET. Martin Jones with another small fortune. Great to see Sid back with the dragster. Well, then dial in for Sid, 6 flat. Can I please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, let's have you into the lanes, please. Oh, Sid actually shut the engine off then. So brought it back after the burnout, but engine stops. And it's right under the tower, so I can't actually see what's actually going on with that, but car now being pushed back. So it looks like they're going to take that back to the pits. Mind you, if driver spots anything untoward, loss of oil pressure, loss of fuel pressure, he'll shut the engine off completely, not wanting to do any harm whatsoever. But as I say, got plenty of time over the next 2 days to get yourself qualified and into the show. Right, we move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster up next. Great first session for our youngsters earlier on. Right, first up then, Katie Ellis, who was number 3 after Q1, and it's Ellie Mae Brown with the Mystic. Ellie Mae currently number 16, Katie number 3. Numbers on the scoreboards, just in case you're wondering. These 2 junior dragsters are what they call junior modified advanced. These are the youngsters aged over 14, or 14 and over. So they can run in what's called junior modified advanced, and the index for that class, you're not allowed to go quicker than 7.90. Cherry on the tree for Katie, and a 0.35 for Ellie, so no hell for either of those 2. So a JMA is 790. Obviously, when it comes to eliminations, they'll have their own dial-ins. These 2 are JMs, which means they are aged between 11 and 14. And they cannot go quicker than 8.90. And then you get the junior stock dragsters. And that is for our youngest drivers, and they are designated JS. And when a pair of those comes around, or one of those comes around, I can tell you a bit more about those. their index, obviously, as the youngsters get older, they can go faster. So this is Ada Cassisi and Chev Checkit. Ada is currently number 9, Chev currently number 10. Now anything with a 0 in front is good. These two have been 08 and 09 so far. Let's see if they can improve. Oh, Ada just went straight through. Oh, but hello, new number 1 qualifier. Chev Checkit, 0.006. That'll do. Mick, big grin on his face there, and why not? New number 1 qualifier. Chev Checkit takes it. Well done. So Luke Fulton was number 1. He's been dropped back to number 2. Harley Coursell is in the other lane for this one. Oh, 0.6 for Luke, 0.12 for Harley. So Luke stays 2, Harley stays 5. But they're both okay, which is good. Right, Neve Deavy and Lola Bell Kent. They are... Well, Lola Bell is currently 12, Neve currently 13. Looking to move on up. Whoa, Lola Bell Kent goes to number 2 with that one. So Lola Bell up to number 2 with that 0.11. Very nice indeed. Neve Deavy gets, it's the right side, but stays at number 13. Freddie Taylor and Ted Sullivan, your next pair. Freddie with the orange dragster in the Kestrel Beer lane. Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog dragster in the Auto Glib lane. Oh, 4.7 there for Freddie Taylor. Going to put him in at number 8. That's a 10-place move up the order. And Ted moves up 5 spots, then moves into the number 16 spot. Well on, Ted. Well, the top 12 are 0.87 or better. Right, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior dragster and Fiddly Fag with the Elf Motorsport Junior. First run then for Finn. Oh, a nice little opener as well, actually. Goes into the number 14 spot. Cherry on the tree for Grace, just that little bit too keen to get the job done, but Finley Fag, nice opener, well done. Right, the brothers, the Lucas Oil supported junior dragsters, Kai and Jake Cooper. Kai currently number 7. He's in the Kestrel Beer lane. Jake, currently number 4 in the Auto Glim lane. Now, both of them had cracking lights in round 1. Jake had a 0.29. Kai had an 039. So let's see if they can move on up from there. Well, Jake with a 0.34, he's consistent, but no improvement actually. It was an 0.29 that keeps him in his number 4 spot. Kai unfortunately goes red on that one, but it was still a 0.4 red. Very tight margins indeed. Right, Lara Bartlett, currently in the number 10 spot, 0.54. So reaction time. Now Mackenzie, normally at the sharp end, put a cherry on the tree in the first session. So looking to get one the right side this time, but Mackenzie does a lot of online games and drag racing games online, so he should be there or thereabouts. Having a good season so far as Mackenzie, winner of the Festival of Power. He was number 1 qualifier as well. That's a bit more like it. Oh, Lara Bartlett though goes from number 10 all the way up to number 1. Well done to Lara Bartlett, number 1 qualifier, a 0.051. Mackenzie gets from number 20 to number 12. Good moves from both of those two. Can I please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes now, please? Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, Lara Bartlett's just taken the number 1 spot. Can Jacqueline move on up? Going alongside Daniel Todd. She tried. Jacqueline went 0-2 red. Oh, very, very tight margin indeed. Daniel Todd goes 0.19. I don't think it's going to help either. Well, actually, yeah, Daniel moves up 4 spots, 22 to 18. All right, Redshaw racing to the fore then. Damien and Harry. This time they swap sides. Damien this time is in the Kestrel Beer lane, and Harry Redshaw, the champ from last season in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, he's this time in the Autoglim lane. They are currently 17 and 14 respectively. Oh, Damien really did try to cut a great light then, but it was an 0.15 red, so no help for him. And Harry Redshaw has already done better than his 0.2 on that one. He was 0.10 first time round, so he stays put as well. How about Teddy Howe and Harry Peters, your next pair? Teddy currently number 11. Harry number 10. Can I please have Supergas into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, can we have you into the lanes, please? Whoa, perfect light in Junior Dragster. Harry Peters takes the number 1. Teddy Howe goes red, but it is Harry Peters that goes to number 1 with a perfect light, 0.007. Oh, fantastic job. So 3 perfect ETs, now 2 perfect lights. These youngsters are good. Right, Liam McDonald from Ireland. More tales of woe from getting over here. Actually, I've just remembered because, whoops, Elon McDonald has been in touch with me. And so the juniors are in for some extra goodies this weekend. Let's see how Liam gets on. 083 slots him in at number 12 for his first run this weekend. So well done to Liam. And well done to Junior Dragster. So new number 1 qualifier then, Harry Peters with the perfect light. Well done. Right, we move on then to Super Comp. Nine cars putting numbers on the board in Q1. So Be Faster, Super Comp. 11 cars on site for the class, just a couple that we're missing so far. First pair then for Super Comp Q2, Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes and Steve Hill with Blackpink 2. It wouldn't surprise me if these two just basically run off and hide and have their own race here. It's the sort of thing that these Wild Bunch races do. But having said that, I want to try and run a number. Who knows what they're going to do. Oh, bit of a wiggle there for Steve Field towards the stripe. Gathers it in. That's 8.99. They were trying to run numbers. Well done, lads. 8.99 and 8.90. So Steve Field moves up from 75. No improvement there for Andy Clifford. Stays number 8 with his 9.30. Darryl Howes with the chemical reaction slingshot. And it's Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T. So good luck for Steve. It's all about the times at the top end. How about Darryl Howes? 8.95, moving up from 9 to 4. Steve Hudson stays number 2. His 8.91 was his best so far. He went 8.99 on that one. Next pair, Richard Tunstall with the Roadster, and it's Alan Schofield with the Dragster. Richard currently number 3, 8.94 is what he ran in Q1. Alan Schofield 9.02 for his first round run. Oh, Richard Tunstall, 8.92 this time round. He's got that car sussed. Very, very good indeed. Stays number 3 though. Alan Schofield goes 9.05. stays at number 7. His 902 from his previous run was slightly better. Leah Kellett up next with Dolly Daydream, going to be going alongside Martin Kirbishley with a Fix Auto.com reported Little Roadster. And that's Fix Auto in Penzance, of course. And I know the gang are tuned in to the coverage over the course of the weekend. Not here this weekend. It's a great shame, actually, because Fix Auto have really taken on board what Martin is trying to do with the coverage for the team. And, of course, Fix Auto themselves. So good to have them on board. Really appreciate it. Not only that, Martin's a good racer as well. Currently number 8. Leah currently number 5. We have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Pro ET. Well, Martin gets all the 8s. 888 at 151. It is a breakout, just that little bit too quick. But how about Leah Kellett? 891 with a 1. She goes to number 1 by 5/10,000ths of a second. That's how tight it is at the top of the pile for Super Comp. Right, well, we got Street Eliminator and Comp Eliminator into the lanes at the moment. I'll tell you what, a couple of messages from Nitro FM was just a tiny bit of start line preparation. We'll be back very shortly as we continue qualifying here at the main event. Okay, so we're just getting prepared and ready for Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Head of the lanes, it's Nigel Hill with a pickup truck and Paul Morton with a Mortified. Ford. That is just outrageous. And Graham Smith is tuned in. Very good morning to you, Graham. I hope you're keeping well, mate. And, of course, he, like everybody else here, passing on big congratulations to Paul Morton for a new PB. 9:46 with a 7. And I tell you what, Mort's not looking to go any slower, so it's all about finding improvements. We've got 7 cars that have put numbers on the board so far in Street Eliminator. And they've just been called forward now. And it is going to be the pair we just mentioned then. Paul Morton. When Paul went on social media and asked for names for the car, Mortified was the only name it was ever going to be. Absolutely brilliant car. Nigel Hale with the Chevy Twin Cab didn't have the best of runs in Q1. It didn't go entirely to plan for him. Didn't actually get a number on the board. So we did, but it was outside the realms of Street Eliminator. Needs to be quicker than 13.5 to be qualified. Truck is capable of running well into the 10s. Bit of hop, skip and a jump there for Paul Morton. Got it settled eventually. Still goes 10.09 at 142 despite Kangaroo hopping off the line. Nigel Hale goes 13.42 at 99. Gets qualified. Ash Cooper and young Elliot Day. Just building up boost and coming into stage as they do. Just holding Elliot at the moment whilst Ash powers his way hopefully to a run in the 9s. It is, yep, 9.70, 142. Moves into the number 3 spot. And just to hit the reset for Elliot. That's much better. Elliot's already run a 10.23. No, he can go quicker than that. Well, he goes a little bit quicker this time around. 10.18, 135, but just settling into a different combination that they're running at the moment. And once they unlock it, that's going to fly. Tony Higgs, one that we didn't see in Q1, arrived quite late last night. And they then obviously had to get scrutineered this morning, I think. Might have got it done last night. But bearing in mind that he is parked right next to the scrutineering bay at the top. Doesn't have far to go. So, morning Jenny as well. Oh, blazes the tyres there. Ooh. Fair to say he's got a fair bit of power in there. Looking to run into the low 8s at some stage this weekend. Goes 9.39 for that particular pass. Goes into the number 2 spot. James Murray with the Cortina. 11.54 in Q1. Goes through with 11.44 and 120. James Murray stays at number 6. Mark Sheridan with the twin turbo heavy Cuda. H just giving Mark some final encouragement, some final instructions. Phenomenal bit of kit, this. Well, goes through with a 9:41 at 146 miles an hour. Pulls the chutes. But the car was coughing and spluttering a little bit there. They'll go through that in the pits and just try and find out where the tuning isn't, well, where the car isn't behaving correctly, shall we say. But nevertheless, that looked rather effortless, if you like. So smooth. Yeah, 9:41, 146. You just know that car has got potential with a capital P. Andy Bond, the ugly sister, has already been 200 miles an hour in qualifying today. 765 was his Q1 ET. Capable of running sixes at will. Well, this will be over 200 once again. 751 this time round, just a little bit quicker. 203 miles an hour at the stripe. From a street legal car. Unbelievable. All right, next up then, Comp Eliminator. And our first appearance of Jordan Payne this weekend. Jordan missed the early part of the season due to his studies, and absolutely delighted that Jordan got his results through this week. And needless to say, Jordan is a bright lad and graduated with a first-class honours degree this week. So congratulations to Jordan. Very well deserved. The amount of effort that he puts into, well, pretty much everything in his life is absolutely outstanding. So the studies are over. Now he can concentrate on the drag racing for the time being. And then his career path will continue. He wants to be somewhere in the world of motorsport, and wherever he lands will be a better place with Jordan's input, without a doubt. Number one qualifier in Comp Eliminator so far, though, is Dan Williams. An outstanding 9.98 in Q1. And it is number two qualifier, Spencer Tram. Number three is Robin Orthodoxu. Number four, Nick Williams. But say there's only 6 cars that have put numbers on the board so far. And I don't expect to see all of them down for Q2 either. The thing is, well, we know the Williams team are a little bit stretched this weekend as they're running 5 cars in total. They've all put qualifiers in Comp Eliminator. Only one of the 2 team cars have put runs in Pro ET, and that's gone into the number 1 spot with the perfect ET for Gary Carr. And Guy King will be up later on to commence his qualifying, so obviously we need to get that car ready as well. So I'm not sure if the Williams Brothers team will come down en masse. In actual fact, I know Spencer isn't coming down because he is here without his car, so he'll probably make the Q3 run. So yeah, going to be a little bit light on numbers in Q2 for Comp Eliminator, but certainly not going to be light in Supergas. I can see all of them around the corner. Right, whilst they're doing a little bit of track work at the moment, especially in the shutdown area, going to give the airwaves back over to Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll take it back when we continue with Comp Eliminator. Okay, so engines fire around the corner. Can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET. Have you into the pairing lanes, please? You're quick turnarounds today, isn't it? Goodness me. Coming up to the end of Q2 with Comp Eliminator and Super Gas, then get to do it all again. Actually, looking at the lanes, this could be the only Comp Eliminator car that's going to put a run in this session. Jordan Payne then with the Sticky Situation Corvette. Something in the 7.5, 7.4 area would be rather nice. Index of 7.99. He can go as far under as he wants. Ooh, but tyres didn't give him enough grip off the line. It's still at 114, 60 foot. But he's going to get qualified, that's the main thing. 14 flat. Okay, so it is Super Gas, and this is Andy Dibley. 9.97. Plenty of room to get people a lot nearer the class index of 9.90. Dibbs has got the track to himself with the Magic Rack Camaro. 9.96 with an 8 or better, and he'll take number 1. Well, that's certainly hooked. Front trails carried for a 50 feet there. Yep, that'll do for number 1 for the time being. 9.92 for Andy Dibley into the number 1 spot. All right, next up then, John Giles with Tactic. Going alongside Stefan Reffeltraff with the Nova. He's currently on 10.20. Giles 9.96. Make that 9.93 with a 9 for Stefan. He moves up to number 2. John Giles goes 9.95. Drops back 1 spot due to Stefan's improvement. Andy Harrison with the Brute Force Sierra, and it's the Greenfish Barracuda, John Turner. Andy currently number 6, John currently number 8. They're both in the 10-second zone, want to get into the 9.9s. 12 cars so far have put qualifiers in. 10.04 and 10.12. So actually no help for either of those two. So Andy stays 6, John stays 8. Right, biggest breakout of round number 1 goes to Pete Cresswell, 8.50 on a 990 index. He used to have door slammer brain on from last weekend. Going alongside Tim Moore, didn't actually get a time or speed recorded. The car bumped through stage. And this will be his first opportunity to get a number on the board then. Problems there for Pete on the line. Tim Moore on his way, looking for that 990. Gets a 10.03, so that gets him qualified into the number 8 spot. And no idea what the problem was for Pete Cresswell, but the car broke the beams after 5 seconds. So all not entirely well for Pete at the moment. They get that car back to the pits, check it out and see what's going on. Eventually coasts across the line with a 25-second ET, but swinging out to the right, and then we'll turn left and go through the first exit. So he's cleared the top end already. Right, Mark White with the FX Vega, 999 in Q1, and it is Bob Molden with the White Noise 205. Call out again for Super Pro, please, into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro, move you into the lanes. Bob Molden moves up from 13 to 6, and he's into the 9s of the 999. Mark White, 10.02, so his 9.99 from previous will be his best shot so far. John Morton, another one in the 10s, wants to get into the 9s. The no-hair racing Camaro. Big throttle stop. Now comes off. John charges towards the stripe. Is it a 9.9? It is 9.94. Moves up John Morton from 11 to 3 with that one. So the top 7 are in the 9.9s. Right, so that's Q2 in the history books. And now it's time for Q3, and it is Modjestang Pro ET coming round the corner. And it's going to be John Bean up to the line first. Dials in a 9.59 with the Mustang going alongside the Millennium Hawk of Andy Garnett. He's currently in the number 12 spot. John currently number 14. Andy Garnett dialing in 11.05. John Bean dialing in 9.59. Good launch there for John. Good looking run as well, actually. 9.59 with a 6. John Bean goes from 14 to 3 with that one. Hits his number, 14 to 3. Andy Garnett drops back a spot there. 11.16 or 11.05. He'd already been closer on a previous run. John Dalrymple, what a return for him. He's in the number 8 spot at the moment. Thomas with the Nova, he's currently number 10. The dial-in's end, 9.75 for John, 10.28 for Thomas. So the charge to the stripe is on. Going to be John getting there first with a 9.69 breakout. Cracking run. A little bit too quick though. Thomas goes 32 on a 28. Just 400s off. Brett Featherstone up next. 9.67 the dial-in. He's in the number 4 spot at the moment. He's one that's already hit his number. It's just that others have hit it a little bit sharper. And it's Chris Newsom with the Hypothesis Rover. Don't see Chris enough these days, but good to see him back this weekend. Currently in the number 28 spot, Brett currently number 4. So Chris goes through the 9.65 with an 8. It's a breakout, unfortunately, for Chris. Brett goes 9.75.
Oh, so close to the perfect run.
Yeah.
Oh, so very close. Good to see Dave Rudd back again with the Banzai Cobra. Just in time for lunch, Colin. Taking on Will Clark. Dave, at the moment, is your number 30 qualifier. I think you may have said this before, Carl. 40 cars entered in Pro ET. And it's not an all-run field, is it?
No, it's not. No, there's going to be. Let's have a quick look. So we've currently had 36. Okay. So there's another 6 to go. We've got 42.
Wow.
But yeah, we are missing a few at the moment. I know Guy King won't be here till tomorrow.
Okay. So Will Clark looking for 987, goes 992, 980 for Dave Rudd. That's going to help him a lot. Now the only thing is, that run of Dave Rudd's there. 0.06 of a second off, and he's number 17. However, that number has got to endure however many more have qualified. Are we going to have a wager on the bump spot?
Well, I went with 03.
I think probably be about 06 actually, but they've got loads of goes to get it right, haven't they? Exactly that.
We haven't seen Darren Law yet, actually. We know Lee Huxley's out, obviously, so that's a casualty that we didn't want, but. Oh, we haven't seen Dave Reed with the Fiesta.
Okay.
That car was destined for Street Eliminator.
Right.
But he couldn't get insurance to drive it on the road. He was too young.
So it wasn't legal.
So we haven't seen that car yet.
Cole Goldsmith at number 34 at the moment. He's looking for a 1060. Ronnie Mercer with an 890. Goes 913. Cole goes 1120. He stays at number 34. Yeah, the headwind not helping. It's quite vicious out there, the headwind, to be honest.
Very strong.
Yeah. But all I'll say, on the way down from the top end on my bike, I didn't have to pedal, and it's definitely not downhill.
Well, I didn't think you were big enough to be wind affected by,
It's not me, it's the bike, mate. The bike's wider than me.
I can make 50 mile an hour with my
just by taking the deep breath. Sorry. Dan Holloway with the Rattler. Kestrel Lane, 920. Dan is 20. Nick Mogridge. Great to see Nick back with the most beautifully turned out little dragster in the Auto Glim Lane. This is Q3 of 5 today. Yep. Wow, you can really hear Nick going through the gears now. 921 for Dan, 1043 for Nick. Dan Holloway all the way up to number 6 spot. No improvement for Nick Mugler, stays 25. So Keith Herbert with Mr. Furious. Newlywed Keith. Whoever thought Keith would be married? Whoever thought anyone would want to marry Keith, even? In the Kestrel Lane, and I must have a thing for beards.
I said he looked like John Daly.
Not Tom Daly.
No, John, the golfer.
Oh, sorry. The only Daly I've heard. Oh, sorry.
If you find a picture of John Daly, you'll see what I mean.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Definitely not Tom Daly. No. Mark Huckley, number 16 at the moment. Two very different ways of going racing. One big car with a big block, one little car with a small block. 1064, 1009 breakout for Mark. That's not bad, is it? Look at that. 0.1 of a second off his dial, and he's only number 8 already. I think you could be... I think you might be right, though. I think 03. How many sessions is it? 10?
11.
Oh. Deary me.
Oh, this is only number 3.
Practice, practice, practice.
Yeah.
The most amount of track time in qualifying, I think, anywhere on the planet, actually, for ET racing.
Oh dear. Nice one, Paul. Well done.
Not 4:59 as it says on the back. I can only presume that's the race number.
That's the race number.
That is, thank God for that. Although probably Bailey wouldn't mind that. Kestrel Lane, Bailey F down 970. 10.98 for Liz Malcolm. So good to see Liz and Malcolm back again.
Yeah, she's had 2 runs so far. Both have been breakouts.
$10.17 for Bailey, 11.05 for Liz. That's better. 700ths off so far, number 21.
Al Medley and Mason Griffiths. Al currently number 27. Mason number 15.
Mason with the little dragster. And a little red light by 004. 9.27, bit of a way off that time. 10.85 for Al Medley, no improvement for either. So nice to see the pits filling up with a lot of our friends we haven't seen for a long time.
It's a good sight, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
Really good sight.
I've been looking forward to seeing this. This car is, if I'm not wrong, it used to be the clencher.
I think so, yeah.
It was. And if you ever saw it run, you know why it was called that. That was with a blown alky motor in it, though. Josh Duncan with the really nicely turned out little 100E van, sorry, not wagon. Crewman going for the socks over trousers look. You see that?
Yes, I did.
It's very, it's inspirational. I think we should try that. Josh in the process of licensing. Goes 12.33, 85. Now, I'm sure you know that Marie Mills down there in the Altered, in the Kestrel Lane. Marie has been around racing a long, long time. Normally seen completely covered in clutch dust on the Undertaker funny car. Decided she wanted to play herself. 10.55. She's number 33 at the moment on the outside. JT. Hopefully he's still not with a hangover from last weekend. Why couldn't you have had that light in the final, John? Eh? 026.
See what he's dialing. 26 on 10.
75 for Marie, no improvement. Lots of faces back we haven't seen in a while. This is another one. Wayne Hiscock. With what
missed Q1, then came out in Q2 and went straight to number 3. I mean, he's dropped back a few spots now. But,
7, but he'll probably be safe with that, though, don't you think?
I think so.
Goes not Dials 9.57. Taking on the one and only Jeff Cowlett. Where is Jeff's another one? Did Jeff stick around all week after the door slamming?
He left his car here, but
Okay.
Jeff only lives just outside Oxford, so not too far.
Yeah, it's too much effort to put it on the trailer and take it home. So many people hanging around. That's because you say Wayne has got good well in the first session. It's all your fault.
Good looking run for Jeff, 9:52. Oh, that's bizarre. That's the first time he's gone slower than he's dialing. He's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And then when he moves the dial in the corner, the car goes slower. 10:62 there for Wayne.
Yeah, a 10.61 reaction time. I think that could be. Write that down. That could be.
That's as close as you can get your quarter mile time to your reaction, isn't it? 10:61 reaction, 10:62 ET. He's trying to get a perfect pair.
Not something you want, really. Normally, when you see a perfect run, it's like a 0 and a 0, not a. Yeah, that's it's pretty good. That.
What do you get for a pair?
Like
Nothing in this game.
No, not at all. It's a good try though.
Very good effort.
Amy Watkins, 13 at the moment. Kestrel Lane, 9:57. Taking on Mr. Malden.
Lovely wheels up launch there for Amy.
$57.8 to number 5. Wow. Okay, I reckon. So you reckon the top 12 are going to be on the nail?
Let's have a look.
On the nail?
Yeah, the top 6. Where are we now? We've got
top
14 are on 03.
03. So the top 6 though are all 00.
Yeah.
Would you reckon 12?
Gary's perfect. So yeah.
Unreal. Yes.
On the outside looking in, Marie Mills, Carl Goldsmith, Josh Duncan and Tom Watkins. Yeah, but Tom hasn't put his second. I mean, he dialed 999 at 936. Can't see him in the lanes, but he was back in Doris as well, actually. So
Love the phrase. Lee Morris, Tom Kay. Lee Morris, 10.10. God, the days of Super Street seem a long while ago now, don't they, really? Do you know what? You learn something off Facebook, don't you? I didn't know that Jake Michelle done a load of work on Tom's car, try and make it more consistent, and there you go. Look at that.
Yeah.
1034 and a 29, because I think it's when they had the turbo on it, wasn't it? It was all over the place. 1017, no improvement for Lee Morris. Yeah, it made a massive difference, didn't it?
Yeah.
Crew pushing the Camaro. That's a blooming long way uphill and into the wind. Get the driver to get out and help. Swap.
God, that is an effort.
Well, that's an awful. I mean, it's. Bear in mind that that car's aerodynamic, but it does have downforce on the back, and there's only 2 people pushing it. That's a proper workout. Forget Rockfit or any of that rubbish. Camaro push is the way forward. Sorry, quarter mile Camaro push. There we go. Is the way forward. Dave Jarrett and Neil Watkins. Pick your purple wagon. Or your favourite purple wagon, I should say.
They've got to get a vehicle, so they can't take it all the way up like that. Surely not.
That's a.
So, Dave Cherritt, the man is 50 quid better off for his perfect light in Q1. Now they just got to run the numbers. 10:20 and 11:45.
Yeah, wouldn't that be ironic if he got the perfect light money, break out with Neil Watkins by 500s? Wouldn't it be ironic if he got the perfect light money, didn't qualify again?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
could happen.
Yeah, it's possible. Right, Dan Fulton, 10:05 for the Firebird.
Did he go into 9s at Easter? I think he did actually, didn't he? Obviously, headwind does make a difference, and it really is a proper straight-on headwind. I'll say a very good afternoon to Jenny, who's watching at work. Very naughty. There's lots of people doing that, actually. Bit of a double step on the line for Daniel this time. He's already in at number 10, though. That's pretty good. 10:26 at 1:32. All part of the learning process, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're thin enough to get through. You're thin enough to get through anything, you are. How are you doing, sir?
Oh dear. Isn't it nice to have international people here as well?
And Job as well.
And Job's
and
here
Job
as
as
well,
well, yeah. Only kidding. Obviously, it's great to have.
Daryl's been building up his insults all year.
I thought
You had 3 years to build them up.
I
haven't
thought
you?
I emptied them all at the door slam
No,
last weekend,
no,
but apparently
there's,
not.
There's plenty more.
Oh, it's all right. Everyone gets their own back, don't worry.
Well, we now have help for the Camaro.
Oh, that's cheating.
It's a quad.
So we've got Super Pro to come round behind the tower. Just before we get there. Pro T sponsors for 2022. I'm glad I picked this one up to read the first one.
Well done.
Yeah, that's all right. No problem. It's JK Farguson Technic, which is. I can see the car. I can't see him.
Who?
JK Farguson Technic is Jan Skadecki. That's
right. Right, okay.
BG Motors, Joe Kellett Racing, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Pete Waters Race Design, RW Services, Giles and Hartley Racing, Aleek Roofing. That's good. That's a good name. Garage Thomas Hass, the Bath Bloke, AJS Bodywork, Rusty Dog Racing, Alders Automotive, HR Racing, Hydro Hose, Ultra Plastics, Good Vibrations Motorsports, Team Time is Money, Hauser Racing, Windscreen Wizards, Teeth, Another Small F Limited, Solo Precision, Premier Rossets, Fenny Racing, Copyright Depot, Swinney and Son, Boost Monkeys, Pragmatis Limited, P-Lane Racing and Holly Waters Dental. Bet she makes a mint out of drag races. Go on.
Funny enough, I had a filling fall out here yesterday. I've got an emergency dentist.
Well, there you go then. Did you catch it, or are you going to get it in a couple of days?
No, I feel... Oh, I'm not going through that, no.
I would have given you back to it before, so but it's only just come out. So there we are.
Oh, dear.
You had a quiet morning, didn't you?
I did. It was going so well.
Well, you know, it is rude not to. So, Q3 of Super Pro. Let's see where everybody stacks up. We do have an international field in Super Pro.
And that's Pro T
Oh, it's still Pro T. I beg your pardon, because it says Super Pro Q3, but it hasn't updated
as
the
soon
quick.
as one car goes through, it changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, because we've got the numbers down the bottom, but
Yeah.
we just don't have the list. Okay, apologies.
Correct.
Oh, no.
So far, we've had 2 perfect lights and 3 perfect ETs.
Three?
Yeah. Pete Walters did it first, then Gary Carr, then Scott Hauser.
I think they might have to change the rules with the perfect lights and stuff, because it's just like having a sportsman day first is a completely unfair advantage, isn't it? You know, no one ever gets it.
Yeah.
No one with a pro team ever has a chance, because they don't run till Friday, obviously. Normally Saturday at this event. I just realised as well. 2-day bank holiday next week, isn't it?
It is. Oh, yes.
Rock and roll. 2 more days I don't have to answer my phone. Sorry.
Right, I've done the birthday shout-outs already, but I do have to do a big shout-out to my good lady at home, actually. I know she's not listening, but I'm going to give her a shout-out anyway.
Note the time. Note the time and get her to rewind it or whatever. It's like those people that trick others into thinking they've won the lottery by just putting the tape in and replaying it from the week before. Yeah, that's always good.
It's our wedding anniversary today, so...
and I'm spending it with you.
Thanks.
What does that say?
Well, this is about the 14th year that I've missed it, and I've been with you instead of Claire, but never mind. But yeah...
should I be worried?
Thanks for putting up with me for so long, babes.
Are you talking to me or Claire?
Oh, dear. But yeah.
So what's she doing on your anniversary? Spending it with...
She's probably gone shopping with her sister and mum at the moment.
So it's a bit of a tradition then. You spend it with me.
That's it.
She spends it
Yep.
with her sister and her
That's
mum.
it.
Rock and roll.
But yeah, happy anniversary to my wifey.
Oh my goodness, the tower's about to get better looking. It's the hat that does it. How you doing, sir? You all right? My goodness me. Sorry.
Sorry, miles away.
He's not.
I just thought I'd come and touch base and give you a couple of bits of paper.
That would be very, very nice indeed. We've been joined in the tower by the someone else on the property that's the right size. You grow to the point you're perfect, and some of us get there quicker than others, don't you?
Gone taller than me now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was on about. And him as well, obviously. But there we are. Thank you very much indeed. So, obviously, Tony Morris Carburettors, you are representing this weekend.
Of course.
Indeed. Supporting Supergas. Wow, there's a bunch of them. Loads of them.
Yeah?
That's good.
Yeah. But,
Ever growing.
yeah, just give us a mention.
We just did. That's it.
Do you want more?
Only kidding. It's all right. We have our list. So yes, thank you very much indeed. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony Morris actually heard the early morning call, but
I'm sure Supergas will be round again soon. I'm sure we can
certainly will.
squeeze all that in there. Okay, Super Pro Q3. I think Super Pro's got to be up there with one of the most diverse and well-supported classes in the whole of Europe, because I was checking out the details from I'm going to say it wrong, but I'll try anyway. Someone's going to tell me how to say it. I think it's Riversano in Italy, in northern Italy. And I think they had 20 plus cars there as well for Super Pro last weekend. Yeah, it's terrific. It's a proper phenomenon, Super Pro. I remember back when it started in the night. Well, it was getting started in the 90s with just a handful of cars, and all of a sudden more and more and more. So Joe Kellett back in his own whip this weekend in Kestrel Lane. He's number 13. Thomas Haas 8.18. I wonder if he's related to Gene Haas. You never know. Well, there can only be so many Hasses in the world, can't there? Jerry Haas, another one.
Yeah, but they're Haas or Haas-nots, aren't they? Even Simon thought that one good.
Oh dear. That was very good, actually. I like that. Yeah. 764 and 818 with 3 big moves on both sides. Joe number 5 and Thomas number 3. Well, the thing is, if you're at a racetrack anywhere else in the world, Thomas Haas could take the rest of qualifying off and sunbathe. But as we're in England and it's cloudy,
He wants to make the most of it.
Keep running.
He's been starved of racing for 3 years.
Oh yeah,
He's catching up on it all.
Ramming it all in a couple of weekends. I would like to know, he must get something in the order of like 20 to 25 runs at least in the 2 weekends he's here.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
At least, if not more, you know. And that's what a lot of, again, I mean, I know Luke says this quite a bit, but a lot of our European friends are kind of starved of a bit because it's because they run on a lot of airfields. They don't have any permanent drag strips like we do. We're lucky to have. They do obviously have the big event at Hockenheim. However, it's very limited to numbers and they only get 3 qualifying runs. I remember bumping into Bob Malden at like 11 o'clock on Friday morning. The event only starts at 9 on Friday morning. I bumped into Bob Malden at 9 on... at 11 on Friday morning. He said, yeah, we've had 2 qualifying runs, 1 more to go. That's it. Not that that's a bad thing. They cram in as much as they possibly can with the time they're allowed.
So, Phil Toppin and Rob Brown in Super Pro ET. What have they got for us at this
Very even numbers-wise. Good to see the Browns.
well, Rob's been fighting the car a lot this weekend, but 909.143, it's getting there.
Bit better.
Getting there. Pete. Oh dear, JT with the crew killer pop. It did come down for Q1, didn't come down for Q2. The net end result is, although he came down for Q1, he didn't get a number on the board. So this will be his first timed run, assuming it goes A to B. Mark Turner, 8.40. They've got some guests coming, I think it's Saturday, but we'll get an update on that from the team later on.
Mark Turner stocked up from his local dentists, as you can see. That purge is to make sure that there's only liquid nitrous being injected in the engine. JT runs without gas, so to speak. It is bracket racing, you don't need to use it. However, the Turners like using it because it makes them go quicker. And also means they're running Super Pro. 8.44, there we go, for Mark Turner, 157, 9.05 for JT. Mark actually moves up to number 8 with that run. And JT gets in at number 10.
Well, third time lucky for Kieran Astley, hopefully. Ron Bartlett, he's currently number 15. Kieran did get a run in Q1, but it didn't go entirely to plan. Towed back to the pits in Q2. And I do believe, actually, Rocket Ron's got his T-shirts up for grabs this weekend. So if you pop around and see Ron in the pits, get one of the sweet FA T-shirts they've got. So look at the dial-ins then. 8.23 for Ron and 8.90 for Kieran.
Right, there we go. Now we're going to have a stab at this. It's Rivanazzano.
Rivanazzano.
Rivanazzano. There we go. I get it wrong every time, even then, I think.
Still problems for Kieran, unfortunately. Ron, 8.22 with a 3. The problem he's got, he's 100th too quick.
Right numbers, wrong way round.
Yeah. Bizarrely, Kieran with 8.11.50 moves up 2 spots. Nick Good and Callum Swinchak, your next pair.
Interesting to hear the whole part shortage thing. I mean, it's a worldwide problem,
It is.
obviously. But it's just affecting everybody, isn't it? Because Nick said that he still hasn't got bits for the blown car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny because season on season, normally you watch everybody show up and race, and you kind of forget that that issue that you have is that the majority of parts that are made for these cars are with American engines, where an awful lot of it is made in America, but sorry, I beg your pardon, comes from America but made in China. So Nick Good, currently number 7, Callum number 9, both incredibly good bracket racers, the pair of them. Callum 894.758 for the Lucas Oil Dragster. It's also unusual to see Nick Good in one of these, isn't it? Normally he's predominantly in the blown car.
Well, thank goodness he has got a spare.
56.
Breaks up by 200.
Oh, wow, look at that for Callum. A gust, a slight breath more wind, that would have been an 894.
Yeah. If he'd have staged an inch deeper, that would have been it. Yeah, a little bit of less roll up on the speed.
No, more roll out means quicker. Less roll out, yeah, beg your pardon, sorry. Yeah, but you're closer to the...
Yeah, but you got less you've got less of an acceleration zone when you cross the line, so you wouldn't be a tiny bit slower.
Yeah, because it's when the back of the wheel leaves the beam.
Yeah.
Dave
But
Russell?
anyway, they just didn't get it right.
Yeah. All regret. Well, we could do this for a while, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could. Dave Russell and Lee Darby. Dave Russell currently number 11. Lee currently 13. They are looking for 885 and 899 respectively.
Very good to see Lee Darby back at it again. 911, 878. Dave Russell breaks out by 700. So Dave Smith's double classing.
That's what I'm thinking.
Must be. He's done it before.
He doesn't, yeah, but he doesn't need to. You could get 11 qualifiers.
He obviously wants 22.
Well, that must be a last-minute thing, because I don't think he was on the list for Super Pro.
He also hasn't got a dial in anywhere. Hence the fact his name hasn't been showing up on our screen yet. Oh, there we go. 763.
Oh, he is booked into double class.
Yeah.
I take it back.
He did actually...
Wow.
He did used to double class all the time, didn't he?
Yeah. And why not?
So, what for the world looks like a Pro Stock Jag? With a very large cubic inch American motor under there. It is all race car, obviously, from the ground up. The only original Jag bit is probably one of the stickers.
Good looking run.
I was going to say something then, but 782 at 173. I can now be slowing down. That is so much more stable than it was before, isn't it?
Oh,
it
goodness
used to
me.
wiggle everywhere.
Yeah. Look at Ash Bell though. He's 200s off. Goes to number 6 from 25.
Yeah, Dave Smith gets in at number 15. Thing is though, if you spend like thousands on a race car, the cost of double entering for the amount of track time is negligible. Yeah, exactly. Such a good idea.
So the motorboss of Steve Johnson going to be going alongside Bob Doyle. Can I have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Shouldn't take long for that one to work.
Well, hopefully we do need him.
Yeah.
So Steve Johnson with the 7 flat as a dial. He made a cracking run, didn't he, back at Easter?
Oh yeah.
All came together on one run, and he went in the 6s. Looking forward to Dragstouder in just a month and a half's time, where we have Europe's only slingshot elimination. Taking on Bob Doyle, 852 with the ZK Stats.
Front wheel up and the wheel started spinning. But Bob Doyle goes through 852 with an 8, moves up to only number 7.
5. 555. The screen didn't update, mate. That's
7.5,
right.
yeah.
Because Steve hadn't got across the line. Problem with Steve, if you look where the tyre tracks are,
Yeah.
it unloads exactly the moment it hits the wheelie bar.
Yeah.
You know, it launches, and the wheelie bar effectively pushes the weight back forwards again, which unloads the rear tyres, and it's all over. So, Jens Konecki, sponsor of the class, actually, which is rather cool.
And his first run of the day.
Is that right?
Yeah. Scott Hauser at number 2. He had a go at trying to take the number 1 off Pete Walters, but missed it by 2 10,000ths.
2 10,000s?
Yeah.
What, just a bit slower or too quick?
Just a bit slow.
Oh.
The fake car on the train, not very good there.
It's still frozen. 7:41 with a 7 and an 8:39 for Jens Konecki. Scott Hauser stays number 2. Exactly.
Yeah, but rather worryingly, he's hit his number again, and
that.
his reaction times are on it.
Yeah, he will do that like 10 times in qualifying, then race day.
Yeah.
So your number 1 qualifier rolling round now.
So Pete Walters has the track to himself. Already a number 1 qualifier. And likely to stay there, to be honest.
Very flat looking launch for Pete, but it still went 106 to 60. Ah, ho, ho, ho. Well, you got a consistent race car though.
Should have changed the dialing. Wouldn't have improved his position. But yeah, that's cracking.
So door slip, 2 door slammers under the tower now that were in action a week ago. Billy Game, Mark Bailey. Mark Bailey, number 13. Billy Game with no number on the board yet. Is that right?
He has been round. sure he has.
Maybe he didn't get an ET.
Can't remember now. Could be thinking.
Don't do that. We've got 4 days of this. .009 red for Mark Bailey. And an 890, I thought it was at 740 then. 860 for Billy Gain, gets him on the board at number 9.
Oh, Matt Atkinson's down on the start. I've seen him for years.
Yeah, Matt hasn't been around for a while, has he?
No, he's obviously with the Morris boys.
Two of the same sorts of car with slightly different lights, which I know I'm going to get shot for saying, but...
No, it's a good shout.
But they are. You look at everything about them. Roofline, windows, quarters, all of it.
Yeah, they're both what they call A-bodies.
Or just a body.
Yeah.
Both dialing 890, interestingly. Oh, wow, look at that! 890s on both sides of the racetrack. They both dialed 890, they both went 890. Brian Pateman goes to number 3 with an 890 with a 2, 890 with a 6 for Mr. Morris. Superb. Slowly but surely changing the dialing. Yeah.
Can we have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp. Can we have you into the lanes, please?
If that car didn't needed to look any meaner, it does with slicks on, doesn't it? Bigger tyres. Oh, little cough at the top end.
Same.
808 at 173. Amazing to think that car ran 7.2s on street tyres, isn't it?
Doesn't build up as much boost as it used to.
I think the problem with that is if he did, and he left with as much boost as he normally would, because he's got no wheelie bars and slicks, if it hooked, he'd be going north.
Yeah. Considerably, I think. Right, next up, Barry Giles with the Giles and Hartley dragster. So, Super Pro ET Q3 this is. We've still got 2 more complete cycles of qualifying to come.
On the subject of cycles, check over your left shoulder. You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Oh! Ooh.
Ooh.
That's the only one we're expecting to see today. Well, I wasn't expecting to see it at all today, actually.
It's also the only time my phone can ring and I can have a conversation without actually hear what I'm on about. Yeah, Hans-Erik Thompson with Silver Lightning coming up very, very shortly. Going to be putting in some record attempt passes.
He's got the car here. They've got the
car
as well.
as well, yeah. Absolutely.
So this is the last car in Super Pro for Q3. After this... Hans-Henrik and then Super Comp Street Eliminator. Barry Giles currently in the number 28 spot. Looking for a 7.40 here. Gives us a 7.44, moves him up from 28 to 13.
Nicely done. So, underneath the tower coming up, we can talk as much as we like because, and he can hear us as well. It is Henrik Thompson with Silver Lightning, the quickest and... Is he the fastest bike on the planet?
Electric. Yeah.
Electric he is. Sorry, yeah, not bike obviously, but electric. He's actually going for the record of being the fastest electric-powered vehicle over the quarter mile in the world. He was here a few years ago, back in 2019. That was his first 6-second runs. He's been even quicker on the quarter mile at Mantorp in Sweden, went 6:74, which, to be honest with you, if anybody knows Mantorp's short shutdown area, that's pretty brave on a bike, especially a heavy one. So his first run of the weekend, different traction conditions to what he's used to at some places. The good thing is I can tell him what his 60 foot is and he can hear me on the way down the racetrack. So all you'll hear is the tyre. 115 to 60, which is comparatively soft for that bike. 477 only, 124 to the 8th, and 889 at 93 miles an hour still. A little bit of testing today before the attempts over the weekend. Good to see him here.
Current quarter mile record is 202.5, which is what they're going for.
That certainly hooked and went. And from one, I would say from one extreme to another, probably the loudest thing, from the quietest thing we're going to see today, to the loudest. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3.
So just getting Martin into position. Bizarrely, Martin wasn't scheduled to run today, but going rather well, and so Martin having an opportunity to get an early run in this weekend. Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny car, and we really do look forward to seeing the full debut of Julian Webb's new Jet Dragster this weekend. Can I please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, can you view into the pairing lanes, please? Yeah, so talking about Julian Webb's new Jet Dragster this weekend, Spider-Man. Obviously, Julian normally runs the split-second Jet Dragster, but gets a chance to run the new Jet Dragster this weekend. Very, very similar setup to Martin Hill's car, and a lot of input from Martin and the Fire Force team with regards to Julian's new car. So this is our Sportsman Day here at the main event. The next 3 days is going to be qualifying. Well, first 2 of the 3 days will be qualifying for our pro classes, and then on Sunday it's eliminations for all of our classes. And I just need to double check the run order, because I do believe we may have some eliminations on Saturday due to field sizes. So just double checking. No, that's right. No, going eliminations. All eliminations on Sunday.
So we are lacking our usual manpower up here to hang on to everything. Dave is... That sounds different. Definitely got, what's the word I'm looking for? A different screech to it this afternoon. Sadly, no one on the VIP balcony to scare today. That'll change tomorrow. Yeah, definitely
That is proper.
gained a streak.
Oh, I know why. Oh, no, Fire Force. One of them's had a new exhaust pipe, new pipe put on the back.
Could be that.
But I thought it was 5 that had the new one, not 3. So.
Could be.
But either way, this is a test pass. You can see Richie is not in full Fire Force regalia. Normally he is with his...
Just had a fork. Got to be one of the more extreme places on the planet to eat your lunch, isn't it?
And that is violent.
It certainly is.
So much so that we've got the Natural History Museum of Insects just landing on us from the top of the tower.
Well, it certainly went.
Clicked it very early indeed, but 115 to 60. Look at the 8th, 4.14 at 201 miles an hour. And coasting across the finishing line, 6:59 at only 146 miles an hour. Very nice checkout pass for Fire Force 3. And that was quite violent, actually. But nevertheless, enjoyable.
Yeah, nearly knocked my drink over. What's he
It'd
playing
be
at?
funny if it knocked your dinner over.
It would have been a bit warm in my lap. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Very, very nicely done indeed. It's also very good to see Marcus Christensen and his dad back in the house as well, standing up there watching. Obviously, it's a pain for our foreign teams to get here these days. However, it's not insurmountable, I guess. So a bit of a track sweep before Street Eliminator coming up in a few moments' time. Fire crew just walking off the start line, so we'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments, if that's all right, please. And we'll be back with you very, very, very shortly.
So the burnout begins then for Andy Bond.
Well, there we go. I thought that was going to be a little longer than that, but that's cool.
No, going alongside Butch, who's back.
Right, who's got the quickest 56 is probably not beyond question. However, who's got the prettiest?
Well, we know who's got the ugliest.
So by default,
Yeah.
the other guy's got the prettiest one. That makes perfect sense.
So Andy Bond, currently number 1 qualifier, 7:51. He's been over 200 miles an hour. Butch is on a 13:02. First weekend in competition. The Butcher shot car. 7:45, 2:03. Butch goes through with 13:29 at 1:04. Nigel Hell and Tony Higgs up next.
Now,
I'm surprised Jenny Higgs is actually walking around, because she tried roller skating the other week and realised that she wasn't as good as she used to be.
She always, you know, it's always going to go well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to do the same thing when I get in a snowboard again soon. If I can stay on it.
Keep the front wheels down, Tony. Thank you. Right, he's already on a 9:39. This will be quicker. Considerably quicker. 8:35, 178.
That speed reeks of a 7-second run.
13:31 for Nigel Hale.
Although if it was front wheel drive, that would be a low 9.
Yeah. James Murray with the Cortina.
Good to see James back.
He is. He's good. He's really good.
What's technically known in drag racing as a sleeper. Not because you can sleep in the back of it.
Well, you probably could.
Probably good, yeah. There might be some wheel tubs in the way, though. And cage bars.
So you could put a hammock in there, then, couldn't you?
That's what's technically known in drag racing as a hammock. Not quite the same.
Well, James currently on 11:44. 11:59 on that one.
It's still very quick, isn't it?
So that's Street Eliminator for that session done. We haven't seen Al Mack yet, but I don't think he's here until later on today or even tomorrow. We know the car's certainly here. Left it here on Sunday night.
On to Supercom. That's the only thing, folks, is that with so many qualifying sessions, and me and Colin were just talking about it, the turnaround times are quite quick, especially today. And so some people elect not to do all the qualifying runs. Unless your name's John Turner and he makes them do all of them. He was telling me about that last week. He's not very popular.
I want value for money, my race entry.
Oh, yeah. But he also said to me, he said the reason he's not popular is all he does is sits in the car. They push it down the far up road.
Okay, Leia Callett is currently number 1. Richard Tunstall currently number 4. And that's, whoa, new number 1 qualifier, Richard Tunstall, 8.9. Leia Callett slips back 1 spot with an 8.93, but Richard Tunstall, he's already been a number 1 qualifier this year.
Are you sure he's really new to drag racing?
He's not, well, he's been around, but
Never done it
it's
before.
the first time he's driven that car.
That's what I'm thinking.
With anger.
And it's a weird car to drive, isn't it, by all accounts?
Yep. Built by the late great Kevin Carousel, that car. RCCS.
Oh, look what we got next. High-speed slipper.
902. Ooh.
Yeah, that. Now then, this is the car from the Danish brothers. So it's Jan Lars in the car. His quickest elapsed time, 7.98 at 275 kilometres an hour, which for everybody in English I think is about 160 odd off the top of my head. It's not hanging about as well. It's got slightly more power than the bike. However, obviously being a car, it's a little bit larger. I cannot for the life of me remember what it's based on. Let's have a look. It's based on an Eagle SS kit car. That's what it is. So this is his first ever run at the track. The bike's been here before. This is the first time with the car. Well, a little bit of a wiggle about 330, but still very nice up to that point. 123 to 60 foot, which is very good. 342 and 563 at the 8th mile. Let's check out passes go. That was very good indeed. We're just collecting races for the next... We're starting races for the next round of qualifying. The reason I say collecting is because there's only Simon Crowley and Robin Orthodoxy that I can see. So maybe they're the only two that have made it. I mean, I think we've got 15 cars entered for comp this weekend.
Yeah, we've got some are double classing, some are getting other stuff ready.
Some are at work. Yeah, yeah. No, that one? You that one. You're right. No problem. Yeah, so I think this will be the session for Comp Eliminator this time. Now, interestingly about Simon Crowley, Cole, is he wasn't here last weekend for the door slam.
I think with these comp cars, especially a car like Simon, it's, how can I put this? It's a highly strung car. It's right on the edge of where the performance is, and they don't want to wear it out at an event like Doorslam because then they haven't got enough time to turn things around. As we know, we've got issues with parts shortages as well. So Simon Crowley saving his car for this weekend. Yeah,
it's just that obviously I thought with last weekend being one of the biggest races of the year for the. No, unfortunately, yep. What were you saying about Heidi Strong? Simon with issues before he gets into stage, unfortunately. That's going to be Robin on his own. 7:45 the index. You all right?
Yeah, two good messages have just come through. I'll read them out in a minute.
Okay. So Robin's been down in the sixes again recently. He's pointing slightly left. Whether that makes a difference or not.
Well, they're not holding the wheel, can straighten that out.
Yeah, that's if the wheels are on the ground. What a gorgeous launch.
Good looking run.
7:11 at 188. That seemed quicker than that. That was... The smooth ones are always the good ones. And that was about as smooth as it gets for that car. Yeah, 107 to 60.
Right, messages just coming through.
Just quickly. You'll know more about that than me.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think it's a C130, but...
That's very, very low. If everybody in the grandstand or on the bank can see behind us, behind the tower, that is very low.
Yeah, what do I say? Side profiles Hercules, but could be wrong.
Could well be. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
that
mate.
was
It's just
very
obviously
low.
it's going to be gone in a minute. It's actually only just above that turbine. I'm not kidding. Look, it's banking right. Look at the height. I mean, okay, we've got a bit of a different perspective.
He's probably about a mile away from it. But
yeah, probably that as well.
Dear, right. Junior Dragster coming around the corner. The messages I was just going to very quickly read out. The first one, Colin Miller has been in touch. Struggling to get much work done here in sunny Scotland. As live stream, as always, is fantastic. Have a great day racing. Everybody fast and safe. Cheers, Cole. Thanks very much indeed. Also been in touch, Vinny from the Wide Bunch.
Indeed.
I read out his big shout out earlier on.
Okay.
And they're saying that he was watching the coverage in his articulated truck and saying that him and Steve would be here Saturday, pass on the best wishes to the Wild Bunch. Did all of that for him and he missed it. You nutter.
Sorry.
He goes, damn it, I must have been while I was actually working.
Yeah, stop doing that. There's your first mistake.
Well, Vinny.
There is your first mistake.
Right then, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, and it's the Bartlett girls. Lara, currently number 2. Jacqueline, currently number 23.
Lara is in the Kestrel lane. Jacqueline. Autoglim.
Well, Jacqueline trying to chop the tree down with that one. Missed it. And Lara 048. Be sure to be way better than that.
Yeah, missed it by a 10th, unfortunately. Oh, there's my to-do list. Look what the last thing is. I never got round to it.
Rob Slater's been in touch. Good afternoon, Rob. Rob and Trudy I can't wait for Rob Slater to make his appearance in Street Eliminator with the...
Is he coming?
well, not this weekend, obviously.
Okay.
He's working on the 34 at the moment.
I can't wait for Graham Smith's car.
Oh, he can't either. He's doing road miles now, at least. Well, so's
Is
Rob,
he?
actually. Yeah, Rob
Okay.
and Graham both doing road miles with their Tri-Chevys. That is Luke Fulton going red. A little bit too keen. So Luke is going to stay at number 5 for the time being.
First chance I've got to have a good look at Freddie Taylor's Outlaw Junior down here.
Thanks to Liam Randall. He's just sent us the flight path of that Hercules that just threw over. Yes, it was a C-130.
Well done, Cole.
He was flying at 515 feet with a ground speed of 225 knots. That's what Flight Tracker does.
Is that right? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Cheers, Liam. Thanks for that one, mate.
Yeah.
Took off from Bryce Norton.
So he was way above the windmill then. It was just our perspective.
Yeah.
It just made it look like he was going to, you know. So Freddie Taylor with the Outlaw goes slightly deep. 133 on the tree. 0.19 to Finley in Kestrel Lane.
Just seen the Slick Tricks junior team heading up the lanes there. Reminded me of something that I saw in the event program.
Which is?
There's a feature on Slick Tricks Racing, but also Slick Tricks merch is available in the pod shop.
Rock and roll.
Look at a really cool T-shirt there. I like that.
So this is Richard Wilcox. Dad Andy bringing him forward, which is quite a versatile lad actually. I think he's also raced in junior drag bike as
Yeah.
well, didn't he?
Pulling the dragster back. Quite sure what's happened there. Next up then it is Chef Checkit. Was number 1 qualifier for a little while, but ended up being number 3, going alongside Damien Redshaw. So Damien currently number 18, Chev currently number 3. .035 for Chev, but .039 for Damien. That's going to help Damien a big amount. Going to move him into the top 10. In at number 9. Chev stays number 3. Katie Ellis and Teddy Howe. Katie currently number 7, Teddy number 12, both on the front page. One person goes under the 1.1, I should say, for their reaction time, then it'll be everybody on the front page of our timing screen with a 0 light. No help for either of these two. They're going to stay put. So Matt Fordham and Rich Devey on the line, which means it must be Neve Devey in the auto gluing lane, going alongside Jake Cooper with the Fanny Racing Lucas Oils Junior Dragster. He's currently in the number 6 spot. Neve is currently 18. .063 for Jake Cooper, but he's already been to 029, and Neve with a .19. So I think they're going to stay put.
So up next. Sorry. Yeah, it's that magic thing called an on button that I always forget. So Lola Bell Kent out there with the West End family of racers. Shelley over by the wall, Grandad Tony bringing her into stage, and Lola Bell.
Yeah, Lola Bell's got a good run in early. If you remember the last event, she was putting reds every round until the last qualifier, and then she went perfect. Kai Cooper coming number 10. Ethan Lyle's been in touch. Ethan, how you doing, buddy? Lola Bell goes red, 0.13. Kai Cooper goes 069, no health, he'd already been 039. So Ethan, yeah, very proud dad now, and wants a shout out for young Casper. Still in hospital after coming into the world prematurely on the 19th of April. So really, really do hope that Casper comes to come home soon. And a special hello to Ethan's girlfriend, Tamsin, also best mum ever. Future junior dragster racer in 8 years' time. So watch out for the Lyle name, junior dragster, when they're old enough. .07 red for Daniel Todd, and Ellie Mae Brown 1.10. That's going to move her up from 22 to 16. Good move there from Ellie. Ashley Dell's been in touch as well. We'll have a look at that link later on, mate. Thank you for that. Next up, it's Bandit 1 with Harley Corsell, and it is your number 1 qualifier, and likely to stay there, to be honest. Harry Peters, 0007. Perfect light in junior dragster, no surprise. Ooh, gone deep. 0.10.
Good to see the Peters family back drag racing this weekend. Down in the pro mod. Well, comp, beg your pardon. And Harry back there. Harley was 06 red.
Right, Mackenzie Love. Going alongside Ted Sullivan. Mackenzie uncharacteristically in the number 14 spot. Expect him to move on up. Ted just needs to get under 0.10 to get onto the front page of our timing screen. Oh, both away well. You could see that.
That was good.
Right, Mackenzie Love's gone into the number 8 spot with that one, up from 14 with a .33. And Ted Sullivan up to number 14 from 21 with a 0.6. So that now means you've got to go under 0.87 to get onto our front page or to get into the top 16. Let's see how many junior dragsters we've actually had put runs in so far. We've had 23 so far. We know we are a few missing due to schoolwork or exams. We haven't seen Purdy Hadfield. We know she's got exams today and she's got one tomorrow as well. Let's see who else we are missing. So 23 have put runs in. I need to look at the entry list to see who we are actually missing. I mean, it's 31 of them entered. We haven't seen Jessica Bishop. We haven't seen Luke Mugridge. Jack Taylor, I don't think we've seen yet. Or Max. So yeah, we are missing a few, so they'll be putting in runs later on. Harry Redshaw and Ada Cassisi. No help for either of those two. And we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator.
They've just
I
run.
think that's an old call, actually.
It's got to be.
Yeah, but it just appeared.
They have only just run, mate.
Yeah, that's true.
Definitely.
Forget that.
So, Ellie down there, Elf Motorsport in Kestrel Lane. Not got a number on the board just yet, taking on Grace Smith.
It's a great story, actually, with Grace Smith, with the Boost Monkey Dragster. That belongs to Shevchekic's sister.
Is that right?
But she's not old enough to race the car. She will be next year.
And she'll be on
So
it.
the car is on loan to Grace, so they could get to find out if they want to sort of take the sport up. So in other words, the Checkit family are trying to get the
Hooking
family
more of them in.
That's
what's
it.
happening.
That's
That's
exactly
what's
it.
going on.
So the car is on loan to them for this year. Well, Ellie just a little bit too keen to get the job done there. Big red light. And .2 for Grace. Liam McDonald. That's better, Liam. 032 moves him up to number 8 from 15. Not taking long to get it sus, does it, as our Liam? Nicely done, sir. All right, Richard Wilcox then. Whoa. I don't quite know what's going on there, but that car is a little bit eager to get going. Right, Super Gas Q3, and then it's 2 more sessions of qualifying to go. So, Super Gas, we've got 13 cars that have put numbers on the board so far. Not expecting a huge amount more. So here we go then with Tony Morris, Carburetors, Super Gas.
Indeed, very good to see Dave Gibbons pop up earlier. Thank you very much indeed, Dave. And obviously Scott as well. Shouldn't have sold the car. It's #1 qualifying junior dragster.
So Tony Morris Carburetors, title sponsor for Super Gas. Can also contingent sponsor for Pro ET as well. Oh, Chalky White getting very close to the apron there, but
it does look like launching everywhere, that car.
Right, Andy Dibley goes 9.99, 10.53 for Chalky White. They stay put 1 and 6. Dave Gibbons of Rough Diamond Racing, or TMC with RDR, is the sole UK agent for TMC products and services, and all Tony Morris carburetors are bespoke and built by hand, either by Tony or Dave, to the customer's requirements.
Just quickly check that out. Dress up at school. She went as legally blonde.
Big throttle stop there for Colin Morris. He's currently in the number 5 spot. Just around that number 2.
Oh, exactly a tenth too quick.
Yeah. Right, John Giles with Tactic. 9.955 is where he's at the moment. Not much of a throttle stop. Goes 9.93, moves up to number 2 with that one, does John. Still chasing Andy Dibley. Andy Harrison up next, would like to get into the 9s. He's sitting on a 10.01 at the moment. Well, the Wilcox Junior Dragster heading back to the pits. I'm sure they'll get whatever it is that's not quite right with the car sorted out.
Yeah, SG1 must be always nice to be wearing that number.
Yeah. 988 with a 0. 200s too quick there for Andy Harrison. So that 10.01 is going to be his best so far. I.e. the right side of class index. How about Pete Cresswell then? His first run he ran off in Hid with an 8.50. Issues on the second run resulted in a 25-second pass. Get somewhere in between the two, but preferably as near 990 as possible, please. There was a throttle stop.
Seemed a bit brief.
Yeah, it did.
That'll be why. 925, 154.
Oh dear.
Sort of like a halfway house throttle stop, that one.
Sort of an insufficient throttle stop.
Yeah. The throttle stop will be up for sale at the end of the weekend.
Right, your number 2 qualifier at the moment, Alan Schofield taking on number 9, Keith Herbert. This is Pro ET, round number 4. Seamlessly between one class to another.
It's good to see Al Schofield. I think they were here marshalling last weekend, weren't
They were,
Is
yes,
that right?
you're right, yeah.
I thought so. At the door slammers.
He's well and truly hooked on this board now.
Because they're effectively jobless because they've got a dragster.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be going back. Oh, get away from the centre, Keith. 904 on a 902 dial. Keith goes 964 to 61. They're most 300s off. There or thereabouts. Marie Mills with a little altered in the auto glim lane. Can we please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes?
So John Turner, one of the multitude of people who spent the week here. Too much effort to go home, I think, wasn't it? Especially after he got to the final of the big bracket on Saturday. John is number 30 at the moment. Up alone, 9 red.
Needless to say, they were confused as to why the car wouldn't start on Saturday. Let's have a look at the numbers. 10.22, John Turner stays put, and 10.72. No help breather, actually. 30.33 is where they are. John Dalrymple with a full tilt Willis, dialing in 9.70. Slipped back to number 11, but doing very nicely indeed. Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra, currently number 19.
The car looks as good or better as it ever has, that hasn't it? Really?
Oh, cracking!
It's a terrific, it's a restoration, effectively, isn't it, of what it was before. Didn't look too dusty before.
Well, they both stay put there. John Dalrymple goes 983 and 970, 985 and 978 for Dave Rudd. Right, Wayne Hiscock. And Nick Mugridge. Well, Wayne comfortably in the show in the number 8 spot. A little bit nervous, I would imagine, Nick Mugridge at the moment. But a cracking run from him would certainly quell any fears he may have of being DNQ. He's 27 at the moment, which isn't a safe spot to be. But if you can get certainly into the top 10 or even top 16, you should be A-okay there. But let's see how these pan out. Straight and true for the pair of them. Wayne goes 947, breaks out by a 10th. Wow. Nick Mugridge, 10.38 on a 32, moves him up to number 19. Much better place to be. All right, Pete Dodd with the Metamorphosis Camaro dialing in 9.19. Got the track to himself. To say Pete had a handle on this car last time out when he was in Nostalgia Superstock was an understatement. Just beautiful wheels up launches, hitting his dial-ins each time. Number 1 qualifier, took the event. Just absolutely textbook weekend. But that was then. This is now. 9.19 the target. Nice launch again. So 9.19 the target, 9.24 the run. 26, now 17.
So it is Brett Featherstone with your winning car from back at Easter, Nova Scotia, in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Warren Watts. Good to see Warren back out. Also good to see the crew not pushing it.
Second four, place 9.10 and 9.14 for Warren. That'll do. 9.81 for Brett. So well done to Warren. Whatever the issue last time out has been solved. Carl Goldsmith back with us, going alongside Liz Malcolm. So another dial-in adjuster for Liz. Now in 11.05, which is basically what the car ran last time out. This is where it goes nearer the 10s.
I don't think Carl's car likes being on Jacob's tyres, do you? It's not behaved itself ever since he changed them, unfortunately.
Oh, nice run for Liz. Look at that. 11.07 on 11.05. 200ths off, 13th.
Excellent. So Ronnie Mercer with a little Anglia called Annie. Was here at the Door Slammers last weekend. I was just going to say something really stupid then, but you won't be surprised. I was just going to say, why wasn't Lee here for the Door Slammers? Although it has got... yeah.
It could put doors in it.
Well, it had doors in it, didn't it? Obviously.
It did, yeah.
Anyway, so Ronnie is looking for 890, 10.15 for Lee. Ronnie is very, very safe at the moment with number 12. He's actually dialed the number he ran last time. Most unusual. Lee Morris, though, up to number 13 with a 10.173. On a 10.15. Ronnie, some way off, a bit unusual for him actually. I think he backed off at the finish line. Only a 9.29 that time round. Mason Griffiths, Chris Newsom. Really good to see Chris back. I think last time we saw Chris was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think he detonated something. I think both of the Newsoms did actually, unfortunately. Where are we? You think? There's Chris there.
Yeah, Chris, yeah, 0.13
31. 0.17 is the bump.
0.17.
Yeah, but it's 0.9 is 28 at the moment,
Yeah,
so that tells you what you need to know, doesn't it? 9.65 Chris, 9.22 for Mason. They sing through the finish line to a 9.71. That helps Chris.
Yeah, certainly does.
Up to number 23, 600ths off, which is where I predicted the bump would be, but not on day one. And 9.27 for Mason. Yeah, I mentioned this before about what Jake's done to this. I think they took the turbo off, didn't they? Because it was just a little bit hit and miss, wasn't it? Very difficult to dial, a little bit not unreliable, but it was just a bit all over the place, unfortunately, for Tom Kay. But they've now got a race car again. 10.31 is what he's looking for this time. Up to number 13 for Tom Kay. Nice to see smiley faces down there on the start line for the crew as well. John Beam with the shotgun, taking on Will Clark. These two are pretty safe, I would say. They're currently number 3 for John, number 6 for Will. Will dials in 990. And John Bean 960. So John Bean goes through the 962. Stage 3, Will Clark goes with the 992. Still all good tune-up runs.
Excuse me. Right, Dan Fulton and Andy Garnett.
So Dan Fulton looking for 10.22. Said the other earlier on, been in the 9s before. Andy Garnett is number 17. And 11.11. No help for either. Stay 10.17. Jeff Cowley's car does look like it had a dink at the back of it, doesn't it? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
In the Kestrel lane. Can't imagine spare Nova lights are easy to find though. Take it on Al Medley.
Funny you say that, I've got a spare set of 69 Camaro really.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me though, because you've got a 69 Camaro.
Yeah, I know, but that's another thing you wouldn't expect to see. But
R55 and 10.93, no help for either. Jeff Cowley still 25, Al Medley still 29. Bailey Ashdown with the 970 this time for Banks Nightclub and Paul Marston Racing. Up against the the Express Purple truck or the Purple Express truck? Purple Express truck. One of them. Tom Watkins even. In the Kestrel lane.
I was just thinking, if they've got 11 qualifiers, yeah, Shane's going to have to go out and buy some more hats. I don't think he's got enough.
They're going to need washing. Oh, Bailey going for a big one though. About half track. Still go through the 10.30, 119. That was a bit lively. Tom though moves up to number 29. Actually bumps Bailey out the show for now, anyway. With a 48 on a 39. So the bump is 900ths.
Tom was driving the pickup that time. He wasn't driving.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, it came up as Tom, but okay.
It was Tom, yeah?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Okay.
Oh, the Dodge is broken. Okay.
That'll be why.
Aye. Didn't want to hear that.
Didn't take long. So Josh Junkin, another solo licensing run.
Mark Huxley being towed back to the pits as well. That is a good looking run for Josh. I like that. Very nice. And within the time frame of the
I was
class.
just going to say, he's in it Pro ET. Officially quick enough. A pair and a half to go, and I think it's Super Pro time. Our friend from Germany, Thomas Bublitz, with the Nova in the Kestrel lane, up against Dave Cherrett. Dave Cherrett with a rather wild launch. Thomas goes 10.54, 11.13 for Jay Cherrett. No help for either at all. Thomas actually is the high qualified of those two at the moment. Number 16. Okay, the last star Last car for Q4 of Pro ET is going to be that. I was going to say that bird. That a bird. Amy Watkins. Sorry, Amy. It's just it's a car name sort of mispronunciation type thing. Autoglym side of the racetrack.
Interestingly, haven't got Ian or Harrison Brown racing this weekend.
Is that right?
Lovely launch for Amy. Whoa!
Stays 5, would you believe?
Put with that.
No improvement at all. Right, a bit of a sweep. And I think a bit of a glue before Super Pro. So Nitro FM again for a couple of moments, so we can just have a very quick break, and we'll be back shortly.
Right, just a quick announcement. Those of you that are waiting for fuel in the pits, VP Racing fuel delivery has taken place at the pod shop. So if you are after fuel, the VP Racing Fuels delivery is in at the pod shop. Thanks very much indeed. Here we go once again, and it is Super Pro ET. Can we have Super Comp into the lanes? Unless it's an old message, but if not, let's have them. Main event day one, Sportsman Day.
So Rob Brown. So Rob Brown with the Rebel. Haley out front, backing them up in the Kestrel lane. 8.65. Plays an 8.76 for Dave Russell, the van with no name.
Having gone for just a little walk during the break there, bumped into Darren Law of all people.
Okay.
Obviously he hasn't got his car here this weekend. Basically they seriously damaged an engine last year, and they were booked into race this weekend, but unfortunately we're going to get the car picked up this weekend, but the car would not start, so they need a new crank trigger. So hopefully they'll be back at the Summer Nationals. Right, let's see how these two get on. Rob Brown and Dave Russell.
Yeah, it's hard enough getting stuff done without a worldwide parts shortage not helping either.
No.
That's a good race as well. Dave Russell's there first with an 8.76
with a 5.
Number 5 qualifier. Rob Brown actually moves up a little bit with an 8.91 on a 65 up to number 21. Well, at least the car's going in the right, you know, ETs and everything going the right way.
Basically, Rob and Pete got a new set of rear tyres. They ran the older tyres for quite a while.
Right.
And obviously they knew exactly how they worked, but it's a slightly different... Well, basically the tyres are brand new instead of old, so you need to bed in a little bit. But once they got it sussed, they'll be absolutely fine.
More burnouts on the drive. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
That works, doesn't it? On that.
But no, Darren Law is here. He's
Okay.
here for the whole weekend. He's just here supporting drag racing,
Everyone else.
supporting everybody else.
Good to hear.
Well done, Darren. Good to see you, mate.
One thing that always makes me laugh hilariously is that I do know that they had, basically they have pro stock teams have burnout cars. Did you know?
Yeah.
But
they've
like,
got no bodies on
they're
them, have they?
nothing. They're just basically they're just mules, aren't they?
Yeah.
Something you can bolt a tyre on to do a burnout with, and I think mule is a polite version, isn't it? Really, they're just old pro stockers that they don't need anymore. That they just got an old engine in and everything, just for the purpose of doing burnouts at the workshop. So Lee Derby 8.99 for DKM Construction. That absolutely beautiful pickup. In Kestrel Lane. Taking on another. Very, very nice machine indeed. That's Grandad's toy.
Yeah, Phil's been hitting his number pretty much every run at the moment. He's he has dialed an 875 and an 875. It's just the third digit after that. Holding it back at the moment, if you like. Lee Derby wants 899. Gets a 910.
Sneaking up on it.
Phil, look at that, 881 on an 880.
Still number 7 though.
Yeah.
I think this will be Pete Walters. I think it's just Pete Walters. That's it actually. Oh no, apologies, Thomas Hass is in the other lane. I couldn't see under the tower. So Thomas having a fab weekend so far.
He is actually.
Number 4. Yeah, number 4 at the moment. 8.18 the dial-in on the Valiant, which is Colin very cleverly worked out. Looks very, very similar to a Nova. It is really similar, actually. Surprisingly.
But I'm surprised nobody's had it. Give me more facts on that.
Designed by the same bloke, probably.
Yeah.
Well, it does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it happens more now than it did in the past, but
Yeah, loads more. Well, there's an awful lot more shared technology these days between car companies. That's because a lot of car companies are all owned by the same people.
yeah, especially with diesel emissions.
Yeah, that. Well, Pete, out in front. 65 and an 820 for Thomas again. Look at that. Only 200 off.
It's got to be a Johnny Burner.
Can only be, JT. Reckon another set of Hoosiers. Lucky you can get Hoosiers on the NHS, did you know that? For smoke? No, they're for smoking, look.
Oh, right,
it's a cure for smokers. That's what it is.
If there is a way to do that, Johnny would find it.
Yeah,
he really
sure.
would.
Well, now I've said it, there's probably loads of people Googling, how do I get Hoosiers on the NHS? I've got a smoking problem. How do I get Hoosiers
Can't
on?
break the habit.
Yeah, that's the one.
Right, Jens Konecki then. He's currently in the number 18 spot. JT currently number 16. Jens Darling at 8:35. Terminal 8:29.
Well, Jens should be way out in front, but he's not. 8:50 stays at 18. And a nice consistent 9:04 for JT.
Can we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, come on down.
What was that game? What was the game show?
The Price is Right.
8:51, one of the quickest darlings I've ever seen on Bob's Datsun.
Mainly because they broke out by nearly a tenth earlier.
He's still number 8 though, so it must have been close at some point. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But that's when they dialed 850 and went, sorry, dialed 860 and went way under. But this is Q4 already. Just to put that shout out once again, those of you who've been waiting for fuel, the VP Racing Fuels delivery has taken place at the pod shop. Get over there and get some fuel.
That might not be an 8:51 with the pedal. 58, 153. Well, consistent. Two fine young lads going at it in the next pair. Both incredibly competitive.
Spot the junior dragster racer on.
That's the one. You got a choice of 2. So Callum, the only thing that's actually honestly surprised me about Callum is he hasn't won a lot more because he's so good on the tree, and that car is very, very consistent, isn't it?
But then don't forget he wiped the floor with them in the Wild Bunch.
Fine.
Literally won everything going, and before they sort of concentrated on Super Pro. But then Super Pro is a tough crowd. You got, well, we've got 3 former junior dragster champions in Super Pro. Obviously Joe Kellett, Scott Hauser. I'm not sure. I don't Pete Waltz ever win junior dragster championship.
I don't think so.
But he was from
Not to
that
my
world.
knowledge. Someone would probably correct us.
Yeah. But there are some awesome drivers from the world of junior drags that made it into Super Pro.
0-1 on the tree. There we go for Callum.
Yep.
He's currently number 16. Joe's number 9. That does not help Joe. That does not help Callum. Pretty close, but they've been closer. So you're defending Super Pro national champs. With Dad Barry at the wheel for the weekend this time round.
So currently the number 14 spot with the 744. Darling this time is 742.
We also have, looks like a test pass for a bike round the back coming up, and it's not an electric one.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So, Barry is number 14 at present.
That car 60 foot's well, doesn't it? 104.
Certainly does. Didn't run the quarter mile bad either. 7:44. Do you know what? There was a time not that long ago when that's what Pro Comp dragsters ran.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah, they're bracket racing at those speeds. Ron Bartlett is up next. Ron's on his own. There are plenty of cars around there. Mark Bailey's there. I can see Sid. Sid run yet?
No, he did a burnout and pushed back, and that's all we saw.
Nick Good and plenty of others. Mr. Fats has managed to get the wheelie bar mount fixed. Fortunately, it's happened at a place where there's lots of people that are welders.
Looking tired.
Oh. Looking tired all round.
Oh, slick joke. So what's Rocket gone for us then? 822 the target. Currently in the number 23 spot. Goes 824, moves up to number 12.
That's a bit more like it. Side-by-side dragsters next. Supercharge. Blown version. Supercharged is blown. Forget I said that. Blown version one side. Carb the other.
That was a bit of a rod stretch by the sounds of it.
Just to make sure everything's
quite high,
seated in its rightful place. I think that's what that was. So 6 flat is the dial in, the quickest you can dial in Super Pro for another small fortune. This car debuted at this event, what, 10 years ago is it now? Maybe even more than that actually. Yeah, Sid makes sure everyone's out the way. Martin puts it into gear. There we go. And you think, why have a TMD in a bracket class? It's so that he's always going to be the one catching up. That's the plan. Might be a 6 flat, but still be pretty good. 685 at 163. And for Nick Good, a 758 with a 3 on a 758 gets him only the number 4 spot.
Let's have a look at this for a minute.
Must be terribly tough. Look at that, double O's all the way down to number 9.
God, Joe is number 10 with an 018 off. Wow. Outstanding. And this is only Q4.
Nice looking burnout for Jack Brewster with just mustard.
Oh, for a straight run.
Oh, for the ET on the board in his lane. Look.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they'll take that.
Well, he's not been far off. He's been 7-1 on the quickest run, but unfortunately that ended up with no shoots in the wall and in the field up the top end. All straightened and shiny since, but the car, beautiful Robinson Race Cars machine. But almost every run, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, goes left. Did on the run earlier today, I think, didn't he? Yeah. I think even on that 7-1 he went left, but stayed with it, got it back and got it back in the groove. And the problem is, you need a consistent car in bracket racing, but not consistently one that goes left. So Jack and the team, though, very, very experienced in this. They'll get a hang of it. Jack knows absolutely how to drive.
Yep.
Taking on Mark Bailey. There we go. That was a left-hand turn, but he could stay with it. Brings it back in the middle. And goes 7.36 at 1.68 there. Overjoyed with that. Up to number 21, Mark Bailey. Up to number 13 with an 84 and an 82. And the chutes came out.
Yeah, I'm just pleased for Jack that he's had a chance to actually use the chutes properly. Down in the shutdown area. Great news for the team. Well done.
Billy Gay, Kestrel Lane, Scotty Hauser. Two incredibly tough racers. Two very accomplished racers. Now this was a race Billy would get to go first by over a second. As it stands, Scott's long gone. To a 7.45 and a 58 with a 6.
Tight.
You know, they're absolutely professional at dialing it in. However, a few thousandths here or there is just, you know, you can't work that out. 8 flat for Mark Todd with the GTO. I was actually hoping Mark could be knocking on the door of the 6s with slicks on, but there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, 132 to 60 with Mark with slicks on. He goes 118 with that car normally with treads. Lovely looking run with an 848, only 144 miles an hour. 887 for Bry, breaks out. Okay, we have a test stroke practice run coming up next. One of our happily and so welcome back foreign competitors from Belgium with the Super Twin. Also, Marcus Christensen, his dad, down there, paying close attention. Give him a signal to fire out. I think this could well be first run of the year as well.
For how long, though?
Oh, that's a good point. Not just first run of the year, first run in God knows how long.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a feeling as well the bike is brand spanking new as well. This is Chris Van Nimmen. Really nice to see some Central Europeans get involved in Super Twin, especially as it's been predominantly a Scandinavian pastime, or a Nordic pastime if you will, for quite some time. So Speedy himself lending a hand. That first magic crack of the throttle after building it. So here for the whole weekend, you'll be seeing a few more of these. First round of the FIA European Drag Bike Championship. Chris Van Nimmen gets a pat on the back from his crew. Not only his first run of the year, but first run in, it's got to be a long time, isn't it? Licensing run, okay. Reliably formed, this is actually a licensing class as well. And not only is the bike brand new, so is the rider to this class anyway. Very, very nice looking run.
Despite the wheelie bar sides parting company with the bike.
I can only think they weren't quite secured in the manner they should have been.
Off way too quick.
Very, very nice debut pass, Chris. Well done. 1.18 to 60 foot. 528, only 100 miles an hour. Was cruising through half track, but that is what you need to do. Look at it this way: of all the problems they could have had, that's possibly one of the easiest to fix.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Well,
it also,
it's one of the things they wouldn't have to fix, would they? Do they have to have those side parts on the wheelie bar? They do. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's got his race number and everything else on it as well. So
right,
yes.
Okay.
The good thing is, it's an easy fix. It also shows you just how big they are with the crew carrying them. Look
Huge.
at that. Oh, I think one of them snapped.
Yeah, it did.
Never mind. At least it's an easy fix anyway. So we're on with Super Comp by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's what's next on the on our run order.
Good to see Marcus Oxler back over from Switzerland. First time in a while. Well, I keep saying first time in a while. Since 2019, at least, isn't it? 3 years ago. I think it's because we've still been doing everything, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah.
An abbreviated season in 2020 for obvious reasons. Last year was pretty much the whole year. There we go. That's 2.5 years worth of frustration in one burnout. Good to see the slingshots in Super Comp again. Al Schofield in the Kestrel lane. Marcus hasn't put in a run yet, actually, with the pickup. Al Schofield has. He's run a 902. Super Comp is the 890 class, hence the number on the board at the finish line. So Marcus staged off to the side slightly. Still a half decent run, 905 and 950 for Marcus at 143.
Right, Mark Huxley's just been onto social media. He's after a coil. The one that he's currently got on the car is an MSD Pro Power HPC. Part number is 8251. So if anybody's got a coil that can help Mark Huxley out with, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. So I'd like to get Mark back on track. Next up, Steve Field and Andy Clifford. Don't know if you heard it earlier, but he's up on the top of the banking there. Wallace Hopper on the top of the banking. Happy birthday, buddy. Many happy returns. If I see you in the bar tonight, I'm going to buy you a drink, my friend. Mind you, he's got a drink now. I don't think he'll need many more later on. Enjoy your day, mate. Enjoy your day. Comp eliminator into the lanes. We've already called that one, but nevertheless, we'll have them again. So Steve Field and Andy Clifford, currently number 6 and number 9. Steve Field goes 8.75. That's a little bit too quick, and Andy Clifford goes 9.6. Oh, just had another thing appear on social media, and it's good news for the Fraudster team, despite their engine block not being compatible with Windows. I.e. there was holes all over it, door slammers. It's back up and running. So well done, guys, and hope to see you in the lanes at some stage. If not today, certainly tomorrow. Stevenson has managed to get the spare parts he needed as well for his transmission. So that's 2 comp eliminator cars that we hope to see back on track. Next pair on track, though, Steve Hudson and Darrell Howes. Both have already been in the 8.9s in Supercomp. I just want to get close to 8.90. To the stripe they go. 8.97 plays 8.97. But no help for either. Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, let's have you into the lanes. Still continuing with Supercomp. Got one more car to go, then it'll be Street Eliminator. And it's the Roadsters. For FixAuto.com, Penzance. It is Martin Kirbishley going alongside Richard Tunstall with the RCCS Roadster. Richard, number 1 qualifier at the moment. Martin Kirbishley, number 8. We know Martin can run close to the numbers. He did go 8.89 earlier on. Needs to just slow it down a smidge. Richard Tunstall, well, he's there already, isn't he? Oh, lovely wheelie there for Martin Kirbishley. Right in that wheelie bar. Let's look at the stripe. 8.90 with a 7. He's done it again. Richard Tunstall, he's the man. He's doing a great job this weekend. Martin Kirbishley, 8.97, moves up to 8-6. So it's getting rather competitive out there, but Richard Tunstall, that's 2 8.90 runs in a row. Well done. Right, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator up next. Cracking runs from the class this weekend so far. Paul Morton and Nigel Hale. Paul Morton with the Zodiac, currently the number 4 spot. 9:46, and Nigel Hale, number 9, 13:31. We know Nigel can go quicker. Great launch for Mort. God, that's quicker than a 9:46, surely. Yes, it is. Look at that. 9:28. Another PB, 144 mile an hour. 13:42 at 100 there for Nigel Hale. But 9:28, these PBs are coming in thick and fast now for Paul Morton. Outstanding performances. Anthony Butch Wilkins then with the Butcher's Shop Chevy 210, and Ash Cooper with the Mark III Transit. Ash made the final last weekend at Door Slammers, did a cracking job out there. Currently in the number 5 spot with a 970. Butch currently on a 13:02. Ash goes 964, just finds a little bit more from his 970 previous. And a 1340 for Butch. Already been 1302. All right, Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister going alongside James Murray with the Cortina Estate. James currently in the number 7 spot, 1144. Andy, number 1, 745. .123 for 60 foot for Andy Bond. Looking like it could be his quickest. No, he clicked it early at the stripe. 883, only 105 at the finish line. 12:10, 114 for James Murray. But short numbers for Andy Bond, very strong indeed. 123 to 60, like that. Ian Dance has been in touch. Afternoon. Tune into the live stream. I love it, Ian. I really do, mate. Tune into the live stream whilst hooked up to another cycle of moonshine. Big shout out to Carl Goldsmith and Simon Crowley for flying the flag for front wheel drive. And also Rocket Ron Bartlett. And everyone now, stay safe, fast, and straight. See you at the Summer Nationals. We'll certainly do, Ian. Take care of yourself, buddy. All right, next class up will be Super Gas. I can also see Comp Eliminator in the lanes as well. Just a little hush comes over the world. Wait, to see, it's going to be Super Gas coming round next. Bit of a wander around the lanes just to see what's going on. But, Dave Swift has made it down. That's good to see. So we've got additional cars coming in, but no, all gone quiet at the moment. Tell you what, Nitro FM, just take it for a couple of messages, because I can't see anybody rushing to come around the corner, so we'll take it back when they do appear. And we are back once again, this time with Super Gas. And it is the man himself, Mr. Bob Molden, the Yorkshire Terrier himself. With the little white noise Peugeot 205. The team resplendent in their celebratory hoodies, which you see them wearing as they come up to the line.
Do you call him the Yorkshire Terrier because he yaps a lot?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know quite a few people from Yorkshire that are listening.
He bites your leg and he doesn't let go.
That's the one. I know quite a few people from Yorkshire that are listening that I'm going to get a slap. Taking on Mark White with the FX Vega. I always find it really interesting to find out what people do in their jobs. The fact it's called FX is because he works in the film industry.
He does, yes. Special effects.
Exactly. Obviously can't spell effects or ran out of graphics, so just puts FX.
And Bob just makes a lot of noise. He's got a white car.
He's retired now.
He has, yeah.
Where's he going to lift? 1,000-foot cone, probably. Oh, very close. 985 for Bob. 988 for Mark White. Name of the game is 990. So very good to see the accidental Brogy Roadster racer, Mr. John Giles, with the tactic, or tic-tac as it could be called.
Or if you want the Fultons to name it, Tinky Winky.
Nice. Is it a bit tubby? Taking on Tim Moore with that really, really nicely turned out 55 Chevy.
Well, John Giles is number 2, Tim number 10. Is that going to change round? It is. Look at that. Tim Moore, number 5 now.
On the money. John Giles even breaks out slightly. Going to be Andy Harrison taking on the Dutch interloper. We love that, don't we? So good to see Stefan Raffeltrap back with Supercharged Nova. This car's been around in Supergas a long while.
The car I'm looking for is Simon Fulton. Hopefully he will make it down. If you remember, he was towed back to the pits. He was retrieved. Oh no. He won't. He gave the game away. He had to be retrieved from the top end after Q2, I think it was. So I know he's got transmission issues. Yeah, no, you were in training, weren't you?
Yes, that's the one. Well, better that happens in qualifying. Looks like the line lock pulled Andy Harrison through. Stefan Raffeltrap 023 and a 999 goes unbelievably to number 3. Is that right? Oh, 993.
He was already free.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, it's just when I looked at the screen, it didn't look like he'd run. My fault entirely. So, Morris boys, one more time. Taking on Mr. No Hair himself. He's named the car that. That's not our nickname for him. John Morton. Another one of those guys that's been around this sport since the year, well, Airfield really.
Since the birth of Jesus.
Who now runs the place? 990 is the number. Both of these two well capable of going quicker than that. And well into the 8s actually. Throttle stops almost straight away. A lovely 0-1 light for Colin. Back to heads up and he's doing well. 91 and 91.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that. The last 10,000th of a second. John Morton takes it. Is that by 1/10,000th of a second?
1/10,000th of a second. 9.916 in both lanes. but then the fourth digit was a 0 for John and a 1 for Colin.
Yeah, the funny thing is, though, obviously that was qualifying. If that had been a race, it'd have been all Colin.
Yeah, on the reaction time.
Very, 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 very good to see Pete Creswell back with the full Monty.
We just want a full Monty run, though. Not the full Monty that he did earlier on where he went 8.5.
Or the one where he went 8.25.
Yeah, or the one that went 25.4. We want... That's it. The throttle stop looks like it's working this time. Or is it? Because that just sounds like a lot.
Past
how
half
long
track
was that throttle stop?
Not long enough is the answer to that. 9.59 with a 9.
I mean, the throttle stop didn't deactivate till about 800 foot out.
It was a long way down, wasn't it?
Wow.
I was thinking it's going to kick in. It's going to kick in. Yeah, but the thing is, it didn't actually deactivate the throttle all the way,
No, it
did it?
No, that's a good point. You're right.
That's the difference. Yeah. It just sort of held it back.
The Creswell boys look a bit unplussed with that, don't they? Oh, they'll crack it. They'll suss it, won't they?
Okay, we are on with comp. It's going to be Nick Williams with the Camaro, Dave Swift with the AMX. Now, I'm not sure what class Dave Swift runs in comp. If it's a nitrous class, obviously he can use the nitrous. If he's running normally aspirated, we'll just have to wait and see.
I would imagine he'll be running a nitrous class because he did enjoy it.
Of course you would, like you would.
I'm just thinking he want to go fast.
I want to go quicker. I want to go quicker. Right, see, the thing is, it says comp eliminator 365, but not which class in comp.
Yeah, good point. Can we have Judith Dragster into the pairing main, please?
Okay. Well, we'll have to see whether, because if it was nitrous, it'd be ANA. That's what I'm thinking. It would be ANA if it was an A. So, class designation for comp for Dave Swift is A-altered, which is a normally aspirated class.
Ah, right, so it may not be nitrous.
Yeah, so it won't be well, shouldn't be nitrous.
But then...
Yeah, that's the index for A-altered.
What, for A-altered?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, if you think about it. Robin Orthodoxy is A-altered.
Yeah.
745. Yep. Same. It's the same. It's down to the engine size. If you look at the engine size, 632 cubic inches.
All right, Nick Williams, index is 9.40. Sorry, 9.4. 11.4. Or one of them. Yeah, due to part supply, even the Williams brothers can't get everything. So he's on the original numbers matching 396 block that car came with.
Nice looking run for Dave Swift. It won't be a 745, but it'd be good. Oh, his quickest normally aspirated run at 8.18, 158. 11.12 for Nick, stays at number 4. The idea with comp, those aren't dial-ins. They're supposed to run as quick as they can based on those indexes.
That's fact. The more you look at that Dave Swift run,
That's
was
really
outstanding.
Good. Well, no, that's his quickest normally aspirated run. He went 8.3 yesterday at door slammers and got bored and turned the nitrous on.
Right. We're starting to get a few more in comp now. Kev Perkins is coming round.
Well, the good thing is, as well, is, like I said, if Dave Swift wanted to run that as an A nitrous altered, he can use that engine and put the nitrous on, but it just drops the index like a stone.
Concern in the Kestrel beer lane, though. So, obviously, if Dave has turned around the corner, may have a slight issue, so they're having a bit of a track check at the moment, and at the top end as well.
Probably Dave enjoyed himself too much.
Yeah, so I'm having a good... Oh, no, hang on a second. Well, we'll wait to see what the track crew do and the shutdown area crew do. But tucked around the corner, well, underneath the tower, we got the soul man himself, Kev Perkins. Jordan Payne has made it down for another one. And Dave Smith is underneath the tower as well. But we do note that the Fraudster is back up and running.
That's amazing considering.
Yeah.
Well, we're sticking a leg out of it on Sunday, and it's up and running again on Thursday.
We've actually got 2 more blocks back at home.
Like you do.
And they are actually cement filled as well.
Right.
It just makes them stronger.
Not obviously on that one it didn't, but...
Yeah, no, because I saw, obviously I had a look at the engine on Monday. And, you know,
cement filled?
Yeah.
So where the water jacket would have been?
Concrete lined, yeah, where the water jacket is, it's filled.
Okay. Well, if the blokes that did my drive, if the quality of their work is the same as it's gone into there, then that's probably why it fell apart. But yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, that's what they do. So.
I mean, the other thing about that as well is it's because obviously they have to be cars in comp, depending on the engine size, have to be a minimum weight.
Yeah.
So it's a good way of adding weight without actually having to put weight bars on the car, isn't it?
Good point.
Or feed the driver loads of burgers, you know, that sort of thing too. Or get a heavier driver. But when you say he's got 2 other blocks, I presume they're not cheap, because I'm sure Ford blocks like that aren't...
Yeah, but because it's a Vauxhall block, don't forget.
Oh, of course, it's a Vauxhall one, not a Ford one, isn't it?
Basically, when Kev finds one, or I think one of his mates works somewhere where they sometimes get them.
Right.
You know, I don't know if it's a car breaker's yard or whatever. They're on the phone to Kev, said, "Oh, got a couple of blocks," and Kev's out there like a shot. It's like,
fantastic.
I've
bit
got to
like
get
Robin Reed collecting Daimlers.
Yeah,
so,
it's
same sort of thing.
Actually the same thing. Yeah.
So, does he really run that quick on basically? Okay, it's only the block. It's only the block. It's only a stock block.
Yeah.
Well, when he ran his first 7 a few years back now, and I interviewed him at the top end, I think he burst it on that one. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, please, folks. Sorry, but I think he burst it that time, and I think he thought at the time that was kind of the limit of stock blocks.
Yeah.
It's gone way quicker now.
Yeah. I mean, he can increase the pressure, and then he just sort of finds the limit.
That's the one. So what's it out of? What's the engine out of?
That I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I really don't know.
Again, I'm sure it's all on their Facebook page for us to find. We're just watching racing.
We got too many other cars to look at.
So Kev Perkins, first run in the Cutlass in the Kestrel Lane. Super modified, or SMA, as you can see. 799 his index. A altered for Dave Smith. Red light for both, and a bit of tyre shake as well for Kev. Back to having a wobble for Dave Smith. Kev goes 7.63. Nice opening run. Actually, that'll help. Gets him up to number 3. Good start.
Drops Robin Orthodoxy down to 4 and Nick down to number 5. Tough crowd actually in comp this weekend.
So far, and the legend haven't run yet.
Yeah, we still got Kev to put a run in. Luke Stevenson has got the transmission parts that he needed, so they're bolting that one back together.
And he's going to find ever more inventive ways for it to fall apart, so he doesn't have to get tattooed.
Yeah. Well, Luke's 60 and 330 foot were PBs until the transmission stopped working properly, so they're going to get there.
They will, of course they will.
Well, I think Luke was saying that the tattoo session has been booked. Just got to do the number.
Because it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Just got to align the numbers with it. Yeah. So Jordan Payne today, really best of 14 seconds. He was in the low 740s a week ago at Door Slammers. Currently number 1 is 62 under. So a run like that would put him in number 2 at the moment. With the 799 index, he may struggle to make a 62. That would take a 737 or better. We've also got Fred Hone here this weekend, or entered. We've yet to see our 2 supercharged cars in comp this weekend as well. Chris Orthodoxy and Matt Peters.
Well, let's see if Jordan's tyres will hook up this time. Better.
That'll be a yes.
108 to 60. Arrow straight, 7:44.
Nice.
Up to number 2.
There we go. 0.55 under his index. Round about where they want to be. One of the limitations of their car, same as really any of the A Alteds, because they're normally aspirated, there's not a lot they can do. You know, the air is what it is.
That's a very good run, actually, because that's split Spencer and Dan. So Spencer's going to have to come back and go quicker if he wants to get that number 2 back.
He ran in the 10s last time, though, so there's a good chance of that. Both Robin Orthodox, who can run quite a bit quicker as well. There's lots of them in there that can do well. Junior drags to Q4 before we get to the final cycle of qualifying today.
Here they come, and it's the Bartlett girls once again. Jacqueline is coming into the Kestrel beer lane. Lara into Waterglim.
Is that right? No.
Yeah, it is.
Rock and roll. Well, we can do a barbecue cruise tonight. We've got time for it. We might have time for it anyway.
Going to need to, because I don't think all of the caterers are open today.
Is that
They will be
right?
tomorrow, but
Yeah, it is normally set up day for a lot of
it is, yeah.
a lot of people. Obviously not sportsmen. They're out there giving it their all. So Bartlett sisters again.
Yeah, I want to eat early tonight because I've got a. There's a few items on eBay that I want tonight, so.
I thought you were going to be a romantic then and say, because it's my wedding anniversary, so I'm going to speed home to see my wife. No, I'm going to send Claire a message. What's the time? Look at that. Right, listen back to 3:10, Claire. Go on.
Thanks, mate.
Hang on a minute. You were the one that said because there were things on eBay, right? You know, you had the perfect chance to say, because I'm going to go home,
Yeah.
it gives me time to go home and
If
see my wife on her
anybody's
anniversary.
bidding on the stuff that I'm bidding off, get out of it.
Get off of it,
Stop
yeah.
it.
Oh, I can't stand when people put like massive bids on like a week before. You think, what? Why'd you bother? Point of that. Anyway, so Jacqueline Bartlett, Kestrel Lane, and Lara stage way off to the side in the Auto Glim. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, but Lara number 2 at the moment, Jacqueline 23. Oh, that's changed. Oh, nicely done, Jacqueline. She moves up to number 6 with that one.
Yeah, beats Big Sis off the start line. And they're on the money, numbers-wise as well.
Yeah. Well, Lara number 2, Jacqueline number 6.
So, taking your wife out to dinner on your anniversary is definitely out of the question then, by the sounds of that. Okay. eBay wins.
Well, we went out on we went out on Monday night and had a nice meal, so that was good.
Sorry. About to make it home in time for a couple of eBay bids. There we go. Red light for Lukey. Oh, so close with a 007 red. Very close.
Oh, that was close.
06 for Katie. That's not going to help.
But Luke Fulton still in at number 5 at the moment. Right, Harry Redshaw, currently number 19. And he's a champ from last year, going alongside Neve Deavy, current number 21.
Yeah, the Redshaw family picked up sponsorship from VP Racing Fuels. Matt Fordham helping out down there on the start line too. There we go. Rolling in. Nah, Neve with problems. It's not even got reaction time yet. Oh, she has 3.45. 136 for Harry, I don't think will help much at all. I think he stays number 19 with that. So, Finley with the Elf Motorsport Dragster from Margate. Taking on Ellie Brown, Mystig. When I say Rushton, when it says Rushton, it's they live there. I can like see what that windmill is just over there.
Yeah,
that's where they live.
Oh right.
Yeah, literally just there.
So all they need to do is suss teleportation between the bases of two wind turbines. And
something like that would be all right. Ellie's having a wiggle trying to get... Oh, she's rolled through stage. There we go. The only problem with that, though, is it's... I know what she's trying to do. She's just trying to bump it in, literally.
A lot of them do that. They wiggle around to get the cars to move forward.
Well, it's also so that it just tickles the beams instead of, like, jumps right in, because that screws up your reaction time. No help for either that time. Finley went 08 red.
Freddie Taylor. Congratulations to Frankie Taylor today, actually passed a driving test. So, she'll be terrorising the streets of West London.
Nice. I think they need more people doing that in West London because it's quite, it's pretty quiet otherwise.
Yeah.
Up against Chevy Checkett. I don't know whether Emma and Letty are here today. Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Hiya. Is Letty with you? Yeah. Hi, Letty. Hello. You got the day off school as well. Mine are all at school. We've got dress-up day at mine. Well, school anyway, not me.
Oh, 0-4 for Chev. Freddie goes 0-2 red.
Yeah, dress-up day for the Jubilee. Even though it's next week. So, Chevy stays in at number 3, though. Nicely done. Harry Peters currently number 1.
Well, as I say,
007.
There is a gap, but it's tiny.
Not a lot of wriggle room there.
Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, come on down. .117 for Harry that time. 149, no help either.
I'll have to ask Shelley as well how long it is before Frankie starts driving too, because obviously Lola's been in junior dragster for a little while now. Exactly. I want Dad's funny car. I can just hear that conversation coming. Kai Cooper over there in the Kestrel lane. Kai's number 13. Lola, number 4.
That's quite interesting. We just called Pro ET. You can see them all coming out the pits now on the
generally on bikes. Coming right, let's go. It's a race. It's a race. Yeah, Colin's referring to the live stream. We can see at home the director cutting between different shots around the pits and obviously on the racetrack as well. If you're watching at home, hope you're enjoying it. 039 for Lola Bell. Still not quite as quick as before, but still very good indeed. 051.
Look at that, top 16, 06 now.
And it's not even the last session of the day. You've still got one more to go.
All right, Ada Cassisi with Cherry Bomb. Currently number 17. 063 or better to get onto the top 16 screen in front of us. Jake Cooper, number 7 on an 029.
Both of them staging slightly off to the side. If you wonder why that is because obviously the middle of the racetrack is very, very sticky, very well prepared, and junior dragsters don't quite have the horsepower that everything else does that runs out here. If you look what Ada's doing, she's wiggling the front wheels.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Certainly works.
5-4.
That's going to help a little bit.
Yeah, moves up to number 15.
From 17. Jake went red, 05. So, little Ellie down there. In the Kestrel lane.
So that's still got the tyre blankets on?
Looks like it.
Oh, yeah.
They actually look like...
They're black.
Yeah, they do, don't
I
they?
would put different colour ones on so you can see them.
Or just remember. But there we go, Stuart. Does a great job taking them off. They both do. There we go. If you can't read who's here, they're still on. It's the rule of thumb. Harley Corsell, number 11. Ellie at the moment is 24. Now, I know the rules are different in parts of the country, but all mine are at school today. Imagine saying, Miss, can I have some time off to go rag racing? Yeah, go on then. Way early for Ellie. Harley goes 0.6. That's not going to help. He's already been 0.3. Another good one, nonetheless. They'll be happy with the ET, though. 8.04, 78 miles an hour. So, Mackenzie Love, who was the winner back at Easter. Didn't have such a great weekend at the Greenlight Nationals. The National Championship runs all season. The way it works is very much the same as sore point at the moment, I know, but tennis tournament ranking points or something like that. The further you go in each event, the more points you get. And then obviously the tally moves on through the season. Whoever finishes the end of the season with the most points, guess what? Wins. Junior dragster is one of the hardest classes in drag racing to win because A, there's so many of them, but B, they're really damn good.
.55 for Mackenzie, no help. 09 for Teddy, no help. They've all been so good already. They stay 10 and 17.
It's because they're not at school, they're making the most of it, you see.
Right, still a couple of juniors round the corner.
Before we go back into Pro ET for the 5th time.
Got the electric car down there.
It's really good to see it with the hood. That's really bizarre, isn't it? That's both doors open, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. But it does look good like that.
It looks very good like that. I like this. I like the Perspex hood as well. It's a really good look. So, next pair.
Daniel Todd and the... They're going to collide then. Both trying to get to the close to the centre part of the racetrack as possible. Daniel Todd and, of course, the other Redshaw car. Damien Redshaw. Mark Todd's brought the wrong hoodie with him. He's got his 6 Appeal one, not the freight train one on.
Did he? He was just having a rest then.
Daniel goes deep.
Oh, nearly red, but not quite. Oh, 39. I don't want to
He's
say.
going to move.
Right
Go
up.
in front here, look at that.
That was a bit more by luck than judgment, but it will take it anyway. Goes up to number 13
Number
with that
12.
move. Is it
No,
12?
look
Oh,
at that,
apologies, sorry.
0392, 0393. Very tight. 0.054 to get into the top 16 now, junior dragster.
So the only junior dragster with twin shoots. Liam McDonald from Ireland. Taking on Grace Smith. I was wrong, he got better looking. Deary me. Well, kind of the same reaction times, one with a minus, one with a plus. No help for Grace, no help for Liam, actually. That was an 04 red for Grace and an 04 green. Okay, bit of silent racing again with our two electric vehicles from Denmark. That thing just looks like a arrow, doesn't it?
Unfortunate issues once again for the Wilcox Junior.
Oh dear.
Right, so we're going to see the car first. Jan Lars behind the wheel. Got two 11-inch forklift motors.
So, what does that translate to in like horsepower? You're the man for this.
That I don't know.
Oh, okay,
because,
sorry.
Obviously, the current team work the same way. Basically, 400 volts made up of 960 LiPo cells. The weight of the vehicle is just 900 kilos, excluding the driver.
It's very light, really light.
Yeah. And there's a 60-foot of 108. It's got 117 on this one. A little bit of a wiggle.
Yeah, the problem is that now they're sort of pushing the envelope of elapsed times and everything else as well. The cars tend to, well, can get away from them.
The batteries can deliver 1.6 megawatts for 5 seconds. Wow.
I apologise. It's on there. 1,600 horsepower, effectively.
Ah, right. There we go. Or 400 newton meters of torque. Incredible stuff.
You bet.
Double wishbone front suspension using Volvo Amazon parts. And a SFI 25.1 chassis built by All In Race Cars. Right, so that's one. Here comes the other. Hans-Henrik Thompson with the bike.
It does look like he's sitting on a missile when you look at that thing, because obviously all the bodywork's completely enclosed. If you look on the screen, on the screen.
Ah, right.
Yeah, it looks like a missile because it's all completely enclosed. Especially the fact it's got Wile E. Coyote on the fairing at the front. Now, when they were here 3 years ago, they were trying to get their 60 foots down into the 1.0s, which they hoped would translate into a 6-second run, and they did it in style. Can only think as well that this is Hans Hendrik's first runs of the year. They're just going to try and progress a little bit further down the racetrack each time. It's quite a unique idea as well. Like I said, I can actually give the rider his incremental times as he's going down the track, and he can hear them. Here we go then.
Amazing footage from the GoPro camera there from Box Lane.
Lifts off at around about half track though, but the numbers they will like: 1.14 to 60, 445, 150 to the 8th, and a 786, 113. Very, very, very nice. Couple of test runs today.
Only a 10th off world record pace for the 8th on that run.
And he clicked it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
On it. And they're just testing today. They're not going for it.
They're not going for it, yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are into our last qualifying session of the day.
My stomach is not going to know what's going on because I'm going to have dinner on time today. Yeah. It's, well, possibly. It's famous last words.
Pro ET for Modjestang in his session number 5.
42 vehicles entered. I think 41 have shown, and about 38 or so have put in times. It's probably not going to be there yet if I do this, is it?
No, not until the first pair of...
Gone through. I just love playing with the button.
I think it seems that maybe when the names are in, it'll come up.
Do you know something? Another car I've just remembered. It's a Nova thing.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, 36 cars are putting qualifying runs. Another car which we saw quite a few times, and it reminded me because it's a Nova, and then was a Corvette. Brendan Clancy with the doubling up. It was a Corvette. Do you remember?
I do. Yeah.
Beautiful car. I think he ran it in comp for a little while. Also the Nova, which was in Supergas for a long time.
10:15 and 10:30 the dial-ins for these two. John Turner with a quicker one of the two. John Turner is on the bump spot at the moment. And he will say that as he breaks out. Oh, look at Thomas, breaks out by less than 100th. 10:29 with a 6 on a 10:30 dial-in. Right, Tom Kay with the little black belt racing junior dragster-ish looking car. Of course, it's a junior cob machine. And Al Medley with the old timer.
Looks like
number 30.
Looks like it's been through an enlarger, if that's possible.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, so he's currently number 13. He's dialed in the number that he ran last time. That was probably 10:33 actually last time he ran. Al Medley at number 30, looking to become a little more comfortable. $10.40, $10.90. Well, there you go. There's the 600th off, but it's not quite a bump spot yet, is it? He's number 25 after that one. Bob Molden with the white noise. 950 for Bob, taking on John Bean. Now, Bob isn't that comfortable at the moment. Also, it's an interesting spelling of his name. He's only number 29 at the moment. Bob can do way better than that and will get a lot closer to his dial.
Get to the stripe first. 9:48 breakout.
Well, it's my fault because I did say that he'd get closer to his dialing. I didn't mean in the wrong direction. Never mind. Yeah, just a couple of hundreds too quick. They'll nail it. They got more chances.
John Bean, 300s over, 962 on a 59. Keith Herbert up next. Currently in the number 9 spot. 964 is his target this time round.
Is that the way you spell Herbert? Because I like the spelling.
Herbert.
Herbert. Yeah, so two pretty even race cars, just about 10th and a bit in it.
Well, the Herb hasn't moved. It stayed planted. 979 is a 971. Big breakout there for Brett Featherstone.
With a 9 on the end, though.
Yeah, but the 979, that car's normally the 95s or 96s. So 979, that is a fair way off. What's Keith doing? Come on, son.
Well, he could have actually made the run, really, because 27, it still would have clocked an ET. Anyway, better those sort of things happen during the qualifying days than on race day. Well, not at all. It would be even better, obviously, but you know. So Marie Mills, dials 1069 this time. Grace helping out down on the start line 2 in Kestrel Lane. Marie's not in the show at the moment. Obviously, we've still got another day and a bit to go qualifying wise. However, she would like to be a little more comfortable.
Actually, I did look on the run order. There are no eliminations on Saturday. All sportsman eliminations on Sunday.
On Sunday. Wow. So Nick Mogridge, number 22 at the moment with the little junior dragster, or the junior comp dragster, sorry. $10.40 for Nick, that helps. Break out for Marie by about 700. Up to number 17 for Nick.
Well, good news. Mark Huxley has managed to find a coil. Massive thanks to Neil Watkins.
Blimey, that was quick.
For the help on that one.
Well, if you're going to break something in the pits, is probably the place to do it because, you know, yeah, there's lots of people around you. So, Dan Holloway with the Rattler in the all-total eliminate, 922, 966 for Chris Newsom. One of the little, not a speed secret, but bracket secret that Dan let slip was that the car was getting very close to the 8s. Kept wheeling a lot, wasn't that consistent, still doing quite well, leaving second gear.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, nice and flat, stable. 921
breaks out by 100.
So Chris Newton breaks out too as well by a 10th.
Andy Harrison has messaged in Supercat this year. I remember his last run, he went way before the tree ran.
Oh, that he went through on the blew through the transport.
Yeah, he said, "Oops, can I have another go, please?" With
I think you've got a chance,
with
mate.
a laughing emoji. So yeah. All right, Pro ET continues then, and it's your number 1 qualifier, Gary Carr.
Well, that dial-in's quicker than he was running last weekend, so they must have found something.
Mind you, we had a annoying rattling noise last night that we're all diving underneath the car trying to find. Even I was there helping.
What? Helping what? Hold the torch?
Yeah.
Yeah? Standing there laughing?
No.
Not rolling around on the floor?
I was underneath the car, mate.
Wow.
Right, Gary Carr looking for 905. Gets 907.
Nicely done. That was a great launch as well.
Well done, Keith.
Happy with that?
Good stuff. Ashley Bell being towed down. We can see
Super Pro on the way.
Looks like someone nicked my van. Yeah, Ash.
I've just realised as well, we haven't seen Ollie this year, have we? Is he busy?
No, he's here next weekend.
Next weekend, okay.
Yeah, he's doing lifestyle only.
Yeah, Jeff Cowley.
Mind you, Ollie was here on Monday doing
ET.
track work, so...
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
What, are we up to halfway now?
No, he was doing the gullies at the top end.
Oh, okay.
Top end, in the track down area, where the new tarmac surface has been laid, there was a slight drop, which is a little like gully, so they've been filling them in. So, yeah, lots of work going on.
So, Carl Goldsmith on the outside looking in at the moment of the 32 car bump. Still dialing 1060. Can't be bothered to change the numbers on the boot. He's been like 11.2 a number of times, but it doesn't want an 11.2. Those tyres on there look probably more worn than the ones that came off, actually. Mason Griffiths with the appliance, also late 926. That looks a little better for Carl until then.
Lucky to get a time.
927 for Mason, that's going to help. Mason moves up to number 12 and he's only 100th off. Wayne Hiscock with that lovely Chevelle.
Ronnie's Cruz trying to get in the car there, though.
Looks like it. Getting out of the wind.
Yeah. So Wayne currently number 8, Ronnie 13.
Wayne can run way quicker than a 950, but obviously bracket racing, you don't need to. Goes 935, there we go. Ronnie Mercer stays put at 13. 94, oh no, 991.
So this is it's just like got a feel for Neil Watkins. He was racing earlier. He's now been booted out of his truck by Tom. He's now taking it over because the charger is broken. So 11:45 dialing for Tom. Warren Watts 9.10 with the Camaro. Oh, 9.06 for Warren. Good run. And 11.35, that's a break up by a tenth for Tom. .400s break up for Warren Watts.
So Andy Garnett with the Tesla, the only Tesla. Amazing, you can buy something off the shop floor or off the showroom floor that's electric. And I mean, you can turn it up. It can run in Super Street, whatever. It's amazing. Taking on Daniel Fulton. Didn't these two pair up last time? I think they did.
Not sure.
Anyway, Daniel is in the Auto Glen Lane. Does 10.25.
Oh, 5. Wow. Hang on a minute. We're getting breakout central here now. What's going on?
Yeah,
the wind is still strong.
It's slightly changed direction, but not that much.
Not much. Yeah, but they've all been on it. All of a sudden, breaking out by tenths.
Good to see John Dalrymple back as well with the Willis.
Well, he's dialing in 9.75. If he suddenly goes 9.65, something's going on out there.
It is.
Liz Malcolm, 11.06. Currently number 16 spot. She ran 11.07. Has dipped into the 11.0 without much change. .978. Nice one for John. But look at Liz Malcolm, 11.06 with a 7. Moved up to number 5 with that one.
Right, let's check out the top 10 again. I think we might have all zeros already.
Oh, I think you're right.
Oh no, down to number 7 is 00. 01, look at that. First page, 04. Yeah. That's still amazing. 0009, 004, 006, 006, 007, 008 and 009 are your top 7.
What's the bump now? 0.12.
Yeah, but look how soft it is. If you look what's above it, yeah, absolutely. And we've still got cars to come. Bailey Ashdown and Dave Rudd. Bailey's actually outside at the moment. Dave's in at 24, but presumably would like to be a bit more comfy than that. Lots of lifting going on. 991 for Bailey breaks out. And so does Dave Rudd. Stop us if you've heard that before.
Oh, yeah. Well, double breakouts again. That's a junior comp. Will Clark.
Sorry, no,
so we both waited and started at the same time then. Pete Dodd with the 67 Camaro. Currently in the number 21 spot, dials 920.
Looks like Karen's going back to the office, look.
Yeah.
It's very smart.
Step to the side. Two.
Will Clark breaks out with an 87 on a 90. Pete Dodd moves up 2 spots with a 23 on a 20.
Amy Watkins and Lee Morris. Amy, one of those that's hit a number.
Yeah, she's one of the 00 kids. Lee Morris actually dialing what he ran the run before, which only means one thing: he'll go quicker. 9:58 for Amy, and 10:22 maybe not for Lee Morris. No help for either, actually. They stay 6 and 16. So, Josh Duncan. With a little 100E. Even with the finger wagging, he doesn't want to go back. He's quite happy there. If you notice the toe on the front wheels, it sorts itself out when it goes forward to look. Backing up. So hopefully the next of licensing runs. He did run quick enough earlier, went into the 11s, which makes him legal for Pro ET. And so will that at 11:34, even quicker, 1:23.
Needs to put a dial-in on the board. Yep, I know that could have been the final licensing pass, actually.
It could well be.
So the next time, instead of having 850, which is the default setting in Pro ET, he'll have his put dial-in. Well, last car in Pro ET, Dave Cherrett, then it is Super Pro.
So Dave Cherrett is only number 27.
I like the way the Super Pro message comes up on the screen
Now.
when I said they're in the lanes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're right behind us.
Well, Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you need to get down there, please. Super Pro.
You're actually running in session number 5. I would love to know where Dave gets his dial-ins from, because there's an awful lot of feathering that goes on and everything, isn't there? 10:24, no help.
Right.
So we've got a bit of track sweep and prep again before we move into Super Pro. We'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments and we'll be right back with you.
Be a few minutes on this one, actually, so we can get some tunes out. So, yeah, go on, Nitro FM 96.2. The airwaves are yours. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Nitro FM, for covering the airwaves for us whilst our track crew are doing their thing, but they've done it. So we continue with Super Pro ET, Super Comp. Well, the pit marshals have already pulled you into the lanes, but just in case, we need Super Comp into the pairing lanes. Right.
Q5.
Super Pro. Last time today. Who's going to go in overnight as number one? Well,
because they have. I was just going to say, have we got on the sheet of sponsors, which we've read out a few times now, has it got what awards are going out
yes,
today as
it
well?
has. Well, this is quite interesting. Number one off the trailer.
Yeah.
Pete Walters has already got it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's on there, isn't it? Yeah.
Will be Pete Walters.
Will be. Well, what, at the end of it, is that at the end of today, or is that on the first session?
That's overall, yeah.
So Q1 off the trailer, 50 quid, will be him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number one qualifier.
Best average dial-in difference in qualifying. I'll tell you what, who might be having a stab at that is Phil Toppin.
And Colin Morris.
Very close indeed. 400 quid and a big trophy. And the bounty, you know, the bounty hunter. The bounty is on Billy Gane. Whoever knocks Billy Gane out of eliminations gets 50 quid. We like that.
So is that number one qualifier the end of qualifying?
Yes.
No, okay, it's not the end of the day, because I know they do all sorts of things and mix it up.
Yeah.
So what's this one? Best average. So that's by far the biggest pot, that one, isn't it? Yeah.
Right,
I
Joe
don't know why
Kellett.
I forget we're on the radio. Why am I pointing? It's the one for the best average dial-in difference in qualifying. What's the point of going, yeah, that one, and then not mentioning it? Oh dear.
It's like the snooker one, isn't it? For those of you that are watching black and white, it's one behind the blue.
Yeah. Or one of them. I remember they actually paused the snooker coverage once because they lost sound. Joe Kellett stays 10, 760, way too quick on
That's
the 767
a big
Don.
breakout at this stage, isn't
Well,
it?
we had an awful lot of breakouts in pro as well, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pausing snooker coverage because you haven't got any sound. Seriously. JT. Doing a bit of crew aiming again. Also in Super Pro, he's allowed to burn out over the start line. He must have been in Pro ET when he did
was.
that. Yep, 899 Kestrel Lane. That's the slowest you can dial, the slowest ET you can dial. Taking on Ron Bartlett. Also, just remembered actually, we've got no Laura Turbeville with
They
us
are
this week.
out for the season.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, I was just going to
Turbo
say,
did get in touch with me and tell me about it, but yeah,
happy
no.
birthday for the other day for Laura, and obviously commiserations as well at the same time. Ian, Laura, we are very, very sorry indeed.
Yeah, fingers
Ian's
crossed they'll be
with us.
back next year.
So JT currently number 17, Ron Bartlett only 14. I say only for Ron, he's normally up there in the top 5.
That's a good straight run for both of them. Rocket Ron goes 8.24 with a 7.
That was because I said he's a bit lower than usual.
JT,
That'll work.
9.04 and 8.99. But Rocket up to number 8.
I think I said it last week, didn't I? You can tell what the headwind's like by how fast JT runs, fast JT goes.
Top 11 have hit their number now.
Do you know what? That's actually better, I don't want to say this out, than Pro 3, isn't it?
Yeah, it is actually.
So,
Right.
Brian Pateman, very, very interesting feature on the excellent Eurodragster.com about Brian Pateman. 40 years ago this weekend was his first trip here for the big go. One thing I noticed as well, 111 entries that weekend. 111.
Wow.
Like, okay, we're a bit lower than usual this weekend.
Yeah.
We've still got double that now. Taking on Lee Derby. Things have progressed. So has Brian. He's now got a 7-second car, whereas it was a 10-second car back then, wasn't it?
Two off the line.
Brian dead on time. A91 and 985 for Lee Derby. He's going to need a bit more than that. Still very to see the truck back though.
Oh, God, yeah.
Love it to bits. Dave Russell, the van with no name. I can tell that without even looking at the noise. However, it's got to be the most ironic name in drag racing because it's called the van with no name, but by calling it the van with no name, they've given it a name, haven't they? Taking on Billy Gain. 858 for Bill.
Yeah, I mean, every time you see Dave Russell come around the corner, you expect to see the blue Cortina estate of Tom and John Atkinson, but obviously with the engine damage, they're not here this weekend. I know Tom's tuned in at the workshop actually today. Good afternoon, Tom. Hope you're all right, buddy. And I know he'll be here over the course of the weekend.
Yes, you'll spot him. He's got his bottom lip hanging out further than his beard.
Yeah. 860 plays 880. No,
Billy Gay stays 15. My
Yeah.
God, 200's off and he stays 15.
If Dave Russell had dialed in 8.80, he'd have taken the number 1 spot with her.
He'd have been there.
Alas, he didn't.
presume the main award, the best average dial-in difference in qualifying, is that the whole of qualifying? Yeah. Oh my goodness me. Does that mean you've got to make every qualifying run?
I would have thought so. Yeah, you must do. I don't know. I don't know what the rule is.
I guess so, by definition, that's
yeah, but
kind of...
if you don't, then Pete Waters would have just parked it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Because his average would be the same as his number one.
That's a very good point, yeah. The only problem is that's going to take some working out, isn't it? Yeah. Let's get it. Well, I suppose actually everyone's got an over/under for each round of each round of qualifying.
Yeah, but you just add it all up
together and divide it by
the number of runs.
Yeah, you got it. It sounds easy, but it's a lot of work on 32 cars, isn't it? So, Pete, this time dial 763. Callum with the altered 896.
Can we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, Callum Swinchatt's dial-in seems to be getting slower and slower at the moment. He started the day on 888. He's now down to 896. Pete gets there first with 765. Callum 896 with a 9.
So that's got to be the top. Is that the top 13 now?
And he's only number 11 with that.
Yeah, but the top, I think the top 13 are 00. No, I beg your pardon, top 11.
Yeah.
He's the last one there. But yeah, from number 1 to 11, all 00. Perfect. Outstanding.
That is what you call a tough crowd.
Billy Gain, 028 off, 16th. Tough. I've noticed as well, we haven't seen, unfortunately, we haven't seen Mark Flavel since that first terrific qualifying run. I did notice the wheelie was a bit high.
Yeah, we haven't. We know the Fadster's managed to get welded, but we haven't seen him since. Steve Johnson is in the lanes. That's good. Jack Brewster's down there. All good.
I just looked at the screen and said, I was just going to say, who the hell's Robert Brown?
Oh dear.
Rob Brown, because we never call him Robert. In the hill take that lane with the slingshot. I'm sure they love him being involved in Super Pro, getting to race Scotty. Here we go, 741 with the 2. Right number, wrong way around.
Rob Brown moves up. Nicely done. Well done.
What's that, number 15?
200th
200th off. Yeah, the Wild Bunch are a great bunch of bracket racers. So
there's a lot of them here this weekend.
Sorry?
There's a lot of Wild Bunches here. I think they just didn't want to come down next weekend. I thought we'd have a bit of a jamboree.
Or they want to do what the Door Slammers have done, which was two weekends in a row. Just park here for like 2 weekends.
Absolutely spot on. Getting a great side-on view of the Motor Mouse slingshot of Steve Johnson there on the live feed.
Well, 2 supercharged cars. Both with big block Chevys on board. The one in Steve Johnson's car has a noticeably smaller supercharger. I think that's about the main difference, to be honest. The big difference is Steve's been in the 6s, which I'm sure Jack would love to do.
But the good news for Jack, his last run was very, very straight.
It still had a wander off to the left, but
he held on controllably.
Yeah, it was.
You know,
he held on
instead of having a bit of a deviation off the centre line. It was pretty good.
So Steve Johnson being backed up by Sid. Now, last time out, Steve Johnson left with the wheels in the air, really good-looking launch, but hit the wheelie bar, unloaded the rear tyres, and that was kind of it, unfortunately. Jack Brewster with a great 7.3 earlier on. Still clipped it off early on that. Great run for Steve, though. 7.75 at 1:36. That's more like it. 1.11 to 60. And he was off and running from there, which was good to see. Jack with the left-hand wiggle again. Looked like it actually shook the tyres that time, which knocked it off towards the stint line. Still went 106 to 60, which is pretty stout. So the Morris boys in Super Pro with an 891. So they entered in Gas and Super Pro this weekend, I think, yeah. Against Phil Toppin.
Yeah, going to watch Phil Toppin's numbers because I think he's getting very close to the best average at the moment, but he's always there or thereabouts within a couple of hundreds, so we'll see.
For Colin to have such a loud, shouty car out the window next to him. Phil does it again, just a bit too quick though. Colin breaks out as well, actually. 885, 151. Dave Suicide Smith with Jag. I think it'd be better if you said that. With the Jag in the Iltec Lim Lane. Taking on Ashley Bell. I nearly said with the Cobra then. With the Firebird.
Yeah. Right, Junior Dragster are in the lanes. We can see a few of them down there. Right, Ashley Bell dialing in 877. Dave Smith dialing in 780. Currently 14 and 23.
Dave Smith actually dials 780 this time round, slows it up a bit. And goes 002 red. Nice looking run for Dave. 775 at 175, never mind. 874 for Ashley Bell, another pair of breakouts. Thomas Haas and Nick Good. It's a crew person running race to see who gets there first. Natalie wins. Nick's Good's guys got a lot further to go though. That's why. Look at the chap up there with the Lucas jacket on. There he is. Finally made it.
Spent all that time running up to the car. Now he's got to run back.
All the way back again. Yeah, exactly.
He's going back quite quickly.
Do you know the funny thing is, I don't know if you ever noticed what Rob Loring does, right, on that subject. Rob Loring just waits by 60 foot.
Yeah.
And then because the driver actually of any car or bike knows pretty much, you can tell where the middle of the racetrack is, and then all he does is just do the last little bit of directing from there backwards to get them in their burnout tracks, which seems to be the least energy expending way of doing it, doesn't it, really?
So let's have a look then. Thomas currently number 5, Nick number 4.
7.56 for the dragster, 8.19 for that lovely Valiant. Thomas is one of those. Thomas is one of those 00 cool kids.
Well, they both are.
55 of the 5,
Oh.
19-0. Only number 3 for Thomas Haas.
And that's another perfect run. That's 3 now in Super Pro.
For Thomas.
No, that's 3 Super Pro ET cars that are
bang
perfect.
On. That are bang
Outstanding.
They should do this more often.
03.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be to the 100,000th between those two.
Yeah. That's Scotty, isn't it? The
Wow.
second
Yeah,
one.
Scotty, yeah. Wow.
Bob Doyle with his egg case. Kestrel Lane taking on Mr. Mark Bailey. Oh, way down the order, these two. Number 10 and 16. I'm, of course, joking. Bob Doyle at number 10 is bang on his dial. Not that time, though. Slows up quite a bit to an 881. Mark Bailey stays 882. Looking for 882. Goes 886. So Barry Giles against Mark Todd.
I don't think I've ever seen the top 3 with perfect ETs.
Especially on day one. Look at that leaderboard.
Unbelievable.
So Mark Todd.
On day 1.
I'd love to know how those wing mirrors stay on at that speed, to be honest with you, for Mark. Absolutely awesome. Pontiac GTO. 8 flat is his dialing. I think he's been as quick as 7.2, nudging 200 miles an hour with his car, but in Street Eliminator. He's obviously turned it down a bit. Now he's got big tyres on there. Or slicks on there, I should say. Still no wheelie bars. It's always the twin parachutes that give it away, isn't it? Up against Mr. Barry Giles, your defending national champion. Son Daniel gives him the thumbs up.
What's the rule on parachutes? I know it's 150, you have to have a secondary braking device, so that's a single chute.
That's right.
Is it 200 mile an hour for twin chutes?
I think so. Or I think it's somewhere between 180 and 200,
Right.
I think.
Okay.
A bit of a pop and bang for Mark at
misfire there for
330.
Mark.
740. Too quick. Do you know, it always amazes me as well, looking back, I watch... This is going to sound really awful, but a lot of the time when I'm on the treadmill and the bike and stuff at home, I watch old YouTube videos on the TV just to keep me, with it. And I watch a lot of the old IHRA and NHRA races from the 80s, and it's so scary to think that they were doing 240, 250, sometimes 260. They still only had single parachutes on them a lot of the time. So if your single parachute fails at 250, you have had it. I was watching an IHRA race from Edgewater Motorsports Park the other day, and there's a pond at the end of it. So if you get it wrong, you're going swimming.
Mind you, if you get it wrong here and go left at the end, you'll go for a dip.
Yeah, but that takes a lot more. There's a lot more things that have got to go, in that direction for that to happen.
Yeah.
It's not deliberately at the end of the racetrack, if you like. Yeah. So Harry Redshaw wearing the number 1 on VP Racing Fuels Odyssey Batteries dragster in the Kestrel Lane against his brother, who goes red. 00604 for Harry, much more like it.
Yeah, that's going to put Harry on the front page. Oh, only just that. Look at that.
15.
Oh, 047 to get into the number 16 spot in Junior Dragster.
It's all about racing, though, and that's what that boy did better than anyone last year.
He certainly did.
So, Chevy.
Only number 3 with the 006. Harry Peters, your number 1 man in Junior Dragster, treble 07.
Only number 3 with a 006. Just kind of a bit of a reflection of the state of the competition, that, isn't it?
Right, Neve Deavy. Good to see Matt Fordham and Rich Deavy down there. Dynamic duo.
Come on, Letty, your sister can hear you cheering from the front. Go on. Oh, that was good. That was a 0-2 for Chevy that time. Mum's clapping. Not going to improve her. She's still going to be number 3. But really nice run. Really nice run.
Right, Daniel Todd and Grace Smith.
I don't think Dad's going to get back in time
I
for this, is he?
don't think he's going to get an opportunity to get back down for this one.
I'm sure he'll be listening in.
They're probably waiting at the top to tow him back.
Something like that.
One or the other. Can we
Yeah.
have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Can we have you into the lanes, please?
The coolest junior dragster tow car on the planet, that would
Yeah,
be, wouldn't it?
too
Like my
cool.
dad's twin turbo GTO.
Oh, 082 for Daniel. No help. Grace 186. I think that will keep her same put. So look, Daniel crosses the line. Yeah, Grace stays 23.
So, 2 very good friends. Lee, who is Ellie's dad down there in the Auto Glim Lane, works on Loader's dad's funny car a lot of the time. Actually, he works with a lot of people he gets roped into.
As they do.
Yeah, it happens.
All right, can we have Super Gas into the lanes as well, please? Super Gas. So that is Comp Eliminator and a Super Gas. So that's all of the classes for the remainder of the day now being called.
Lola Bell with 04 red. Ellie Mae Brown will not improve with a .26.
Just to let you good folks know that after Super Gas, which is our last class of the day, we're not done. We do have the 2 electrics coming around for another go. And jet cars putting some test runs in, so we got some jets as well.
We have a new one. It's
We
very rare
do.
we have a debut of a jet, because obviously there
We
aren't
look
many
forward
about.
to that.
We've got a Bartley assistant not racing each other.
It's the first time today, actually, isn't
It's Lara over there. That's because her little sister's right behind. In the Kestrel lane, Lara's number 2, one of the 00 kids on the tree, going up against Luke, who ain't exactly a slouch himself, the 01.
Right. Also got Caitlin Wilson helping out with the Slick Tricks team this weekend.
Caitlin too old to race. Yeah, she is, isn't she? She's past the age.
Oh, Luke Fulton, look at that one. Moves up to only number 3. 005. Lara Bartlett stays 2, but Luke Fulton up to number 3.
Yeah, but you can't be disappointed
No,
with any
that's
sort
awesome.
of 00 like.
I'll get my kisses back today. That's good.
Yeah, I know. That's because I joked that she might be sacked last week. Katie Ellis, Kestrel Lane. It's always a good bit of motivation.
It is.
Up
Thanks.
against Jacqueline in the Autoglim Lane. I was going to say I haven't got Rachel anymore. What's going on?
Rachel. Oh, she should be here tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, but not on the start line.
Yeah, she'll be down the start line tomorrow. I'm
fantastic.
sure.
That'll
Well, I
be
hope
right
so. She has been, what's the word, attached to a team this weekend.
Nice. That always helps.
Duncan at home actually tuned in, working on the 2 VWs that
Okay.
Morgan and Caitlin will be running.
Katie went 04 red. Jacqueline with a .07, which won't help. I do love that, honestly. If you look at the back of Liam's car, twin shoots on a junior dragster. Did he ever release both of them at the same time? I know
yes,
he did the one.
just for a photo shoot at the when they've got top-end parachute photographers, if you like.
The
Trouble is, if the headwind is too strong, he's going to have to throttle it all the way to get around the corner.
Yeah, you can't actually release them till the finish line, as in gantry, especially in breeze like this. This is the sort of weather as well. If you remember a few years back, we had Pro Mods stopping way short of
they just couldn't reach the end, could they?
No, because the wind stopped them so quick. So Finley Fag with the Elf Motorsport Junior. Kestrel Lane goes 0.23 and an 0.14 for Liam.
Moves him up to number 6.
That's going to help, yeah. Supercomp ready to go just behind. Teddy Sullivan with the Bulldog Kestrel side of the racetrack, and Teddy Howe on the other, who has deep staged and gone red.
Right, the number 1 qualifier. That's going to be tough to beat. 0007, Harry Peters with the Rough Diamond Junior Dragster, going alongside your number 16 man, 047, Freddie Taylor. This is day 1. This is only 5 out of 11 qualifiers. Still got 6 more qualifying sessions to come over the next 2 days. Well, Freddie tried, but went red by 0.12. Harry, no help for him, 0.16, mind you. Harry's going to have to pull a miracle to improve on 0007. But then look at the top 3 in Super Pro. Very tight indeed. Still got a few more juniors tucked around the corner. Still got a couple underneath the tower. Ada Cassisi. And one of the Fenny Racing Dragsters, that's Jake Cooper, with support from Lucas Oils. So let's see where these two are. Ada is currently number 17. Anything better than 047 will get her into the top 16. Jake Cooper residing in the number 8 spot at the moment, 029 to set that spot for him. It's all about reaction times for the youngsters. And 0.7, a bit too much there. Ada, good attempt, 0.49. Normally would get you on the front page. But still just going to be on the outside looking in. Obviously a red for Jake, not going to help him at all. Right, Bandit 1, that's Harley Corsell going alongside Mad Max, of course, Mackenzie Love. These two, 10 and 11, no disgrace being in those positions, especially when they've had 0.3 lights a pair. It's just that everybody's on it this weekend so far, and we've still got a few juniors yet to put runs in that are at school and doing exams, that sort of thing. So we'll see some more racers putting runs in, hopefully late tomorrow, but possibly even on Saturday. So both into pre-stage. Let's see how Harley and Mackenzie go.
That was good.
0.36 for Mackenzie.
Oh, so close for Harley. I thought he'd actually done that bang on there, to be honest with you, but he wasn't far off, let's be fair. 007 red for Harley. Mackenzie with 0.3 stays 10. Oh, young Mr. Cooper. Going to be the last car. In Junior Dragster, obviously. Super Comp up next. Followed by Comp.
Right, number 14039.
'03 red, unfortunately, even with a bog off the line for Kai Cooper. So that will be a wrap for Junior Dragster qualifying for today. As we switch back to the quarter mile.
Super Comps, Street Eliminator, Comp Eliminator and Super Gas. The 4 classes yet to come.
Fired up will be, excited, 2 slingshots. Mr. Terry Clifford. And Daryl House. Who's fired up? Can't tell. No, beg your pardon, Steve Field rolls round first. Yeah, you know what, they must be, and Terry Clifford, they must be doing that, you know. Must be setting up for this weekend and sticking around for next. Like,
Yeah,
you know.
most definitely.
What we're talking about, if you don't know, is next weekend is the Nostalgia Nationals, and these are Nostalgia Dragsters. The way it used to be with the engine in the front. So forgive me for asking, because I've actually never been, shame on me, to the Nostalgia Nationals. What's the format? Is it basically just open? It's run what you brung?
Yeah, it's run what you brung, but with Supercharged Outlaws, Outlaw Anglia, Nostalgia Superstock, Gasser Circus.
Yeah, but Nostalgia Superstock and Gasser Circus probably would be having eliminations, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they do, yeah.
They do. Oh, and Outlaw Anglia as well, don't
Of
forget.
course.
And then the Wild Bunch are in within Run What You Brung. And then it's just all the cool stuff after that. But it's a good laid-back event, really enjoyable.
Well, both these cars are members of the Wild Bunch as well. Immaculately turned out cars. So that's Andy Clifford, not Terry Clifford. Shoot me. Sorry. Apologies, Andy. It's they are very different cars. This is Snake Eyes. Terry's is obviously completely different, although they've both got big block Fords in. Anyway, Andy, Kestrel side. With a big red light. And Steve has to slow his down quite a bit, probably not by wiggling around like that, though. To run 890, goes 943, 137.
Wasn't part of the plan.
So Marcus Oxner again with the pickup, taking on Darrell.
Oh, proper burnout.
Yeah, with the you know when the shift light's glowing in your face all the way through the burnout is a good one. Or something's about to go pop, one of the two. So Marcus Oxner all the way from Arsheim in Switzerland. Came over here with Marcus Hilt for this weekend's event. He's in the Kestrel lane. Name of the game is 890. Daryl Howes has run 895 with the slingshot. The chemical reaction car. Got a fancy wheelie bar now, look. Marcus with the Dodge Ram pickup, obviously more affected than anybody by the breeze. The headwind, anyway. Making a pretty good race of it, though, with Mr. Howes. Through the stripe together, 903 and 927. Bit quicker for Marcus. No help for Darrell. Backed off at the top end, only 126.
All right, Leah Keller up next. Dolly Daydream. Just looking at the top four there. 890 with a 6. Richard Tunstall. Then you've got 3 cars on 8.91.
And Dolly Daydream is one of them.
Yeah, so it's a number 1 and number 2 qualifier,
Yeah, pairing up. Still got more to go. Oh, was that your jumper, by the way?
I'll tell you about that in a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, it was on the chair when I got in and I forgot to ask.
The short story is it's yours.
Short story. Really?
Yeah.
I think I might need to grow into it, but...
No, well, I need to shrink into mine. And it's a gift from...
It's very kind of them, yeah.
Yeah, spin it around.
I need a 90. It's very, very kind of them, though. Very kind.
Yeah, well, talking of them, they're next on the line.
They are indeed. Is yours the same size?
No, mine's bigger. And I can't get into it. Oh, dear.
So, yeah, Richard Tunstall with the Roadstar. 002 for Leah.
Yeah, but Richard's hit his number twice in a row. Can he go for 3 out of 3?
92,
Not quite.
95.
Yeah.
Much.
Nice light, Leah. Definitely wide awake. Right, Fix Auto, Penzance gets the shout out. Martin Kirbishley, the R&M Racing Brogy Roadstar, currently in the number 6 spot, 8.97. And it's Steve Hudson with Intravenous, novelty altered.
Yep.
Another one of those on 8.91.
The R in R&M just took the shoot pin out, and Gabe has showed it to the M in R&M Racing. Beautifully turned out machine. Steve Hudson, after that banner weekend, he's taken the wing off. Have you noticed?
Oh, yeah.
It's all right. It's good.
Oh, unbelievable. Martin Kirbishley has just run exactly the same number as Richard Tunstall. So you got Roadsters,
It's got
1
a
and 2.
10,000s, it's got to be, isn't
Yeah.
it?
890 with a 6 and a 1, which is exactly the same as what Richard Tunstall has done.
Well done.
Martin Kirby.
I don't know whether Fix Auto are here today.
No, they're not. They're not here this weekend, but they are tuned
listening in.
at various
Okay.
stages. I think there's like a family wedding or something. I can't remember what. I'll have to find out.
Thank you very much indeed for helping out. Thank you very much indeed for our very kind gifts as well.
Yeah. We like.
Colin's going to do his best Hulk impression, getting in here. Alan Schofield with the Scud in Kestrel Lane. Taking on Paul Hudson with a pension pot. Paul was one of those 891 bunch. Street Eliminator up next. A Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, I should say, up next. Whoa, big wiggle for Paul Hudson about half track. 904, 147. The speed is there, just not the ET for our Schofield. Paul Hudson, I did actually notice the team earlier fixing something on the front end up in the pits. I'm not sure that would have made much of any difference to that, but that didn't look fun.
Well, mortified John Morton. New PBs today. Now in the 9.2s, 9.28.
That looks like a Pro Stock console, doesn't it?
Yes,
well, apart from the big blower sticking out the hood anyway. It also looks like Little and Large with these two. They are both immaculately put together. I didn't know whether Paul was actually going to race this when he built it, because it just looks like a show car, you know? You know what I mean?
I totally agree, yeah. Both of these cars, a huge amount of credit to the builders and the painters and everything involved with them.
Supported by Cirque Motorsports. Thank you to Graham Smith.
Who is tuned in? Oh, Andy Bond. Bye. Another
He's
200 mile an hour. No,
No.
Victor early.
Still getting a bit of a wiggle on about half track. 960 for Paul Morton that time. 128. Backed off a little before the finish line, I think, that time round.
22.60 for Andy Bond. I think they're just data gathering is the word.
They should have enough by now. 6s, please. Come on. Just kidding. I know it's not easy running these things.
Nigel Howell is not having a textbook weekend at the moment. 13.3, not where that truck should be. Should be in the 10s. Butch, his first weekend in competition with a car. 13.30, place 13.44, they stay put. 8 and 9. Right, Tony Higgs and Elliot Day.
A couple of South Coast races, not far away from each other, actually. Portsmouth for Tony, Goring, stroke Worthing for Elliot.
Now again, Elliot in the 10s, looking for a bit more than that, fair to say. Tony Higgs, 8.35 in the number 2 spot at the moment. The last pair in Street Eliminator. The mission for Tony's got to be the 7s at some stage.
It's got the speed, it's just getting the front half right, isn't it?
And keeping the front down.
Yeah, well, this says, I mean, if you watch the suspension in this car, it stands up on the rear as soon as he gets off the throttle. Just like that. There we go. It's almost like it changes into another car, isn't it?
Yeah. Arrow straight though, look at this one. Oh, 803! Whoa! Outstanding for Tony Higgs.
On a big headwind day, that's exceptional.
Oh,
well done.
980 as well for Elliot Day, well done. But Tony Higgs, oh, so close. Look at the speed, 174 at the stripe. The undramatic ones are the quick ones.
They
That
always are.
was arrow straight.
Well,
He hooked it when.
It's very much like what Mark Todd did with the Aston, where
Yeah.
the back end, instead of it squatting down, it just stands up, which is obviously the way forward.
Yeah. Right, comp eliminator. That came round quick. Simon Crowley with the Golf.
Has made it to the start
Yes.
line. Good boy.
Dan Williams. Oh, beautiful launch. Dan looks like he's adjusted the wheelie bars. Look at the reaction as well. 006.
Simon's on a good run as well. 10.04. 10.81 at 1:14 for Simon. Backed out of it before the finish line, but good effort.
Qualified.
So Dan stays number 1.
Kev Perkins, the soul man. Don't forget, Kev had some CDs made, and he's got them up for grabs. And basically, pop round to see him, and helps fund his racing just that little bit. Not massively, but it does help. Spencer Tram doing his burnout. You can see that on the live feed. That car, the brilliant transformation over the winter with the Williams Brothers squad.
Oh, there's Rachel.
Yeah,
There we go.
as I say, that's the team that she's with. She's
Excellent.
with Spencer this weekend.
So number 3 and 4, these two. Spencer at 11.09 and 11.55. He's 0.46 under. Kev is roughly the same. So there must only be thousandths in it. Sorry, 3.5, not 3. Sorry.
Well, still pretty close.
Hang on, if 11.55 is Spencer Tram's index, 55, that is 46. It's not my imagination. It's not 33. Anyway, whatever. The screen is lying to me. No tyre shake this time for Kev, but also a rather flat launch with a 123. 8.18 at 169. Yeah, that wasn't going to be a quick one. Spence slows up to an 11.20 at 114.
Well, that's something you don't see very often. Kathy Taylor come round to look at Comp Eliminator. Good afternoon, Kath.
It's down there with Kev.
All right, Nick Williams.
It's because she hasn't got her finger out pointing at people, telling them off.
Yeah.
That's why you didn't notice. So last session for comp, and 3 cars in there. We've still got a load more to see, actually.
Oh dear, love it. That was a good one.
05 red for Nick. Not that it matters. Wants to move up from number 6, though.
Don't think he will on this one.
No, slows up as well. Well, Simon Crowley got in with that one. Everybody else sort of went.
Right, Right, last class of the day then, Super Gas. But it's not the end once we finish this class, though. We do have
A little bit more.
some electric stuff coming out, and we got some jets doing some runs, so watch out for that. So, last class of qualifying today, Super Gas.
Simon, thank you very much indeed. Very good afternoon, Squire. He reckons that Nigel Howe's running without the Pro Charger, hence the fact it's running a bit.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay. But it's good to hear from you, Si. Hope to see you this weekend. I think John Giles, crew guy down there, obviously, he's a lot warmer blooded than the rest of us. Hence the outfit, if you can call it that. 037, 049. 990 is the number. And he will get there first with a 991. Stage 3. Well, it's so tight at the top. 10:15 for John Giles. Yeah, it's so tight at the top. There's just no room for manoeuvre whatsoever. So Andy Harrison, who rather eagerly texted you a little earlier, didn't he?
Yeah.
Can I have another go?
Yeah. So, Dad, I've got it wrong. Can I do it again?
Dad, you'll do it again. Can I? He's got about 9 seconds to look at that reaction time. That goes 985. Too quick, like 500s. Mark White, John Morton, these two have been around racing for a long while. They're old friends. Pretty sure Mark used to queue for John, actually, years gone by. John Morton's been involved in lots of different things, in cars and in bikes as well. For a long while, he was.
Forget the two-wheel career.
That's the one, yeah. It's a pro stock bike, funny bike, I think, and even had a hand in top fuel bike as well. And went to 4 wheels. Bit of a grudge race between these two, I'm sure.
Well, one of them's number 1 qualifier. And he stays there, but Mark White makes a move. 993 from 7 to 4. But John Morton, 989 to 7. Oh, that was tight, but he's already number 1 with a 991 with a 6.
Oh, so close. Good to see Dave Cherritt,
he's
actually.
moved around, yeah. Dave Cherritt into Super Gas. Why not? Qualified well in Pro ET. Took the money. I know what I'll spend it on.
Entered in gas.
Enter in gas.
Stefan Raffletrat, great to see him back. Ian Marshall checking out inside the Nova. But all is good. Must be difficult for people like Dave, though, because normally they run on a sportsman tree. In gas, they're on a pro tree, aren't they? It's quite a bit different.
Yep.
925 for Stefan Raffletrat. 10:37, too quick, too slow. Bob Molden with the White Noise Peugeot coming up.
Oh. John Turner with the Greenfish is pushed over to one side.
Yeah,
What's
too many
happening
runs
there?
in a day again, John.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So it's going to be Bob and then Pete.
Not just the crew that are knackered, it's the car by the look of it now. So Bob is going to lift around about 1,000 foot, cruise on through about 110 miles an hour. Oh, that was a bit early that time, Bob. That's 10:19 at 101. No improvement, stays 8. Okay, last car, or competitive car, because I don't think John Turner's going to make this qualifying run. That's not the first time we've seen that Barracuda sat round there with the bonnet off, is it?
Check the fuses, John. Well, gee, they did that last time.
Yeah, you should know what it is by now. It probably all needs cleaning, that's what it is, mate. what we're referring to is John Turner at the Door Slammers last weekend had a bye run in the semis to get into the final to race for $5,000. Oh, he's fired up. There we go. And couldn't get it fired. Everybody, and I mean everybody, was dived into the car, trying to get it to run. 0.16 reaction time for Pete Creswell. See, look, it's just, there you go, cuts in again, just about 8th mile. Let's see if that's a 990. 10.15 at 1:49. Well, they're happy because it's the right side of the number.
Yeah, and they moved up 2 spots. As you say, you were spot on about Nigel Hale. I've got the message as well.
Okay.
From Alan
That wasn't
Williamson.
me, that was Si. Thank you, Si.
No, Alan Williamson messaged. Yeah, he has got the Pro Charger on. Also, Mark Huxley, although he still needs a coil.
Oh, I thought he said he had one.
I thought he had one sorted, but you know, from the Watkins family. But no, he still needs one. So if you've got a MSD coil that you can help Mark Huxley out with, that'd be great.
So we have, 2 jets. Oh, we got the new spidery car too.
Don't go anywhere, folks. Got the
It's gonna
new
be fun.
Spider-Man jet. Hey.
I love the engineering in this as well, but we'll talk about it when we get round it. For now, John Turner with the Greenfish, his last run of the day. I think that'll be 12 runs today, John. No, 10 runs, I beg your pardon, Johnny, today. In gas, he's run a best of 10.04 in super gas. He can run 990s, he can run quicker than that, actually. 10.15 this time at 1:33.
Okay, so run order for tomorrow in qualifying. It will be Pro ET, then Super Pro, Super Comp, Junior Drag, Street Lane, Super Gas. And then the electric bike will be appearing along with Nitro Funny Car.
That'll be a good batch race.
Yeah, Comp Eliminator moves into the big show with Top Methanol, Pro Modified, Top Fuel. And then the bikes, Pro Stock, Super Twin, Top Fuel, Super Street Bike, Junior Drag Bike, and the Jets again.
I think
it's going to be a great day tomorrow.
I must be dreaming.
I know.
Must be. No.
Obviously, we've got to make a couple of alterations on the old run order tomorrow, but...
yes, scrubbing out a couple of things, unfortunately. So, Martin Hill with his last run of the day with Fire Force number 3. Wonder if we're going to get the screech out of the turbine.
Yeah, that was quite noticeable, wasn't it?
Mm.
And then the full debut at a race meeting of the Spider-Man jet.
Julian Webb. It's quite interesting, actually. I'll explain it. Well, I was going to say I'll explain it all when Julian comes around because there's a lot to that, and it's really good. All of it's really good. But Martin Hill put in a really, really good run earlier. Clipped off quite a bit before the finish line, and had the shootout as well. He only generally runs with one shoot, which, considering how fast he goes, takes quite some doing.
So, just getting everything into position. As you tune into the live feed, you can see the jet with the body propped up. Martin Hill's sitting there waiting patiently.
On one side of it, we've got Roger Goring here as well this weekend, haven't we? You can clearly see, if you go up and take a wander around the pits, the difference between the 2 jet funny cars. One is obviously Martin's car with the pilot, i.e. Martin, sitting off to the side of the engine, because obviously the jet needs to go down the middle. The alternative is Roger Goring with Firestorm, and it's one of the few in the world. It's a centre drive jet funny car, which means Roger actually sits in the middle of it with the engine behind him. The body's stretched slightly to go over the whole thing, but it looks cool as. Well, today's one of those days I think we're going to need the jet to warm up a bit. But it's been a terrific day. We also have the potential to finish early. Yeah, who's this shiny bloke in the corner?
No idea.
Did Claire do that for you, or did you?
I could do that.
Yeah, we got the screech again. Looking good. Martin rolls forward. From this view, we actually get to see his butt, his fingers on the floor. So Richie giving a wave to everybody in the stands on the bank.
108 to 60, 404 at 202, and 613, 188 clicked it very early, but that is violent. I don't know what they've done to it, but those afterburner pops are certainly a lot more, what's the word?
Violent.
Violent,
Yeah,
yes.
that BT doesn't really
Straightforward.
go with that speed as well, so there's a lot more in there for Martin. Give the team a cheer. Up next we have the big meet debut of Spider-Man. As we've lost our screen again, there's a shock. Of Julian Webb. There's so much in this that I love. The fact that Graham Sykes actually machined the wheels for it and things like that as well. Martin Hill had a huge hand in building this car. I think what set the rot really was a few years ago at Easter. Martin was running around with a number of jet cars trying, running, so not trying, he did. He ran all of them, but he was short on drivers. And Julian actually drove Fire Force 5, which was Martin's jet dragster, which is, shall we say, a bit nippy, to say the least. And Julian thought, I like this, I've got to have one of these. And I think that's what started it off. The other thing as well, I'll mention this a couple of times over the next few days, so apologies if you hear it again. But a couple of people mentioned, with regards to the name of Spider-Man, and they said, what is it named after? You know, Larry McBride, the very famous American top fuel bike racer. However, Julian Webb, think about it, and his dad Roy used to race in the 80s with the Spider-Man competition altered. So yeah, it's a very historic name for the family. It fits very well with the family.
Those are your comments.
Sorry? Well, I couldn't resist that one. Yeah, anyway, but the Spider-Man name has been around in drag racing a long time, and obviously being Julian Webb and Roy Webb goes very, very well with the car, and it's absolutely, it's the first time I've actually seen it in the flesh. It's absolutely immaculate. Beautiful thing, isn't it? I think Martin, is it Martin? I know Martin helped a lot. He helped source the engine and all sorts, didn't he?
I mean, they have had a few checkout passes at Run What You Brung, but this is the first mainstream appearance, if you like.
I've got to ask Julian, but I do think that's right, you know, that a few years ago when he drove Fire Force 5, he thought, I've got to have one of these. Because the other car that he's split second that he's got is more of a land speed record car.
Yeah.
It's more of a, it's not really set up, designed to be an out-and-out quarter-mile machine. Still a pretty good one.
It's even got the stagger built into the front wheels like a fuel car as well. Everything, it's just right, isn't it?
Yeah, the trouble is if everyone has stagger built in, then there's no advantage anymore, is there? That's one powerful little thing. Yeah. One beautiful little thing as well, actually. It's a work of art. So, Julian Webb, for the first time this weekend, as Cole said, he's put in a few test runs at Run What You Brung smaller events. This is the first time at the big show. Best of luck, Julian. miles and hang about. Out to 3:30, which I'm sure was the plan. Oh, is he going to make it? He does. He makes it to finish time. And he doesn't take out the timing blocks as well. 40 miles an hour or thereabouts. Well done to the team. We still have a couple more vehicles to go. Well, one actually, I beg your pardon. Our friend from Denmark with the electric bike. That's the first time I've ever seen a jet car take the first turn off.
Yeah.
Never been known to happen before.
Actually, that's the first time he's pulled the chute in that car.
That could be why then.
Yeah.
Yeah, top end crew giving him a bit of a help round the corner. The
Yeah,
chute's
don't push it by the tailpipe. Get your fingers burned.
yeah, the chute is still blossomed as well, you notice. So, Hans-Henrik Thompson going to be coming round under the tower one more time, hopefully taking it a little bit further.
Well, whilst we've got a quiet moment before everybody disappears, thanks ever so much indeed for joining us today.
It's electric, it's
I
all
know,
quiet.
but as soon as he's run, he's going to disappear, and we're going to talk about Heinz-Henrik as we do it. But if you're in the bar tonight, buy Wallace a drink to celebrate his birthday.
It's my birthday too. My birthday too.
Wallace Hopper celebrating his birthday today. Many happy returns, buddy.
So, underneath the tower right now, there we go. I always wondered how much torture a slick goes through, and you can hear it all with this. The only noise you can hear is the slick just being, well, tortured. Simple as that, really. Not sure how far down the racetrack he's going to go this time. Maybe take it to about the 8th mile. He ran a 7 earlier on today, only just admittedly. But today is test day, show days tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. So Hans-Henrik Thompson, good luck. Getting himself very comfy. That's
off. Looking good.
Whoa, is he still going? I think he's backed off now. Oh, wow! 689 at only 157 miles an hour. 109 to 60 foot. 425 at 173. That's his personal best of the 8th mile by
personal
over
best?
a
Hello?
tenth of a second.
World record pace.
Apologies, mate. Yes, we are there.
Whoa.
Looking at the 8th mile speed as well. That's a new best speed. So he's looking to break his own record of 674, but also go well over 200 miles an hour. I'd say
he's on course.
Everything is set for that over the next few days. Wow.
Outstanding way to finish the day off.
Get that man in top fuel bike. Right.
Yeah. I think we're done.
We are indeed.
Just waiting for Ian and Dave to shake hands and say well done.
We are.
They have. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much indeed. Enjoy your evenings. Entertainment. We will catch up with you tomorrow when we continue qualifying. Q6 of Pro ET and all of our other classes will be kicking things off tomorrow morning, and then of course we get into our pro sessions as well. Main event back good and proper this weekend after a couple of years out, so we really look forward to it. Enjoy, folks. Have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2 we're going to take the airwaves over, and we will see you tomorrow. You just did. Okay, see you tomorrow.